Hello and welcome to the Gooners podcast, Gooners versus Cancer POD-A-THON 2021. We are in hour 17, or because it's transfer season, Mark, we have to call it hour 17 of 24. Looks like we're going to make it. I am full of energy right now. The Red Bull doesn't hurt. This is not a paid promotion, by the way, but yeah, I think we're going to do it. And you know, we've been buoyed by amazing guests in the last 16 hours. We have some killer guests in the next 8 hours, and we start off with our one and only member of from inside the walls of the Arsenal, Arsenal supporter liaison, lifetime Gooner, incredibly wonderful guy, Mark Brindle. Welcome to the Gooners podcast once again.
Thanks, Mike. That's some build up, I must say.
I normally go much more overboard. I normally go much more overboard than this. So
it's a great pleasure to be here. You know, it's a fantastic effort you're making, and 24 hours. I can't remember the last time I was up for 24 hours in a row. So
I have been up for 24 hours in a row, dozens and dozens of times in my life, but never constantly talking and pushing buttons and like it. You know, it's like working, yes, but this is pretty taxing. But you know what? It's a labor of love. It's not. Digging ditches is a lot harder than what we're doing.
Yeah, yeah, very true. Yeah. I always describe it. I always describe my role as a busman's holiday, which is I don't know if that's the same expression in America, but it just means that you only become a busman because you love it, and working from Arsenal is a labour of love for me. So, let's set a couple of ground rules on what we're doing here, and then I'll get right into that, because that's a good segue. The fact that it's a labor of love for you to work at Arsenal, and kind of talking about what you may be able to talk about as far as how that nearly came to an end recently. So, what we're doing here in this pod-a-thon, if you're just tuning in now, I'm seeing a lot of people who have switched over from the from the last one. I know switching over to new feeds every 8 hours, again, that's light work. I'm not asking too much, but sometimes that's enough to drive people away. But yes, Nick, this is live. This is hour 17. And we've had so many amazing people like Darren, like Mark, like my son Jake, who's 14 feet away from me through a wall, just absolutely paying attention to this and supporting me by staying up and being online. But we're raising money for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society through Gooners versus Cancer. We have a number of different efforts that we're doing throughout the summer, ranging from raffles to in-person fundraising, like in Orlando, and what was going to be Las Vegas, which didn't end up happening. But we do a lot of different things. This particular thing was an idea that Owen came up with. I stupidly took the ball and ran with it, and here we are in hour 17, going strong. And I think it's been a smashing success so far, thanks to the generosity of Gooners, which as we know is really what Gooners are all about. Right now, we are at just under $4,600 of a $5,000 goal for this event only. Cool. That doesn't include the Orlando. It doesn't include the early fundraising. Doesn't include the FIFA tournament that we're getting ready to wrap up in the next couple of days. So our overall number is much higher than this, but we are 8 hours away. We got to hit the $5,000 goal. We've hit a bit of a lull, mostly because most of you have already given to the cause, which I truly appreciate. Hopefully, as people wake up, there'll be some new people and we can get over that line there. But we appreciate everybody in the chat. It's just been a really enriching experience, and I'm very excited to talk to you, Mark. You joined us a couple of years ago, I think, on the podcast, and I don't remember if it was the podcast where you didn't have a video connection, or I think the Wi-Fi was bad, but we had we didn't get to talk about this amount of stuff.
Yeah,
and the whole world of Arsenal and supporters and fans has changed. But in case you don't know what an S.L.O does or is, can you tell us a little bit about your position and how you came into the position? Now, the story about how you actually obtained your position is an interesting one. I'm not afraid to have it on the podcast again, because I'm sure a lot of people that are here now weren't there when you called it. So,
yeah. So I first went to Highbury in 1971 with my grandfather. So I'm coming. Literally, this November will be my 50th year attending matches.
Were you a fetus at the time? I mean, you can't be 50.
No, I was seven at the time. So 58 now. So
you're 10 years older than me. You look younger than my son. Who's in the chat?
Yeah. And so my love for the club grew from there. And I started regularly going in about 1978, and then was a season ticket holder from about 1981, 82, somewhere around there. Really what happened was, obviously as you grow up, you start off maybe in the North Bank, making loads of noise and wanting to get involved in all that. And then I moved to the Clock End. I was just, I've never been a big singer or anything like that.
You turned on us North Bankers. I mean, what do you sing now at the end of the game when it goes back and forth between the North and the Clock End?
Well, the clock end was the real end, mate. But we won't go into that. That's a big debate. So it just sort of grew from there, and I sort of felt that the atmosphere was diminishing, and that wasn't just at Arsenal, it was in general. So two things I got involved in was the fans forum. When it first started, I was on the original forum, and also formed the Essex Supporters Club, and that's really how I got to work for Arsenal eventually, because a lady that you probably all know or have had some dealings with, Jill Smith. She was actually the first S.L.O. She sort of almost created the role, and the Premier League picked it up and decided that everyone needed an S.L.O.
It's a requirement that a team have an S.L.O, right? Yeah.
So it's a UEFA requirement as well, not just a Premier League. So she basically wrote the role, and I dealt with Jill for years. Jill used to be on the away trains, and she used to have a big bin liner full of ham rolls and another bin liner full of cheese rolls, and that was the catering. There was no other catering on the train, so you all used to queue up, get your ham roll and your cheese roll. Well, exactly, and a bag of crisps, and you were allowed 2 cans of beer. That was the other thing in those days.
Per minute or for the whole ride?
For the whole ride, because they didn't want people to be drunk, which obviously led to great creativity in getting various contrabands onto the train. Again, maybe a story we shouldn't go into. So I knew Jill from that for years, and I used to deal with her through the Supporters Club. And this is in all honesty, and I think anyone who knows me will say this is true. I used to sort of have some banter with her that, I'd love your job, Jill. And I only used to say it because I thought she would never leave Arsenal. Then one day I got an email through the Supporters Club saying Jill's retiring. And I was like, wow. I literally thought they would carry her out, in a box. Yeah. And so I got that.
She'd still be alive, but that would be how they got rid of her.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. So I left it a couple of days, and I wasn't too sure what to do about it. And because I must admit, I had my own business, quite a successful business. It was paying the bills, but I was bored. I was absolutely bored, senseless. And the wife said to me, "Well, why don't you apply for it?" And I was along the lines of, "Well, they're going to want someone young, got degrees in marketing, and da 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 da." But then I thought, yeah, let's have a go. So I rang up Jill's boss, a lady called Sue Campbell, who again I knew very well. And when I rang, it all went silent on the line when I sort of spoke about what I was wanting to speak about. And I thought, oh, I've really upset her. And Sue's not a lady that you want to upset, to be honest. And then she laughed and she said, "No, the reason I'm disappointed is that you took 2 days to get in touch." So that was a bit of a relief. And then so she said, "But there's no favoritism. It's all going to be above board process. You will be interviewed, but yeah, I advise you to apply for it." So I did. Didn't hear anything for about 3 months after initial phone call, which left a bad taste in the mouth. I thought, Arsenal. But then I had to ring Sue about the new season starting and some ideas for fan engagement, etc. And so I spoke to her about that. And at the end of the course, I said, "So, I'm not moaning, but I never heard anything back about the role, and I'm just a bit disappointed." And she said, "Really sorry, Mark. I've literally come back into the office today. I've been off sick for 3 months." And so again, I've gone, "Oh no!" And so it went. Yeah, that's it. I thought, "Oh, I've blown it anyway." And she said, "But you will be hearing within the next couple of weeks." So then we went through the interview process. Had about 5 interviews. My attitude was that I wouldn't get it. So I don't think I was nervous at all. Bearing in mind, I hadn't had an interview in 25 years. I've been running my own business. There was no need for an interview. So the interview techniques of today, I still don't know them. But, just, like we are now, had a good chat. That's it. And so got down to the final 3. And it was only then that I sort of thought, "Oh, I've got a chance." And that was on the Thursday. There was 3 interviews, and I was the last one. Sue saw me out to the lifts.
Was it like Britain's Got Talent? Like, did they move you across the stage and like?
Yeah, I didn't see the other 2, and Sue's never told me who they were actually, because she reckons that I do know them. But so I might, because Sue's retired now, so maybe I'll get that information from her, find out.
Sue on the podcast, we'll have a big reveal. We'll do that for her.
Yeah. Actually, that she'd be a good guest. I think she'd be more than willing to come on. So I'll mention it to her. And she's got some stories to tell you. So we're by the lifts. Highbury House is renowned for only one of the 2 lifts working at any one time. It's a tradition, really. So it takes quite a long time for the lift to come. So we're standing there, and the doors to where the executive area is open, and out walk Ken Fryer and Frank McClintock. Now, my son is called Frank. My wife thinks it's Frank Sinatra, but Frank McClintock for me. So Sue introduces me to Mr. Fryer and Frank McClintock. Right. Frank's telling me all about his golf swing, and do I play golf, and all this, and I'm thinking this is just surreal. And then the doors open again, and Liam Brady walks through, and I'm like, 2 heroes. So I'm in the lift going out of Highbury House with Frank McClintock and Liam Brady, and got to the bottom. Sue said goodbye. She said, "We'll tell you on Monday. We'll let you know by Monday, because it's been a long process. We don't want to keep you waiting about anymore." And as I got outside, I just thought, well, even if I didn't get the job, I got to meet Frank McClintock and Liam Brady.
I've already won.
Yeah, so I was like, so I'm on the way home, and I'm on a packed commuter train out to the suburbs, out to the wilds of Essex, and my mobile phone rings, and it's an unknown number. So I just thought it was somebody trying to sell me something. So I binned it, and
You keep
sat
getting
there.
in your own way with this.
Yeah. This is it. Yeah. This is me. And then the phone rings again, and it's Sue Campbell mobile, and no word of a lie, I sat there and thought to myself, "Oh, I've left something at the office." I'm literally patting myself down, thinking. And she's come on the phone, and I said, "Hi, Sue." And she said, "Mark, are you somewhere quiet?" And I said, "No, not really. I'm on a packed commuter train." And she said, "Well, are you sitting down?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I am sitting down." And she said, "Well," and I'm still not like cluing in what she's going on about. I'm thinking, and she said, "We've had a chat. We don't want to wait till Monday. We'd just like to let you know you've got the job." And I'm like, on the train, and of course I've gone all silent, like welling up, and Sue's going, Mark, are you, yeah, and I'm going, Sue, I don't know what to say. I'm like, and all these people are looking at me on the train like you're a madman. In England, no one talks to each other on trains, or in the south of England anyway. And they're all like, well, what's the matter with him?
Hugging people and like,
yeah, that's it. Is he on drugs or something? And so she said, right, well, ring me back when you get time, but you've got the role. And by the way, do you want to know what the salary is? Because you've never asked. And I was like, well, yeah, quite interested. So she told me, and I said, well, to be honest, Sue, I probably would have done it, for a lot less. But so
again,
it was
getting in your own way.
yeah. So yeah, and
Mark Brindle, master negotiator.
Yeah, exactly. And then I thought, so I put the phone down. She said, "We'll speak on Monday. We'll organise everything, and you'll get the contract be sent out to you." Blah blah blah. And then I thought, I've got to tell the wife, and I thought I can't tell her. I can't ring her on the train because I will just burst into tears. And so I sent her a text, and it was half term from school at the time, and my youngest boy was about 11, and he was at the skateboard park with his mates, and my wife had gone down to see him. And so Fred, my boy, he's on his skateboard, and his mates turned around to him and said, "Fred, is your mum okay?" And Fred's like looked over, and Debbie, my wife, is jumping up and down and going mad. And Fred just turned around to his mate and said, "Yeah, she's always like that." And that was it. And we had quite a party that night, it must be said.
It's a great story, and I love hearing it because it's I mean, just imagining yourself in your position. Now, the last time you told me that story, there are a few things I didn't know about you, and in the meantime, we're in a very difficult financial environment with COVID, and it's been well publicized that Arsenal have had what they call redundancies, people who have unfortunately lost their job while there were no fans in the stadium and that sort of thing, and kind of, to me, out of nowhere, but clearly it wasn't out of nowhere, we began hearing whispers that certain positions or certain individuals in those positions were under threat of becoming redundant. And I hate that word redundant, but and that's what it's called. I mean, it's even worse here. They call it getting laid off. But the thing that struck me was when I heard your name associated with that in the midst of no physical supporters in the stadium, in the midst of Arsenal kind of sliding down the worldwide popularity scale based on performance on the pitch and marketability, when supporters clubs and the network, the worldwide network of fans is so important, knowing through our discussions and familiarity for the charity, knowing how important you are and have been to Arsenal America and to Tiffany and everyone on the team at Arsenal America, it just boggled my mind that they were even considering letting you go. And so, a number of people independently and jointly reached out to the club. I ended up getting to know a gentleman who's been nothing but very nice to me, Amar Hijani, who I understand is moved on himself, but the outcry there, you know, and our messages to each other, I think the club finally listened, but what I did not know about you until I spoke to Tiffany about it after the fact was that you had left a job and a career that, I mean, the supporters liaison is not something you know, it's not podcasting. You don't do it on your free time when you you know, and put very little thought or effort into it. I suppose you could if you sucked at it, but you don't. And, you know, so it was a financial sacrifice and a career path sacrifice. And that's what I didn't even realize when I was outraged about you losing your position, is that you were really bent over backwards. And perhaps had you been made redundant and had to enter the workforce, you could have done so at financial and personal gain, but at a loss of something that's a labor of love for you. So, I mean, it just made it made the fact that that decision was reversed even, you know, more impressive, that your desire was to continue there. But, you know, what can you tell us as an ongoing employee of the club about what that experience was like for you? Because it isn't just about Arsenal, it's about the environment that we live in, and how, you know, things are not necessarily always as secure as you would like them to be.
Yeah, I think again we've got to look back in time a little bit. You know, once we dropped out of the Champions League, I think there was an awareness around the club that budgets were going to be tight. And obviously Ivan Gazidis was in charge then. And he said we can quite easily do 2 seasons in the Europa League without any problems, which, you know, is fair enough. You know, I think at the time we all thought 2 seasons would be enough. We've, you know, obviously wrongly thought we would be back in the Champions League pretty soon, but things didn't go to plan. 4 years into the Europa League, there were a lot of people saying, look, we are overstaffed. And, you know, it was quite obvious that something would have to give. And I think when it came down to it, it was a shock. I think it was a Monday. We got called to a staff call at very short notice. And it was along the lines of, we are going to make redundancies. If you're in line for redundancy, you will receive a call tomorrow morning. And I remember coming out of that and thinking, I've got a feeling I'm under pressure here. And sure enough, 11 o'clock the next day, the team's call.
You weren't on a packed train when they called, were you?
No, not this time. I was sitting in my front room, unfortunately, and straight away I knew, and obviously shocked, deeply shocked. And I was asked at the time, you know, what are your thoughts? And I did say, I said, well, what do you expect me to say? It's like completely out of the blue. And they said, oh, well, you know, it's the corporate speak. You know, we're looking to redevelop the role, and we feel we can share the role out amongst people, blah, blah, blah. And so literally that call lasted 2 minutes, because I think it was quite clear that I wasn't overly impressed. They said, right, well, you know, you're going to the what they call the consultation period now. Again, something totally.
You told me about that. And it's a foreign concept, but yeah, go on.
That's it. Totally new to me. But you know, they talk you through your benefits that you get and your redundancy package, blah blah blah. But it also gives you an opportunity to make a case, I suppose. So I went away and thought about it a little bit.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, which is quite unlike me thinking about things. You know, so then I started just listing out exactly what I did, because the thing that triggered that was them saying, oh, we're looking to share the role out. So I went, and I mean, the list was just, I mean, I hate to say it, it's like 4 or 5 pages long. So when we went into the consultation period, they said to me, right, now's your chance to talk about the role and why you think you shouldn't be made redundant. So I just went into about 45-minute monologue, and I could see their faces, and it was just like, so. And at the end of it, I said,
But they didn't understand the breadth of the things that you did.
No,
that's hard to believe. But.
Yeah, so and that's it. You know, so to be fair to them, they went away. They came back to me, and literally the first conversation, I think it was the fourth or maybe even fifth meeting, they said, Mark, we just didn't understand, and that was backed up by you guys and everyone else, which was very humbling. You know, I didn't instigate it at all. I think it's
you
like a lot of
did not like, hey, could you do me a favor? No,
yeah.
not at all.
You know, a lot of things at Arsenal get leaked out, and the redundancies was obviously a big talking point. And I think there's somebody in the club, or maybe they're not in the club anymore, I don't know, but who just didn't agree with things. And so it was Thomas from Arsenal Denmark, who, again, I would strongly suggest you should get on your podcast. He's a great guy. He rang me. And he said, Mark, what is all this? What is all this rubbish in a thick Danish accent? He said to me, and I said, well, look, Thomas, I can't say anything because I am in the consultation period. That is the limit of what I can say. And he said, right, I'm going to write to the club. He said, who should I write to? And I said, look, again, I can't really say anything, but if it was down to me, you've got to go straight to the top. If you feel that strongly about it. He said, right, leave it with me. And then that was on a Saturday. Even by the Sunday, there was stuff coming through. Right, and I think it made a huge impact. And it very, very humbling. So going back to what you said about, still wanting to carry on with the role, I think that inspired me all the more. I see my role is that, I need to work even harder for the fans because of what's going on and what has happened. It's going to be an uphill task. There's lots of things happening that we probably still don't agree with, but that's what I'm there for. I'm there to fight that corner, whilst I can, I will do. And as I say, it was very, very humbling what you guys and everyone else did.
To boil it down to financial and redundancies, you really have, and I'm not going to assign blame or try to to cast aspersions on this. I mean, clearly a mistake was made in not recognizing that your position was not one that was in any way redundant, and not the position, but your application of it. The one thing a club cannot afford to do, especially a club with the Arsenal way, is in a tough time for the club where relationships are at a premium. The face-to-face, person-to-person, visual in-person interaction is literally non-existent as a result of a global pandemic. The last thing you want is to sever ties between people that are the lifeblood of your club, whether it's the local match day going fans, whether it's the people in the away scheme, whether it's the supporters in America and Asia and Africa and South America, elsewhere in Europe, in Denmark, in Serbia. If you were watching the podcast earlier, you'll understand why I said that. It's at that time you need those relationships to be either strong or growing, not just and I just for them to think, they it's amazing that they could have not recognized, and I don't want to belabor this point, for them to not recognize how individualized your role is in that. And again, I don't know you through Arsenal America. I met you through Arsenal America, but I don't know you in that capacity. I know you just from your help and your assistance in introducing me to Lynn Cheney and and to others in the club
Yeah.
To help the podcast, and more importantly than the podcast, which is a vanity project of mine, the charity, which is a passion project of mine. You know, I've just been able to tell that the relationship, and I know now Tiffany and David and Jeff and Lori and all the people that have relationships with you through the club, and I've seen through them how important that relationship is when the club come to visit the States, or when they almost come to visit the States.
Yeah, that was so disappointing.
It is a really intense relationship, and having that personal contact rather than, you know, like a call center that this is a S.L.O department. How can we help you? Really makes a big difference. So what specifically in your role do you are you? And I talked to Amar a little bit about this, but like your role as a supporters liaison is largely with the supporters groups that are, you know, including the London group, but the supporters groups that are really all over the world. How involved are you, or are you not, in the day-to-day match going kind of, you know, not ticketing, but supporters experience? Because that, you know, that's obviously getting ready to change again soon.
Yeah, so I'm heavily involved. We're in a constant state of meetings. I don't know if you know much about how our government has dealt with the COVID crisis, without getting political, but it's been very changeable, and the parameters are changing all the time. So it's been a non-stop roller coaster, really, of what we can do, what we can't do. And I think there's still more to come from that, especially as we get into winter. We are going back to full capacity. We're not doing any checks at the moment, but it looks likely from about October the 1st that you will have to have a COVID passport or proof of double jab, and things like that. So it has been a very drawn out and intensive process over the last 18 months, really. And although I'm involved in it on a daily basis, I take my hat off to people in stadium management and things like that, because the hoops they've had to jump through, it's just madness, absolute madness. And going back to what we were saying earlier, we're a lot less staff now. So people are doubling up and things, so it's been very, very intense. So I'll just be glad to get to Brentford tomorrow night, and actually see some football in a full stadium. I'm really looking forward to it. And, I think that's the positive now we've got to look to. Let's get on the pitch, and hopefully, we can have a good season.
Yeah, and this is nothing to do with you, but I'm hearing from a lot of my mates over there that there's no alcohol involved in the away section at Brentford tomorrow, and that's a big problem for a lot of people. But
yeah, but I think a Friday night game, everyone can have a good drink before they get there. One thing I would say is that it's a new ground, and it's a new ground for Brentford as well. And I think there's potential for chaos. So, because everyone's not going to know where they're going, there's restrictions on where you can go and you can't go, and what train stations you can go back from, and so hopefully people will read stuff. I'll put it out there, and the club are putting it out there on the website. So please, anyone who's listening, who's going, please read the stuff, and take note.
And 60,000 fans in the stadium for Chelsea. That's just going to be. I have no idea what to expect. I mean, God forbid we don't get all 3 points against Brentford, and then we start off the game so we concede the first goal against Chelsea. Like is the team? I know match going fans don't tend to be the same as social media arsenal, but I mean, is there I hope that the team is buoyed and by the support of the fans. I pray that the match going fans don't take out ultimately 2 years of frustration that they're very rationally, entitled to feel on the pitch on the very first day. I mean, this team needs to be reminded of the support of the supporters, not held to task for past or temporary downfalls that's going on. But
I think it's an opportunity for a massive reset as far as the support base is concerned. Let's get rid of all that negativity there was at the end. And now we've been without it for so long. Let's get in there, have a laugh, get behind the team. We might not agree with everything that's gone on over the summer, but it's the 11 players on the pitch are the 11 players on the pitch. We need to support them, I really feel passionately about it that we can play our part. We might not be the noisiest fans in the world, but we can definitely play a part. And when the Emirates gets rocking, it is a place to be, and it can be very, very loud.
I've been in some pretty good environments in the Emirates. Unfortunately, it's the exception rather than the rule. But the game against Liverpool, the 1-1 where Lacazette scored the tying goal. I've heard that the 4-2 against Spurs was incredible, and it isn't the ground, it's the people in the ground, and we have the control over whether it's a great environment or not. So I certainly hope that is the case. If you're in the chat, I'd love to get some questions. I mean, most of the people in the chat right now are on your side of the pond, Mark, because of the hour.
Yeah.
But so more than likely to have some match going supporters or local supporters. If you got a question for Mark, please put it in the chat or come on in with gooneropenmic.com. So let's talk about Orlando. I have a perspective of Gooner get-togethers, and there's been 3 or 4 times in this marathon that we've kind of come back to the same subject, but I can't say it enough. The reason I go and travel for the Arsenal is 10%. I mean, and maybe I'm a bit jaded and lucky because I've seen the Arsenal so many times in my adult life, both here and abroad. It's 10% to watch the game and 90% to be with the people. It helped that I had media credentials and I was going to, be able to get some behind the scenes access. And, the last time I had that, we ended up in a room interviewing Josh Kroenke, which was unique. But the real goal of that was going to be the parties that happened, the gatherings, the tailgate, the pregame, the postgame. And that's what I really look forward to. And frankly, the fundraising that I was going to be able to do as a result, like we did in 2019. Now, we all saw it coming, but we didn't want to admit that it was going to happen. And on the Tuesday before the Sunday of the first game, the news finally broke through the media, not through the supporters channels, which was an interesting one. Am I allowed to ask you that, like, why did, and I'm not blaming them at all, but why did the Chris Wheatleys and Charles Watts of the world know about this before the team on the ground, the advanced travel team in Orlando that was already there scouting out things like, I guess, hotel and other things? I mean, that's a weird distribution. I didn't plan to ask you that question, but
no, I think it's a very fair question as well. And I think I can answer it by telling you that I learned about it from Tiffany.
That's what I'm saying. Like we were all in a group together saying, I'm like, Tiffany, David Ornstein just tweeted this out. And she's like, I'm not saying it's not true, but I have not heard that. And in fact, I've heard that they don't, that the team on the ground there doesn't know it. And frankly, Mark wasn't aware of it. I understand that it developed very, very quickly. And I believe in the middle of a night, some, things were decided, but the order in which the information was disseminated was a bit strange to me, and it tells me that the club still kind of has an affinity towards distributing information through the traditional print media, You know, and I question the wisdom of that, but I'll leave that there. What was your experience like? Were you going to be in the traveling party that was heading over?
No, it was a very limited party, and also, you know, mainly based around the COVID restrictions. They were keeping it to the bubble of London Colney, the training bubble. So there were a few marketing guys, etc., going, but they'd made it very clear to me at an early stage there was going to be no supporter interaction. So in effect, there was no reason for me to go. Not that I've ever gone on a tour before anyway. The only one I was scheduled to go on was Australia, but unfortunately I was taken really ill just before. So
we're going to get you to New Orleans. God forbid that gets canceled, but if it doesn't, you're coming to New Orleans.
Yeah, that's, you know, I've got that in my diary, Gooners. I'm, you know, looking forward to that. And you know, I've got to speak to a few people about, you know, getting out there for that. So I'm determined to be there for that one.
Your first 94 pints are on me.
But yeah, so it was. I must admit, I thought it was a bit strange that in the first place that in these times that we were going to go to America for such a short period of time as well. You know, but you know, we were almost there, weren't we? It's, you know, such short notice. I spoke to somebody the day before that was going, and how excited, and he said, "Oh, I'm just going off for my COVID test," and I didn't think anything of it. You know, just thought, "Oh yeah, we're definitely going, and it'd be great for you guys." You know, and I was telling people, you know, to expect a big welcome. You will be really shocked and pleased. And then, as you say, you know, Tiffany, I think it was, it might have been a Sunday afternoon or something, and Tiffany sent me a message, and I was like, what's she talking about?
It was Tuesday, I think, that the news.
Oh yes, I know it was
due to travel on the Wednesday or the Thursday. I believe. I think it was the Wednesday, actually, because I was going to come down a day early when I found out that the club was actually going to be there on Wednesday. Again, I thought maybe as media I might have a chance to at least, you know, be on a Zoom or something. I wanted to get down there, and then that happened, and I know that you've got a hard stop where you've got to leave us coming up, but. I did want to kind of find out a little bit about how that happened behind the scenes, because I was aware that you found out from us finding out from the press.
So what I would say, it was, you know, another learning point, and the point has been made that surely not just me, I'm not saying it's me, I'm saying staff should have been informed before the world's press.
I would agree with that. I think that is far too often overlooked. We're gonna have a quick changeover because our next guest is here a little bit early, and I want Mark. I wanted you to be able to say hi to my friend Lee.
Hi, Lee.
Hey,
how you doing,
Lee?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Do you know Mark? Mark Brindle is our supporters liaison officer from within Arsenal.
We have met in the press lounge a few times.
Yeah, I know the face, the beard.
And the hardest working man in non-show business. But we were just talking about the Orlando fiasco with the team almost coming to Orlando. I ended up just going down to Orlando anyway, and this is kind of where I wanted to finish this off, Mark, is by saying that as soon as the club pulled out, I know that probably 50 to 60% of the people who were planning on going down there found a way, if they could, to get refunds on travel. The tickets were refunded, or just changed it into a Disney World type of vacation. Yeah. But the hardcore group of people who go to Gooners, who go to all of the cities when they come to the U.S. We went down there anyway because we knew it would be a party. We called it no parte, we still party. I've got videos to show of the time that we had down there. Still raised a great amount of money for Gooners versus Cancer while we were there. And, again, seeing, and I don't mean to pick on anybody, but seeing Eddie Nketiah, score 2 goals against Million RSFC would have been great. But it wasn't the reason I was going down to Orlando, and so we still had fun, and that's what being a supporter of the club is like. That's what you've helped to foster through your help with the supporters clubs in America, in Denmark, as you've said, and in other areas.
But I think that's the thing of it. You know, as you know, I'm long in the tooth from going to Arsenal, but obviously I always used to love the football and, you know, watching Lee, you know, watched all these games and everything. But the thing for me and everyone really was the social side of it. It's a chance to go on a Saturday, 3:00. I know that doesn't often happen now either, but
it will this year.
Yeah, and you know, go and have a few beers and have a laugh. And I think a lot of the time now it's just too serious. Everyone's so serious in the ground, and you know, it's life or death. Everything is life or death, and I just think we've got to get back to having a bit of a laugh, a bit of a crack. So
I mean, look, Arsenal's success. I mean, you know, not during Lee's career, of course, but Arsenal has had some peaks and valleys. Just, you know, only peaks during our Lee's career. But
Well, no, we had a few
there were no
downs, yeah.
tough times in the mid '90s. But we're not going to talk about that. But you really have. I mean, there are so many people, and this is just a generational thing. It's a social media thing. It is unavoidable, unfortunately. But so many people whose fandom of Arsenal consists specifically of results and solely of results, and it's just unfortunate because you are missing the point if you don't get involved in the fan element of that. So, Mark, have you got to run, or do you have one more minute? Because we want to do a prize drawing.
I wanted to say something about that as well, because you know, back in Lee's day, that we were known as 1-0 to the Arsenal and all that stuff. As an away fan, then we even found that funny, in that we'd go 1-0 up, and you know it was all over. Thank you, good night, and you could see the home fans getting more and more frustrated, and we just used to think it was hysterical. We could have gone back down the pub. And you know, but it was just fun watching these people going berserk that they knew they weren't going to get anything out of the game. So you know, I think it's all about fun. One fun thing I would say.
And then Mustafi came along. What have you got there?
Yeah, Mike. So this book was produced for the 70-71 double celebrations, the 50th anniversary, and there were 71 of them produced. All right, so it's a very, very limited edition.
I like where this is headed.
Right. Okay. So I've got a spare copy here, and you know, if you want, you can put it up for the highest bidder, and I will post it out once you've got that. Yeah, as I say, there are only 71 in the world. They've all gone out to the players that were in the squad. It's a fantastic book, and this is one thing we were working on. And what a pleasure this was. All photos from, you know, and so it went out to the squad. If they pass away, which a few unfortunately have, they're next to kin. It went to the referee on the day.
Has Jill Armstrong got one?
Yes, yeah. So you know, they're all there, and it really is. They gave a paperback version at the last program against Brighton. With the program, but this is the hardback version, and you're more than welcome to take it for your charity.
Mark,
fundraising.
that is phenomenal, and I mean you continue to just amaze and impress me with your generosity and your help within the club. I will absolutely find a way to maximize the donation that we can get to Gooners.
This is issue 55 of 71. There you go.
Cool. That's fantastic, Mark. Thank you so much for that. Real quick, I want to do a quick prize drawing. This is the 8th to last prize drawing. It is the final Ruth Beck art. Are you guys aware of Ruth Beck?
Yeah.
Ruth Beck makes some incredible artwork, and this one is a real special one with Ian Wright and Dennis Burkamp. And we're giving this away. We've been doing drawings all throughout the 24 hours. And the winner of this drawing, and then we'll let you go, Mark, because I know you've got something you need to move on to. The winner of the final Ruth Beck art drawing is
Lee Dixon.
Let's see. Oh, I got to share the screen here. Hold on a second.
I'm glad you're doing all this technical stuff.
I've been up for like 94 straight hours, and I'm pushing buttons here. But the winner is Steve Manius. Now, you weren't around earlier in the podcast, but Steve, who made a very, very generous.
I know
donation.
that name.
Yeah, you know Steve, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Steve made a very generous donation. Therefore, he's got a very heavy. He does not weigh 400 anything, but he has 400 tickets. We made a rule that the most things you could win were 5, or 3 things that you could win, and that we would not have your third one be something you've already won. So we're actually going to pick another winner so that Steve can remain in the drawings for some of the incredible prizes we have coming up. So I am actually going to redraw here.
Just give it to Lee.
I think I've got that picture, I think, somewhere.
Matt Judge. All right, Matt's in a WhatsApp group with me. Matt is a phenomenal guy, and apparently he weighs 2% what Steve Manius weighs if you go by this weight thing. But Matt, you've won the Ian Wright Dennis Bergkamp picture, and I'm thrilled. I'll tell you you've won as soon as this is over. If you're not watching already. So yes, thank you, Matt, and thank you, Mark, again for your support, not just of the charity, but of Arsenal supporters worldwide. I don't know what Tiffany and Lori and Jeff would do without you. I don't know what we would do without you, and I'm glad that we didn't have to face that reality. I hope that they have to. This is going to sound weird to Lee unless he was watching, but I hope they carry you out in a box. Like you said that they were going to carry.
Well, the weight I put on in lockdown, that might be the case. But
it might be a piano box, but
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, Mark. Cheers. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the game tomorrow night, lads. And
Mark.
Yeah, see you soon. Yeah, see you soon, Lee. Cheers.
Hello again, Lee.
How long you been going now?
This is the beginning of hour 18, or as we call it during the transfer window, hour 18. But yeah, you know what? I there's a point at which you realize you're going to make it. Like when you run a marathon, or in your case, a long bike race, neither of which I have any experience with. There's a point at which
absolutely there's that point when you go, I'm going to do this. It's normally I normally find it just after you've gone halfway, you go, well, I've done that, so I can now. It's like getting to half time at football match. It's the next sort of 10 or 15 minutes in the second half where you go, oh, we've got this. It's fine. It's all sorted. Unless it was back in the early 90s when it was sorted after the first goal went in after a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Like Mark was just saying. I have heard, and I actually used to. It amazes people when I tell them I used to be a footballer, and I've got Gab Marcotti to back me up on that. He was my teammate actually in London. But I was a footballer, and I was also a distance runner when I was about 8 to about 13. Used to run 10-kilometer races, that sort of thing, and I never really could do more than that. But I have heard from marathon runners that once you run a half marathon, you can then do a full marathon. Like if you can run a half marathon without dying, you can do a full marathon. And so it's interesting. It sounds like it's the same with long distance biking.
Thankfully, I'm not going to test that theory out about marathon running. No, my marathon days are over.
You're going to need 4 new knees if you do that. But how I always ask you this at the beginning of our podcast. How are the new knees doing?
Well, it's just one new knee, Mike. I didn't my left legs, because I never used my left leg. So that was like the day I was born. It's just perfect. And now my
you didn't
right.
use it to kick Ginola?
No, I don't think I ever kicked him with my left. My right,
my left being the key part of that.
Yeah, I definitely wore my right out, kicking several people, and Ginola was high on the list, as you know. But the knee is absolutely amazing. I'm walking, I can walk around a golf, carrying my bag, have lunch, and then walk another 18 holes and not have any pain. It's just absolutely life-changing, to the point of half thinking my mad side of starting to maybe have a little kick around in the five-a-side and just, stroke a few balls through the midfield. And
here come the clamors. I mean, we are looking for a new right back.
Well, I've definitely got the urge to play a little bit of five-a-side. I've not got no interest in playing 11-a-side at all.
I remember seeing a couple of years ago. I think I want to say Perry was involved in this, but there's like it's what Cameo is like you can pay a little bit of money and you get like a voicemail message from a famous person or something like that. There was kind of a version of that for footballers where, like, if you're having a stag do or you're a charity event or something like that, you can there's a whole like list of footballers that you could have.
Could you imagine turning up at a stag do and then you
Vinnie Jones
there and the best man's saying, got a surprise for you, and then I turn up and most of the people will be drunk at this point, and then and it would be a really good idea for me to be playing amongst all those lot when they're absolutely swiping, especially if the Stag's a Tottenham fan. I mean, it just wouldn't work, would it?
No, I don't think it would, but I think it'd be hilarious to watch. But
that idea.
So yeah, we've covered the need. Do you think that they've perfected it to the point where I could go get a couple just preventatively? I mean, my knees are probably the one of the things that aren't broken in my body right now, but at some point, with carrying all this weight, I'm sure they will be.
No, Mike, I'm telling you, if you only need to, the only reason to have a knee replacement is if you're in last drink saloon where you can hardly walk, and it's because the post-operative pain for the first 3 weeks is like nothing you've ever sampled in your life before. So I wouldn't wish that on anyone, but
all I've heard is rants and raves from you about how incredible it is. So.
Yeah, once you know what's coming after it, you kind of go, I'll put up with that pain. But if you didn't have to do it, like you don't, because your knees are perfect, then don't go down that road. Stay away from the surgeon.
Look at that! Look at that thing. It's amazing. So we have been running we've got a lot of people in the chat who are talking about it. I think we have Giannis talking about how he hears your voice every other day on FIFA. I control my son's screen time on FIFA. It sounds like his father, although he's a grown up, his father keeps him to every other day. But one of the things we do for Gooners versus Cancer is we run a FIFA tournament, FIFA 21 tournament for gamers. It's a $25 donation to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, and we run it like the Champions League. We have a version for the Xbox and a version for PlayStation. And so I was going to say, despite not being a gamer myself, that I've been hearing your voice a lot lately. The tournament has raised over $1,500 for Gooners versus Cancer.
Wow.
And it's getting down to the semifinals. My son actually won it last year, although he was representing somebody else who had bought in and donated the money back to the charity, but he didn't make it past the quarterfinals. And I think he said it was because Alan Smith wasn't commentating anymore.
Well, if he wants Alan Smith back, I'll give him a call if he wants him back.
Have I heard correctly that in the next version, Stuart Robson's taken over for you?
Correct.
What is it about Arsenal players?
Where did you hear that from?
I didn't make it up. I don't remember where I heard it from. Is that not public knowledge?
I'm not sure it is at the moment. No.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to put you in. It's funny because our preseason podcast last year, we had Alan Smith on, and he, without me realizing it, broke the news that he wasn't going to be returning, and that you and Derek were going to be the primary and sole voices on it.
I can do an Alan Smith and say I will not be returning into your living room next season. So
exclusive, guys, and we have the potentially in about I think it's 2.5 hours from now, we have the man who's taking your job coming into the podcast, Stuart Robson himself. EA Sports just seems to love Arsenal players and ex-Gooners podcast guests or former Gooners podcast guests.
Who knew?
Who are they going to have on next? Is it going to be Darren?
Darren.
Lee, we've got your
Hello,
buddy
mate.
Darren on. Darren, you're on mute right now, buddy.
He's next.
Yeah, Darren, you got to unmute your mic.
You're on mute, Dazzer.
But at least, I didn't press the block button though, did I, Mike?
Yeah, Lee. About 2 hours ago, we had Arsblog and James McNicholas Gunner Blog on, and about 20 minutes into the segment, I was trying to highlight a comment that Darren made in the chat, and unfortunately, I pressed the wrong button. And I ended up blocking him, and I'm like, Darren's gonna think I don't like him anymore. It's and I instantly I reached out on Twitter and DM'd him. I'm like, that was an accident. I pressed the wrong button, and then I started crowdsourcing ideas on how to unblock him, which I finally was able to figure out. But like 20 minutes of a pretty good interview, I was focused on getting Darren unblocked. So,
well, it's understandable. You've been on air for about 40 hours as it is. So
yeah, I mean, I haven't slept in 19 days, but you know, I somehow pressed the wrong button. So from the Highbury Squad loves you, Darren, and yeah, Mark, he won't let it go, but I deserved it. I absolutely deserved that. So, Darren, tell the story about you and Lee and how you got to know each other, because I mean, it's been a joy for me in this podcasting journey that I've been on to sound like a realities TV star, to be able to talk to my heroes when I was a teenager watching Arsenal, and I know how much it means to kind of form relationships with the people that you grew up idolizing. I can only imagine it feels the same for you.
Am I a fan of Lee? I don't. What made you think? What made you think that?
I would say a small one. Yeah, one of my smaller fans. No, I mean I'm taking words out of his mouth. You tell me, but yeah, Darren. As you can see by the back of his wall behind him, he's probably got more photos of me than I've got myself, and he's got more shirts with the 2 on than I have, because most of mine have been given away to charity and things like that. So.
Except for that one that you won't give to us, that I'm still working on, the one with all this. Yeah, the one that you wore on the last podcast. We got to see that again. You don't have to put it on, but
hang on, quickly. I'll show you another one. I've just got this out because I've moved house, and I've just got this. I've took it out the frame because I didn't like the frame, and it's now stuck on a piece of cardboard ready to go in another frame. So, and obviously you'll recognize it because it's that one.
Beautiful stuff, man.
Yeah. So unfortunately you're not having either of those 2.
No, you're helping me with something else right now that I've been working on, that and I'm fully expecting you to pay the 72p to have the post person pick it up. But yeah, if we can get one more person involved in this, it's going to be a really special item for the raffle. And I want to thank Alan Smith for heading that up. I'm not gonna reveal what it is yet, but it's something that I believe you and Alan Smith and 2 others have been working on our behalf, and I appreciate it. But Darren, let's give you a chance to talk, man. So tell us your Lee Dixon origination story. Why Lee Dixon?
I have no idea. No, it sort of
you
started
picked a name out of the phone book.
Because I grew up in care, as some people know, and my old social worker was a huge Arsenal fan. Like, he'll come in like wearing the shirt and everything, and he's like, "You're gonna have to watch a match." Like, at that point, I wasn't interested in football. I was like, "Oh yeah, right, whatever." And I sort of started watching it, and all of a sudden, I saw Lee just doing this bullet of a header. I was like, okay,
into the other team's net, right? Not, I mean, it wasn't like a. I mean, you love yourself a pretty goal. It just isn't always to the right goal.
But I just remember just watching it, and like, I had a drink that went flying. His drink went flying. I was like, yeah, do you know what? I'm going to support this team from then on, and it's gone downhill since. So love you really.
No, and while you're on with us, I want you to. I know that you've done a couple of YouTube shows that Lee's been on. No doubt they they were more enjoyable for Lee than the YouTube shows that we've done with him on. Except maybe for the one with Rebecca Lowe that we surprised her with you. That was a fun one.
That was fun, wasn't it?
But I want you to talk about the reason that you have the name that you have on our podcast here, the tag Dazzer the Skydiver, because what you're doing is raising awareness and obviously we are big fans of anytime somebody does something for a great cause, and you're doing something pretty out there, for more out there than a 24-hour podcast. I will say that. So tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it was because I've always done the same thing. I've always done gamers like I need to do something different. I know, let's just jump out of a plane. There's the edge. Maybe off we go.
With a parachute, though.
I hope so.
I mean, we don't want this to be the last charity thing that you do. But who are you supporting in your drive, and how can we make sure to? I mean, we're talking to a lot of generous people right now. Hopefully, they'll continue to be generous. But for whom are you raising funds and awareness for?
Well, there's two, because I couldn't pick just the one. Obviously, one is for Willow Foundation, which is obviously the same sort of thing as Gooners vs. Cancer. They help out people with severe illnesses.
Willow is Bob Wilson's charity, right? Yeah.
And the other one, which I think Lee will probably know the organisation, and that is the York Dance Project. So.
Yeah, that's my wife's charity. That she's got a dance company, but part of the charitable side of the dance company is that they got put on workshops in schools in deprived areas of London, especially putting on workshops mainly connected to getting the kids to talk about what's going on for them. It's a mental health thing, but surrounded by bullying in schools and trying to encourage them to come out of themselves a little bit through movement. So the dance is a very big part of that, and it's amazing how it kind of pulls down the barriers between kids at school. And so she set that up quite a while ago, and Darren's been really kind before. He's done stuff before, charitable donations, etc. So he is a big supporter of that, and me and Yolanda, thank you for that. And obviously connected to the Willow Foundation, which I'm an ambassador for as well. So the two charities couldn't be closer to my heart, really. So the fact that Darren's going to jump out of a plane for that cause is astonishing and very brave. And I'm sure, once he's done that, and I know Darren will have some fears and trepidation about that, but the fact that he's taking that on board, and the fact that we're all listening to that, we all want you to gain the strength from us, and the Arsenal family will be firmly behind you. And it'll probably
actually be underneath you.
Yeah. Everyone I know who's jumped out of the plane, and I'm not going to join you, by the way.
Everyone, I've always signed you up, Lee. So it's too.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think you'll find there'll be a spare seat.
This is the big reveal, Lee. That we're
the big reveal. Yeah, I think you'll find that everyone I know who's actually jumped out of a plane in that, as said, it's the best thing they've ever done. So I'm sure you'll gain a lot of kudos from your friends, but also from yourself, an actual inner strength that will be a fascinating thing for you to share on the podcast next time you're on.
See, I think the thing that fears me is because obviously not so long ago I broke my ankle, which that's I can't play football for a while still. But it's just the fact of sitting on the edge of that doorway on the plane. It's okay, because I can't do heights for love or money.
Mate, let me give you, and I've not jumped out of a plane, but I'm just guessing that when you're sitting on the edge of that plane, your broken ankle will be the last thing on your mind.
Absolutely, yeah. The broken ankle isn't going to matter when you're jumping out of a plane. You're not going to re-break your ankle that way. So,
but I do have one question for Lee.
Yeah,
go on.
How do I score a proper goal? Because I'm obviously doing five-a-side next year, for my old local team. How do I score properly? Because I'm just without scoring my own goal,
what I was going to say. I'm more of an expert on that than. I mean, you're asking the wrong person. You need Ian Wright on this podcast.
Well,
About
come
scoring
back
goals.
But the
when
header
Super
will
Kev
be-
is on in a few hours, and
Yeah.
and ask
Do you
him
know what?
that.
Do you know what I find? And hi everybody. By the
Welcome
way,
back,
we'll
Owen.
get,
Owen,
we'll get to that in a
refresh
minute. I'm trying to give some words of wisdom to Darren here. I find it's all about confidence when you're shooting at 5-a-side. So tuck over, put your chest to the ground, swing your foot, and scream Gerrard. It always seems to work. Everybody looks good when they do that.
Great advice.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Owen, back to the podcast after a nice little refreshing nap.
Man, you'll never believe what happened. Like I'm actually serious. You'll never believe what happened. So after 24 hours of being awake, I went to bed and I slept for 5 hours. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't believe your lack of dedication to the podcast to do that. But Darren, tell us. Well, first of all, everybody that is either watching this live or watches this later on, go and follow Darren on Twitter, because Darren puts out some tweets about the great things that he's doing to raise awareness for charities, including the skydive. And we want to make sure that we follow him, we put our notifications on so we can retweet when he tweets. So Darren, I know you've changed your Twitter name a couple of times, but what is the handle that we can find you on?
I don't know. Gooner Boy Dazzer. That's the thing.
All right, so
yeah.
Oh, hold on, I just spelled it wrong. I want to put this up on the screen here, because that is the best way to find out what Darren's up to. Does that look right?
That's the one.
Okay, so Darren can be found at Gooner Boy Dazza. Become a very good friend of the podcast lately. We're big fans of what you do, and I'm thrilled that you were able to join us with Lee today. We're gonna switch you off for another fine young man who's going to come on the podcast as well for the last.
Just one more thing. Lee, stop showing off with your golfing.
It's the only thing I'm any good at now.
Well, that's all. Like when I was playing that video at one point, when I heard that swoosh, I was watching it and they went, "What the hell is that?" I said, "It's fine. It's just Dicko just hitting a good ball out. It's fine."
I'm sorry. I'll stop showing off.
No, it's fine. I enjoy seeing them. It's fine.
Dazzer coming out with the banter now. He's just bantering the heck out of you, Lee. I can't believe, the brashness.
How do I switch him off from this end? Can I switch him off now?
Dazzer, it's been great. Let's quit while you're ahead, okay, bud?
See you, mate.
All right. Bringing on someone else and who's very tired, has really not slept very much, but it's because he really wanted to talk to you. We're bringing on now FIFA royalty, the winner of the 2020 Xbox version of the FIFA 20 tournament, quarterfinalist in 2021, Jake Feinberg, who's in the same clothing he was wearing last night. Did you sleep in that shirt?
No,
you don't sleep in a shirt.
I just wanted to put it back on because I was complimented so much last night on the shirt. So yeah,
that doesn't mean you wear it every day, though.
No. I just put it on last night. Don't worry about it. But,
so Jake, literally, how big of a part of your life is Lee Dixon in this day and age? I mean, I guess from a parental control standpoint, the answer is as big as I let him be. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Whenever I play the game, it's a lot of people don't listen to the commentary anymore. They turn it off and they put music on for some reason. I'm always like, why wouldn't you listen to it? I get to listen to Arsenal Legends every time I play the game. But yeah, I love it. I don't know why everybody turns it off. Maybe it's because whenever they get scored on, then they feel like they're getting made fun of or something. I don't know.
My favorite thing about that, and it's on topic. I'm going to play a clip. I hope it's no more than a minute or so. But from one of your recent appearances on our podcast, Lee, talking about exactly that, about turning down the volume on FIFA.
Because I don't play the game.
Right.
I kind of the only feedback I get is from is from relatives and friends.
Whereas I know Derek just sits at home and plays the game 24/7. He's constantly packing.
Do you know what he does? Yeah. He plays it with the sound down and commentates over it again. He does.
That was so funny. He turns the sound down on himself so that he can hear himself better.
And then he records both of them and sees whether, and I guarantee it'll be exactly the same on both of them.
Oh man, no, that was funny. So what happened, Jake? I mean, you lost in the 265th minute of a two-legged match that ended up going to a third because it was still level against one of your best friends who's moved on to the finals now. Did Lee not encourage you enough to rise above? I mean, how is that possible?
We ended up getting to an Arsenal tiebreaker as well, Lee. And for some reason, well, maybe it's because I had to use Bellerin instead of you at right back.
I mean, there's your first mistake. Game changer, that is. It's a game
what my
changer.
17, almost 18-year-old son has just done is, number one, made a witty comment. Number two, he's just done a callback of John's comment in the chat, who John either does or accidentally brought up a subject that I know firsthand you have strong opinions on based on hearing you, not live streaming you when no one knew that they were live streaming you, but you know, I've heard you talk about Hector Bellerin in our current right back situation. So John, who was on the podcast earlier with us, is a good question. So Jake, you brought up Hector Bellerin. Lee, has your opinion changed in the last 3 years since I heard you at the Arsenal Supporters Trust talking about Hector?
I think. I mean, I was a big fan. I think he had, obviously if you go back to when he broke into the side, I spoke to Steve Bold at that time, and God knows how many years ago that was. I can't even remember. When he first got into the side, we were struggling at right back and he wasn't ready. And I said to Steve, he goes, Hector's coming in, but he's not ready. But we've got to play him. We're short in that position. And they gave him a go. And to be fair to him, he did very, very well. He's a super athlete. And as we know, he was very, very quick. That was, and I say this about all fullbacks, and I wasn't particularly slow. I mean, I was reasonably quick as a fullback, but I wasn't lightning quick like he.
What was your pace number? Were you 79 pace or 83 pace?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
I knew that was going to be your answer.
Is that some sort of FIFA thing or what?
Yeah.
I don't. Well, what would Walker be now? Pace.
Kyle Walker, he's like 93.
So if he's 93, I would be
46.
If he's a 93, I would and Hector would probably be. I would thought, what's Hector? Has he got a number?
Hector was a 97. Now he's a 60, I think.
He's got like 87 now since he's 8.
Well, did they have him above Walker? Was he
at one point? They did, yeah. But since he's been at Arsenal, he's gone down quite a bit, actually.
Well, he obviously the injury that he got is something that can slow you down. I know Mark Overmars had 2 cruciates and was faster after his operations than he was before them. So I mean, he had literally knees that were made in the operating theatre, and he was lightning quick. Anyway, we're getting away from it. So when he got into the side, he was very quick. He used his pace to get himself into positions where he was out of position, and he'd recovery runs, etc. He was reasonably good with the ball. He's never been brilliant with the ball in my book. His distribution is okay. He's a feeder. He's not particularly a creator. Crossings up, you know, I haven't really got an opinion on his crossing, which says everything about it. But there was always potential for him to turn into a very, very good fullback based on his athletic style, and with the right coaching, with the right centre back next to him, which is very important as well. You can't, you know, it's easy to build a positional strength if you've got somebody next to you who, one, you trust, and one, you get on with, and you also understand his game, and equally the guy in front of you. So as a fullback, you want somebody playing on the right, and your right side is centre back to have it becomes a 3. You know, if you look at me, Martin, and Ray Parlour in that position, we kind of everybody worked together to create maybe a mirage of, oh, Lee Dixon's a good fullback. Well, I had a lot of help. So with him, I don't think he's necessarily had that. I don't think he's picked up the coaching, whatever coaching he's been leveled at him. And I'm not on the pitch, so I don't know. I'm not on the training ground, so I don't know what has been told about him. I think the art of creating a back four and training them into being a unit has gone out the window anyway. So he's not particularly had an awful lot of help in that department. So then it's left up to the player. And the fact that we're talking about him leaving and not being, I've only got the experience of going to Arsenal as a 23, 24-year-old and being there for 15 years. And the reason I stayed there that long was because I understood my job and I made sure that I was the best at my job I possibly could be. And there was better fullbacks out there there's lots of better fullbacks out there than me in my era. But I managed to, with George's help, create something that was bigger than me, and I got the benefit of that. Take me out of that team and put me in another team at another club, and I perhaps wouldn't have been as good elsewhere because the sum of the parts was bigger than the individual. So Hector's never had that. So if he'd have been put in George Graham's team like I was, he could
George Graham would have said, "Take that stupid hat off and play football."
He just brushes his moustache off.
If George Graham was our podcast coach right now, he would have had no patience for this bullshit.
No, what I was going to ask you, Lee, is something that, as you mentioned there, I think he came in when Debussy got a bad injury, and Debussy was actually on fire that season. He was looking like an absolutely fantastic signing. But I think that in many ways that Hector Bellerin is just a victim of lack of competition in that position, and it isn't for a lack of trying to give him competition. We've seen Arsenal sign some right backs over the years, unfortunately, that just haven't really worked out. How important was it for you throughout your career to sort of, in the early stages of career, to have that sort of fight to get into the position, and then once you had gotten that position, to have someone coming in behind you, snapping at your heels?
Well, my biggest fight that I had in the team the whole 15 years was against myself, because I always had it in me. It was a trait of mine to go, waiting for the tap on the shoulder and the competition winner's got to come off the pitch now. You've had your 5 minutes of playing for Arsenal. Now you've got to go back to where you've come from. So I was always, it could end at any moment. Now, if you look at the people who, when I got in the side, I was taking over from Michael Thomas, who was filling in. Wasn't a fullback, who was filling in at the time, and Viv Anderson was the one that was before me that was like, right, we need to fill this space, and we haven't really got anybody. Michael, you go and do that. And then George sort of went, right, this is the one for me to come in. But I never felt like, oh, I'm here for 15 years now, I could just, I always felt, I've got to play well and I've got to do my job in order to stay in this side. Now, the competition after that wasn't particularly fierce. George was fierce, and he would, he'd put anybody in if somebody wasn't playing well. But he didn't have we weren't blessed with right backs throughout all my career. Now, that might have been a little bit of kind of reliance of me, because I never got injured, very rarely got injured. My form, I wasn't an up and down fullback. I didn't get 10 out of 10, 4 out of 10. I was kind of like 7 every week. There was loads of people who were getting 8s and 9s. And my philosophy when I was playing was, if I can churn a 7 out and get on the team sheet next week, that'll do me. That's my philosophy. So you didn't get big, there was a period in the early 90s maybe where I went through quite a bad spell of form, and that coincided with us not being particularly competitive in the league. And I got a bit of stick from the terracing. And it was like, wow, I've got to dig in here, because this could be terminal. It was like, right, so how do I get through this? And there was, I'd get the ball and I'd shank one into the North Bank, and the crowd would be like, oh, I could hear them. And I was going, and I talked to Tony Adams, and I talked to other people who'd been through, or, Tony's had a huge amount of stick with, more so with England. And you talk your way through it and go, do you know? But I was strong. I was a very strong character, mentally strong. I just went, you're in the stand booing me. I'm on the pitch playing, doing what you want to do. So I'm in the best position here. So you can boo me all you want. I'm not going anywhere. The only person who's going to make me go somewhere is George Graham or Arsene Wenger. And if they pick someone else, then fair dues. But it didn't really happen. So I saw a few, there was Craig McKernan came from Grimsby or Notts County, wherever he came from, and kind of, I was like, this young lad's come. I could see a bit of myself in him, and I was like, right, I've got to sort him out in training. He's going to get a clump in training because he's trying to get my position. We actually became good friends, me and him. And then, Pal Lyderson came, but you name the other fullbacks who were after my spot. There wasn't that many. And I think that was a reliance. And I could quite easily probably gone to that place of complacency and lost my place if I didn't have it in me. So it was more of a me thing than being pressured from below. With Hector, I think you might be right in as much as he hasn't had an awful lot of competition. And is it in him to be, to drive himself and think he's not going to be in the team every week? I'm not. I think he's a different character. I think he's quite happy, not quite happy to. I think he probably wants to be better, but he seems to have a lot going on in his life. And I don't know whether, and it'd be wrong of me.
He's just creeping in.
Yeah, it's wrong of me to judge him because I don't know him, modern day footballers have lots of things in their lives now, and you can quite easily go, he should be doing this, he should be doing that. But football has to be the most important thing in your life. Otherwise, you can be the victim of people saying you're doing things wrong. You've got to do it.
I know that documentary he did about his recovery from the ACL was seen as very self-serving and highly dramatic about something that when you're an athlete you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to be lionized for it, and I know that rubbed. I didn't watch it, but I think Andy didn't take kindly to that because he was like, "Get over yourself." But we've got a lot of really good questions from the chat, and I'm going to try to knock those down as soon as I get my own question answered here, which is. We talked earlier in this podcast-a-thon about one club players, and we were speculating, when it comes to Hale End guys like ESR and Smith Rowe, is it possible in this day and age for a guy who breaks in like those guys at age 19 or age 20? I mean, it's amazing. Those kids are 2 years, 1.5 years, 2 years older than my son. I mean, it's crazy, but same level of maturity as well, Jake, right? I know you weren't a one club player, but you kind of seem like one because by the time you got here from Stoke and got out of the car and went begging back to George Graham for your wage packet, then really from that point on, you're what, second highest in all-time games played?
Fourth, Mike.
Fourth, okay. You corrected me once when I got the number of games wrong. I got it short by one, so now I was trying to make up for that by giving you, that David O'Leary guy, whatever. But I mean,
what's the question?
You weren't a one club man, but do you see that ever happening again? Can someone get to a retirement age of 33, 34, 35 and just really be with one club the entirety of his career anymore?
No. Next question.
Because of the MLS?
Yeah.
You mentioned the place of complacency, and I was going to interrupt, but I didn't want to. But I was like, they call that the MLS now.
Well, it's like something I mentioned earlier when we were talking about this, Lee, and I'd be interested to hear your opinion on it. I mentioned the fact that I don't think maybe that these retirement contracts as such were as prevalent in the game years ago. Do you know the likes of clubs like Miami or LA or some of the clubs in China? Were there them sort of offers on the table back when maybe you were considering retirement, or are they sort of something quite new into the game now?
Yeah, no, that wasn't an option for me. There wasn't the money involved. TV revenues and input from TVs have made those things possible. Leagues grow in, huge amount of popularity in football in general, and the attractiveness of the Premier League makes the Premier League players attractive to these countries now that have got their own leagues, their own multi-millionaire owners. All that money becomes available to players now that wasn't there before. So absolutely. So there's always we're human beings that kick a ball around. I know sometimes we get eulogized and put on pedestals about how great we are and all this lot. We're just, normal people doing an extraordinary job. That's how I see ourselves, or see myself when I was playing. And human beings in general, most of us are quite, I'm putting me in it because I don't want to just say, oh, it's you lot, or it's other people. But human beings have a greed issue at times, and so when there's more available, there is that temptation to go, oh, I'll go somewhere else. I think the loyalty of attachment to a club has changed, and that might have something to do with the game is more cosmopolitan now, so there's more foreign influence of players in different clubs that have got no real attachment to. You come into the French lads who came into the club when I was playing. If you ask Thierry Henry, if you ask Patrick Vieira, they have a huge attachment to Arsenal, but that was learned behaviour from us, that we passed on all this tradition, and they latched on and went, yeah, we love Arsenal. I don't know whether, I think that's been diluted again. And there's no doubt that if I went to play in the Spanish league or something, I wouldn't necessarily have that attachment to wherever, Villarreal or wherever I went and signed for. I wouldn't have that. And I think so there's more attachment in the past than there was now. So it's easier for a player to go, I'm just going to go over there and I'm going to take the money. So will a player, I doubt very much whether players are going to stay for that length of time anymore. And so the likes of, Mark Noble, and you'll name a few others, I'm sure, but those type of coming towards the end of their careers who've been at their club, they're the last ones, I think, that you're going to see.
Totti is the one that keeps coming up in, I think for Roma, was it? I don't think it's going to happen anymore. As much as I would like to see it happen, the way the finances in football are going, it almost makes it impossible for a guy to stay at a club that long as well, unless it's a lower level club where no one's really snooping around for you. But
there's a level of understanding as well, because I remember I was always one of these people, traditionalist, if you want to call it that I used to think that, like, if you came through a club, you should be loyal, very much like Tony Adams. I think I remember him being quoted as saying that he never even looked at the figures on his contract when it was put in front of him. He just signed the thing because he was privileged. He said it sounded like a good line, though, didn't it? Let's be honest.
It's a great line.
So he never found himself in like a car park at a petrol station in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no, but I remember hearing from Oscar from Chelsea, because he was someone who was massively criticised when he made the big money move to China, and the reporter sort of asked him about the amount of stick that he was getting, and he claimed that, he says, individual decisions for him in terms of where he wants to play is fine, but the money that he's getting now is providing hospitals, food, education for an entire village where he grew up, and for him, the welfare of his homeland matters more to him than his ego. So I always think of that, and it was Didier Drogba is very much the same, providing a lot of stuff from his hometown as well. So I think it's sort of bad to cast judgment sometimes of a situation you don't know about.
Oscar went to a big money move to China. Didier Drogba went to a negative money move to the Phoenix Rising in the third division of American football. So of soccer, I should say. A great question, and one that we just like we've. By the way, Jake, you weren't on with us yet, but we unintentionally broke news apparently that Lee. I mean, where did we find out, Jake, that Lee wasn't coming back next season, and that Stuart Robson was going to be on FIFA?
I don't remember, but I feel like it must have been something that wasn't like necessarily not released yet, because I mean, you had told me, but like I don't know where.
I thought you told me or something like that. But anyway, we broke news to Alan Smith earlier when he was on with us in the second hour of 24. And Mark and I would both love to get your reaction to this. Alan did not realize that we were doing the All or Nothing series on Amazon, because a year ago he was on our season preview, and we were having a right laugh about the comedy series that was Tottenham Hotspur All or Nothing. And less than a year later, now we're in kind of the fetal position about this. But how would you have felt about it as a player? Would it have? And this is what I worry about with such a young team of young guys who seem to get it. And now you're going to throw a camera in their face 24 hours a day. Is this, I mean, the money, the global awareness, as you know, I get that that's all important, and that's probably what this is about. But does this have the potential to derail the continuity of the team and turn natural interactions into unnatural ones?
Well, I can't derail us any more than we're derailed, can it?
Well, the one thing that we have going for us is a core, you know, Tierney, Saka, Smith Rowe. That's like the shining light for us to look at and say, you know, that is what's going right. And I worry that this could potentially undermine it. But rather than my opinion, I believe Mark wanted your opinion.
Well, it's not. Listen, the game's changed. The commercial side of the game is completely changed than when I was playing. There was the introduction of something new into a dressing room about, well, you've got to do this now. You've got to speak to the press. You've got to now do an interview before the game, and you've got all. I understand all that. All of that is outside of the dressing room, and I'm old school. You know, the dressing room to me is like the sanctuary. Nobody goes in there who shouldn't be in there. Fly on the wall documentaries. I've done. You know, we back in the day we'd have TV cameras coming into certain areas, and it's all. I don't want to spoil anybody's watching of those type of things, but it's all contrived. It's not. You're not.
That's what I worry about.
You're always aware that the camera's there, even in the moments that, you know, that we saw in all of these things, and certainly the Man City one, the Tottenham one. When the manager's doing his thing, right in the middle of the heat of the moment, he's not actually thinking about that, but you're still aware it's there. And so you might not, as a player, you might not react in a certain way if you hear something because you know the cameras are there. So it is all, you're you're almost better off. You can watch the pictures and turn the sound off. You know, it's that type of, you can't, what you're seeing is probably true, but what you're hearing is different. And I would not, you know, for a team, the way I look at it, and obviously City did one, so it's slightly different in that respect. But as a player, I think we should start doing stuff like that if we're 8th or 9th in the league, because if you're really, really going to be competitive in any sport, the fact that you've got a camera shoved in your face can only distract you. It can't help you. It can't help you be a winner. It can only distract you, in my book.
It's not going to increase the chemistry. It's not going to improve the chemistry in the club. And chemistry, I think, is as important. And I say this as a former professional footballer myself. Chemistry is as important as quality, I think, in many cases when you have a team in a rebuild stage.
Do you think that maybe we're not given enough credit for how conditioned that these modern day players possibly are to stuff like this? I mean, even look at the club itself has coverage of every training session, of every trip to the Emirates or every trip to an away game. There seems to be cameras of behind the scene footage constantly. These guys have cameras shoved in their face. So do you think that maybe more so than any other generation that these boys are possibly just conditioned for something like that?
Possibly. I can't comment on that because I'm, you know, in my day it was an unusual thing. So, but I know what it takes to be a winner, and any distraction at all, for me, took away from my performance. It didn't add to it. So I can only give you my opinion on what it would be like for me being in a dressing room where I need to be completely fully honest with the bloke I'm speaking to at half time, and I know there's a camera there that's going to record every single word. That for me is not going to help me tell, Nigel Winterburn that I think he should be a little bit narrower and then we end up having a fallout. And I don't want to go into, I wouldn't have enjoyed going into George Graham's Daimler Sovereign with a camera crew in the back, and him turning around to me and goes, "You're just a money grabber, that I've got you wrong," and getting out of the car. It wouldn't have worked for me. So,
although I would have loved to have seen you get, just the video of you getting put up against the wall before your first Tottenham game, and
yeah, that would have been watchable, wouldn't it?
That would have been some watchable stuff. But the highlight for me of that entire Tottenham series was waiting for the moment where Son and Lloris got into it and finding out what happened once they got into the dressing room. And that's kind of the thing about these videos is like, I wanted to see the strife that they had, and they probably worked that out sooner than they otherwise would have worked it out because of the camera. So that's a situation where it might have worked in their favor. A question from David Ziegler. Is Ainsley Maitland now is going to look back later in life and regret not leaning into his opportunities at right back, right wing back, and you could probably apply that to the previous generation to Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, but Lee, does he have too high of an opinion of his right to play exactly where he wants to play, and will he regret this?
Well, I think you've always, as an athlete, you've always got to work out yourself where you're most comfortable, where you think you get the best out of yourself, and does that fit into the environment I'm in? And if it doesn't, you've got two choices. You either move from the environment you're in and stick to your plan of playing in the position you want, or you adapt. And there's a million players out there who've had regrets on their career and look back and I should have done this, should have done that. The thing is with Ainsley is he's got to decide one of those two really quickly, because it goes like that. Your career goes like that, and unfortunately for me, it went like that, like it does with every other player. But I didn't have any regrets about where I was playing. I knew that was my position eventually. I was a kid playing a bit further up and moving back. So it's a difficult one because he's been at a club where he's not been a first choice in his position. You then become, utility, and you then. Phil Neville's probably the perfect example of asking how he feels about, does he have any regrets about his career, about all the trophies that he won? Would he have played in one position all of the time at Man United? No, because that was the case. He was utilised and became a very, very good player in lots of positions and won huge amount of trophies and earned himself a few quid and a living.
Just nicked a living.
So that's his question to himself is how do I maximize my career? And that might well be, do you know what? I'm going to have to go to a club where I can be a right back or a right wing back. So somebody come and get me. This is where I want to play. Or and when he sits back and ultimately he'll have a very financially rewarding career because it's the game we live in right now. He'll look back and he's, on his boat or wherever he is, on his holiday or his nice house or whatever, and only he will know how he truly feels in his heart, whether he's gone. And money, I guess at the end of it, money softens those feelings of kind of I should have done this. It might do, it might not. I don't know. But deep, you can't. Money doesn't cover up what's going on in there. That bit's just for you. And only he knows that.
Yeah, and do you think if by the way, there is someone in the green room that's taking advantage of the open mic, but you don't have your camera hooked up, Giant Cal Gunner. If you want to come into the podcast and ask Lee a question, we'll have you on, but you gotta have camera and mic on. Do you think if Maitland-Niles basically came back and said, you know what, I've had an epiphany. I'd rather play right back or right wing back for Arsenal than, than try to make this center midfielder dream work and play for a lesser team. Where do you think he would fall into the pecking order, or would he be welcomed back by Arteta in that capacity?
I've no idea. I don't know what his relationship with the manager is like. Is he good enough to be Arsenal's right back? Probably at the moment. Is he good enough to be, a top 4 right back? Not in my opinion. So he would get in Arsenal's team. I think I don't. Yeah, I can't sum it up any more than that. It sounds a bit cruel, but I don't. He's a good player, but he's not. I've still got old school visions of our club, and I look at it, and most positions on the pitch, I look at and go, and I'm always comparing, and that's the wrong thing to do.
Who from our current squad would start in 1998 or 1989? I mean, who would be the starter?
Anyone?
No one. I agree with you.
Not in any team I played in. Not one of them are getting.
And that includes 96, 97, or I guess in the Bruce Rioch years in 95.
No, sorry, that's a wrong statement, because I probably you would have got in it right back in the early 1993 season. So it's ahead of me. So the teams that were successful I played in, none of them would get in that.
What about even characters that you would like to take in? Is there anybody in the team that you look at, maybe like a Kieran Tierney, say, for example, and say that attitude-wise that they would maybe be more fitting than the others?
Yeah, I mean, we all love Tierney, don't we? He's
old school. That's why we.
He's actually my daughter's favourite player, and she's got numerous shirts with his number. She used to have Dixon 2 on the back. Now that's gone straight out the window. She has Tierney's name on a shirt, and I actually got a shirt for her last birthday. She was big birth. She was 30, so I got her. Her boyfriend got her a Tierney shirt for a fiance now for her birthday, and I didn't know this. I just knew she had a Tierney shirt, and I was like, "Oh, do you know what I'm going to do for a 30th?" So I got one of Tierney's shirts and got him to sign it, and I gave it to her for a birthday. And her fiance went, "What are you doing? You've absolutely killed me."
I was so nervous because obviously being from Ireland, a lot of people follow the Scottish League, and I've always had quite a soft spot for Celtic, so I was always well aware of Kieran Tierney before his transfer to Arsenal. And it's funny when we talk about one club men. I know we were talking earlier about the fact that like you, Lee, Kieran Tierney hasn't started out at Arsenal, but I think if there's anybody with the potential to go on and remain at Arsenal for the rest of his career, it's Kieran Tierney, I think, because to me he seems like somebody who isn't going to jump ship for personal gain during times of difficulty. He seems to me like a type of person who has a sense of maybe personal responsibility to get Arsenal back to where he thinks they should belong.
Yeah, I agree with you absolutely. In as much as I think you're right in that side of his character, but in 3 years' time, if we're still in a position, because this is a big rebuild job, in 3 years' time we're still finishing 8th and 9th, he might go, do you know what? It's time for me to go and win the Premier League, and he goes somewhere else. So that's and I sound like the big doom and gloom man, but I'm just it's not my job to sit here and flower the club with opinions that are not what I'm feeling, and it's been I like Ben White. I was a big advocate for him to sign at the club. I think he could go on to be a really top class centre back, so that's a really good signing. They look at the side in pre-season, and I'm not a massive fan of pre-seasons anyway. I think you can draw too many wrong conclusions from results and performances. More so the results. You forget the results, it doesn't really matter. Performances matter a little bit, but it's still building up to a season. But I haven't really seen enough in close season. You normally see the few sprouts of productivity and a few, that looks quite good, and it doesn't look that different at the moment for me. So, and everyone else has been quite active, certainly at the top in the transfer window. So I'm a little bit worried at the moment about our ability to go from 8th upwards. So it's going to take time. We knew that, but we have to see, the sprouts of recovery somewhere.
See, the last time you were on the podcast, Lee, I asked you an absolutely horrifically worded question about a realistic blank checkbook, and
let's actually go back.
It's a bit of a stupid sort of bland question, but I'm interested to hear if you were in Mikel Arteta and Edu's shoes and you were sort of handed the blank checkbook within the realms of possibility, what within the sort of realms of reality,
that's not a blank checkbook, is it?
No. Well,
so you've contradicted yourself there.
But it's a blank KSE checkbook. There's limits, man. But 3 players that you would look to target specifically.
Oh God!
And this comes from all your experience playing FIFA.
Now, Lee, just know whatever you say will be taken as in the know knowledge and used across all media platforms that we are signing these players in the summer.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to answer that question. Next time I'm on, I'll give you the answer.
Okay.
Because I need to assess the team a little bit more and then work out with your blank checkbook, not blank checkbook scenario.
There is a downside to not answering the question, and that is I have the control over the banners. So
I don't even know what that means. A blank checkbook, but within the realms of reality.
You absolutely stole my soul. No, but here, let me phrase this question.
First and last appearance on the podcast. Before
that's it. It made me lose my job. I took a 50% wage cut after that. No, but let me rephrase that question now to you and make it a bit more of a fair question, or something I think is a bit more of a fair question. Is there anybody that you have seen links to with Arsenal, with countless players, Bernardo Silva, Yves Bissouma, Martinez? Is there anybody that you have seen linked with Arsenal at the moment that you're sort of upset that they haven't maybe taken full advantage of and getting them in this transfer window?
I like Maddison.
Mm-hmm.
He's, I've always liked him. I would have, going back to your blank checkbook, the players that all excite us, that. And I'm not suggesting that we can go out and buy Harry Kane, but I think centre forward is a position that is still relatively unknown how we're going to do up there. If Aubameyang goes back to his former self, Lacazette's always going to give you something, but is that enough? Again, we're in that position, but we're not going to get Harry Kane. But I'm a massive fan of Jack Grealish. We'd love to see him at the Emirates, but that's not going to happen. But Maddison's a step down from that, and I think. But is he going to leave? Is he going to leave where he's at to come to Arsenal? I mean, we're talking about Jamie Vardy turned us down a few years ago, and that shocked me to the core at the time. I was like, "What's he?"
That was a sea change in the power structure of the Premier League.
What's that?
That was like a sea change to the power. That was a kick in the ball, saying, "You know what? We're not as attractive a project as Leicester is right now."
Well, that was the start of it, and now if you go down a few years later to where we're at now, and you think about Maddison moving to Arsenal and him going, I'm not saying he's saying that, but I'm saying if he doesn't come, people and pundits and people have been talking about that in the last week or so. About, do you see that as a backward step, a sideward step for him? And that's where we're at as a club at the moment. The likes of we've been turned down a few years ago by Vardy, and now
it has been said, Lee, that Maddison's camp is more interested in moving him to Arsenal than Arsenal are in buying him. I know James McNicholas had said that, and I mean the rumors about him are true, but not necessarily because the club is desperate to get him, but rather, and maybe our next guest can shed some light on this. But
who's our next guest?
Our next guest, we'll do a crossover. James Benge,
James
of CBS Sports. And Jake, I'm going to let you go, buddy.
I'm just going to ask Lee one question before I go, if possible.
Okay.
So,
can he be your dad? Is that the question?
It's actually a FIFA related question, but something that was asked of Alan yesterday
Yeah.
about his the commentating on FIFA was that there was a lot of things that were obviously on a script and stuff, but there was also some like personality element into it as well. There's this one line that you have on FIFA when you say it's a double bubble, Derek. Was that something that you did, or was that something that was on a script? Because that's probably my favorite line in FIFA. So
it was very late in the day. The script had already gone up in the air.
You were doing a 24-hour FIFA-thon.
Every day in FIFA recordings, like what you've just done, that it's like, you know, they're brutal. The days in the studio are brutal. And now it's double bubble, but Derek was my most. I have to say that I don't know how Alan does his things, because you're given a scenario of what's happening on the pitch on every single bit you do, and we go into the studio and the scripts are this thick for a 5-6 hour recording session, and you have to take a lot of breaks because all the goals and the high pitch stuff that you are full on at doing the commentary, you have to do 100 of them. So your voice is absolutely broken to pieces. So you have to take lots of gaps. You have to do intros and then do some goals and go back to intros. So it's lower stuff, higher stuff. And the scripts are given a suggestion and then they'll go, we need 10 of them. So I write every one of them down about what I'm going to say the night before. So I'll go through all the scripts and go, right, I need 10 of them. What would I say in that scenario? Oh, that's a good one. That's not so good. And I think that double bubble, Derek, was I think that was late in the day one day, and I was like, how many more have we got to do? And we need another 5 of them, and then you can go home. It was one of them. I was like, right, it's a double bubble, Derek. And that was threw the script down and walked out the studio. So I think that was
the drop the mic moment. You're just like, yeah, I can't top that. Jake, I'm gonna let you go, buddy. I'll see you in a little bit. Love you.
See you, Jake.
And James, we're doing a crossover now. We have just entered our 19 or hour 19 of 24 of the podcast. We're going to make it the last thing we're going to do before we finish the changeover. And Lee, thank you so much for spending the last hour with us.
Pleasure.
If it's okay with you, I'd like to give away one of the I mean, I'm always asking you for stuff, but you get so much joy from Arsenal supporters of getting those signed shirts from you. And so part of what we're doing today is when we have an ex-Arsenal legend on like yourself, Alan did it earlier in the podcast, Super Kev's going to do it later in the podcast. We're giving away a personally signed shirt from Lee Dixon. And first, I just want to share that, the reason that we're doing this, of course, is to raise money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. And so far in the hours leading up to the podcast and the hours that we've been on the podcast, we are at $4,602 raised out of our goal of $5,000 from just this podcast event. I'd say we're closer to $15,000 for the entire summer, which is great.
Wow.
Already. And our goal for today is $5,000. We're slowing down because a lot of the people that are watching have already donated, but we need to get to that goal of $5,000. So if you're in the raffle right now, you are eligible to win this kit, and we're gonna draw for it right now. Do you have a minute just to do that real quick, Lee?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go to the randomizer here, because we're very transparent with our drawings, and we're gonna go to the drawing here. Let's see. All right, and the winner of the signed Lee Dixon retro shirt is Nick Canning. Nick Canning coming in with a massive donation last night, and Nick has won his third and final prize. He's got a Fees Tees 89 shirt, that 89 shirt that you know about, Lee. He's got a Gooners versus Cancer shirt, and he now has a signed Lee Dixon retro shirt. And Nick, thank you for your generosity, for your donation, and congratulations on taking home one of the premier prizes that we're offering today. So Lee, I can't thank you enough. You've your dedication to my we say in Yiddish that I've become kind of a chazer, which means like a guy who's just constantly asking for stuff all the time, and I hate to be that guy.
I've got a different name for you in this household.
You know what? I whatever that name is, I'm sure I deserve it. But you know what? You're a great sport. I truly appreciate it. You know, the support that you've given us for Gooners versus Cancer is amazing. While I'm asking for things, you've got to get Arlo to come on our podcast because we need to repair the relationship between Arlo and Andy Rhodes. Right. You know, the olive branch is out there. The damage I don't think was that serious in the first place, but I can make sure that Andy doesn't appear on the podcast.
Just remind me what he did. How did he wind?
I think Andy made a comment once that Arlo seemed a little too excited about a Tottenham goal against Arsenal one time, and that maybe he might not love the Arsenal. And Arlo, you know, there's two things I know about Arlo. He loves his soup, just like me, and he doesn't like being called out as being anything less than perfectly professional, and I get that. I've never had a problem with him. He tweeted out at Andy something like unprovoked after a game like a week later, and then blocked him. Right. So we need to mend fences because I want to build that relationship. So if you can put in a good word for us with Arlo.
Well, I obviously seeing him tomorrow night because we'll be at this.
Ah, look at that.
So we got a pitch side desk tomorrow, NBC. So we're on for about an hour and a half before kickoff. So we're pitch side desking with me, Graham, and Arlo. So
can you wear this on the show?
might look a bit clumpy over my suit. Yeah.
I don't care how it looks.
Maybe I could do that at the end and rip it open. And
exactly.
Be like, it could be like speaking of that, are you still doing your predictions?
He ripped his shirt off and said, "Why always me?" But this will be for a good cause.
Yeah.
Lee, thank you so much, man. It's an absolute pleasure.
Are you still doing your predictions, Mike? For the
top four in the Premier League. Who do you think for this season? And I'm sorry, James, for having you on. I wanted to have a crossover, but this.
Are you asking me top four?
Yes, top four, bottom three, and Arsenal's finishing position.
Sorry, the top four. Not are Arsenal going to be in the top four?
Yeah.
Okay. You want my right? Okay, I'm going to go. Oh.
The reason I pushed this was because I know how much Lee loves these types of things because he puts a lot of thought into them. You're like me; you don't like throwing stuff out there without actual thought.
No, I'm going to go. I'm going to go Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man United.
Okay, and the bottom three in no particular order.
Bottom three. I'm going to go. Brentford are staying up, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. See, I've got a Brentford season ticket and I've also got Arsenal season ticket. So Friday night, I'm not going to be in my seat, obviously, because I'm going to be on the pitch and then I'm going to be in the gantry. So obviously my loyalty is with Arsenal, but I tell you, the mighty bees. Apart from Friday
I'd like to see them stay up. I don't want to see them get a fast start, though.
No, they're staying up. But Norwich down.
I think Burnley's been a surprisingly popular choice for going down. I'm surprised at the amount of Burnley. I'm surprised at the amount of people that have said Burnley.
Yeah.
No. So what's the popular shout? Give me some idea.
Southamptons. We got a lot of Watfords. A lot of Crystal Palaces, actually.
I think it'll be tough for Patrick, but I think he's. I spoke to him the other day actually, and he said he's happy how the squad's building, but it's going to be tough. But I think they might have. I think Watford. Yeah, I'm going Norwich, Watford, Bees to stay up. One other. Southampton won't go down. Burnley won't go down. I think there's only two down.
You know what? I'm going to go with that because if that happens, you're going to look like an absolute genius. And Arsenal's finishing position.
Say that again.
And Arsenal's finishing position.
8th.
All right, Lee, you're a man amongst men. Thank you so much. I don't even know what that means. Appreciate everything that you've done for us and continue to do for us.
Anytime,
It's always great to have a chat with you, buddy.
Anytime.
All right. Thank you, Lee. Take care.
Thanks,
See you
man.
later.
Look at me calling him buddy. Like he's like, why did he just call me buddy? I don't like this guy at all. James, welcome back to the podcast. I'm sorry to keep you on hold for so long, but I wanted to bring you in as soon as we possibly could.
Well, if you're going to keep me on hold for someone, it may as well be Lee Dixon.
I if I had kept you on hold for like Owen, for example, that would have been the wrong thing to do.
I'd be fuming.
So, welcome to hour 19 of the podcast. You're getting somewhat tired, but less tired than I thought I'd be, Mike. Remember, if you want to ask a question of James, you can come on into the chat and actually do that yourself. Go to gooneropenmic.com and join us live. Just don't let the question be medicine news or something like that. Your Twitter handle, James, says CBS Sports soccer correspondent.
Mm-hmm.
Soccer? Really? Does that kill you? Does you die a little bit every night?
No, I'm increasingly like getting quite aggressively pro the word soccer. So I don't know how aware. I mean, obviously, we all know that soccer is like originally an English, like a very English word, and it's an extremely English word. It's a contraction of association football.
Yep.
Soccer is basically it's the Oxford is the easiest way of putting it. So you would have sort of great example of thanks, Smith. A great example of this might be how people refer to McDonald's in the United Kingdom as Maccas. Or for instance, if you, and I don't know how aware you guys are of radio institution test match special, how they would refer to people like Jonathan Agnew as Aggers, Brian Johnson as Johners. That's where soccer comes from. It comes from that same contraction that all people who went to Oxford University, including myself, love dropping that into conversation, that all people enjoy, that's kind of its original birthplace. Actually, my official title is, or I believe I've kind of got the title now, Soccer Insider, but I both love that and hate it for the same reason that it makes me sound like I'm stuck in a football, like I'm zorbing or something. So, yeah, exactly. I've got Oxford News, Reese Oxford News. So
that's going to be like the secret word. Like anytime someone just mentions Oxford, we get the bell and $1,000 goes to the winner.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. I actually grew up and Boyce throws it here. He says, and the Irish call it soccer because of Gaelic football. Mm. I disagree. That's a real pet peeve of mine. Football is football and Gaelic is Gaelic. It's the same as Americans. It's like, I forget what movie it is in. Is it Mike Bassett or something like that, where they say that how often is the ball at your feet in American football? You've got no right to claim the word football. So yeah,
the punter is the only guy that gets to do that. It's stupid. I hate it. When I talk about football, it's when I talk about proper football, it's football. When I talk about like my son's league or his high school team that he plays on or MLS, soccer. I call it soccer because it's just. You could end up looking like a right douche if you like are in the stands with in a high school soccer game with a bunch of other American parents around, and you're like, "Did you see him kick the football?" Like they're just gonna be like, "Oh, who the hell is this guy?"
I should also point out that like if I say football at CBS Sports, I'm gonna get a fuckload of people asking me about Deshaun Watson or Tom Brady, and I'm going to be like, I don't fucking. I watched the Super Bowl, and like I watched that Nickelodeon CBS thing. I was
my god!
Oh, how brilliant! Fantastic work by my company. Yeah, I do enjoy how. Annoyed people get about me calling it, and when people sort of reply back and go, you obviously don't know what you're talking about because you've got soccer on your handle, and it's like, well, I used to have about 4 separate uses of the word football when I worked for football.london. Deal with it.
I'm starting a new website, by the way, called soccer.london.
Muslim. I can't believe they haven't bought that.
We're gonna I don't know if they have or not, but we're gonna become the new training ground for top football reporters. Just everybody that people care about these days has at some point, either currently or in the past, gone through football.london. It is literally the destination to go. And then and even one of our very good friends has just gotten a job that's related to Reach.
It's
either that or he's got a reach around. I don't know which one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work that one out. I like what Dublin Gooners says there. It says, let's compromise and call it Fokker. I think that could be a trend that we could go for.
That could
might
be horribly wrong.
Might be a bit awkward kind of walking into the press box. I don't really want to be. But
see, I was just going to ask James there, because we'd be absolutely tarnished on Twitter if we had you on and didn't ask you about what I'm sure is your favorite subject in the world to talk about, and that is transfers. I was talking to Chris Wheatley yesterday evening, and I asked him the question about.
Did he go to Oxford?
Just name drop. No, he didn't. I didn't even finish school, man. So you're good company here. Anyway, yeah, I was asking him about the fact that Arsenal have this reputation of moving slowly through the transfer window in comparison to some other teams. What do you think is the reason for that? Do you think it's just the lack of sales, or do you think that Arsenal just are indeed maybe slower at others than progressing their business? When you're looking at these deals and links coming up, what is it do you think that is really slowing Arsenal down in this market in particular?
So I mean, the reputation is well earned, but I think a lot of that goes back to Arsene Wenger, where it was genuinely an approach of kind of dithering, like not quite making that crystal. Lovely to see him.
Daniel Craig, as I said,
we just saw more of him than we wanted to see, but
yeah, a little bit. Not making the sort of this is what we're going to do decision until quite late in the window. And that's why you kind of had I remember that. Do you remember the time he went to Paris? I think it was in 2015, 2016, desperately trying to find any striker he could in the Parisian metropolitan area. Sadly didn't come back with Mbappe. That's maybe a story for another time.
Had a cup of coffee with his mom though, didn't he?
He did. No, they were really close. So he's
had so many cups of coffees with moms.
And he said to me he thought they were. He said to me he thought they were about 3 months. If he'd had the conversation and the coffee 3 months earlier, Mbappe would have gone to Arsenal. That's how close. And Mbappe would have loved to have played for Wenger, is what I've always heard. But I think at the moment,
we still got the opportunity. I mean, I would have Wenger back if it meant Mbappe coming on.
Let's call a spade a spade. If things don't go perfectly for Poch, Wenger's got to be in that mix, hasn't he?
Wow, can you imagine that?
Well, I don't know. I think I'll get back to the transfer thing in a moment. But I think doesn't everyone at Arsenal, everyone that likes Arsenal, they know that now he's not going to win it with Arsenal. But I'd love for Arsene Wenger to win the Champions League.
I think he would flourish with a team like that. Let's not go away off here. The fact is that even in the later stages, and we'll probably only appreciate it now, is that Arsene Wenger still produced a lovely style of football, and with those players at his disposal, it can suit him perfectly. That's why I think a lot of people have made the shout before as well that he should have taken the France international job as well, because he would be very well suited to that sort of where his sole purpose is just to coach the players.
Yeah, exactly. The joy of that PSG team is you do literally just sort of go, all right, lads, give it a go. And you encourage them, obviously that's not what he did, but you make sure they know that they can try whatever they want, they can do whatever they want, and they have license to fail, which let's be honest, the whole PSG setup is very much like Neymar and Mbappe have license to do whatever they want. But he would be a perfect coach to them. But kind of looping back to the transfer stuff, I don't quite think that's as true anymore. Arsenal have spent £70 million without recouping a penny this summer, which, as Arteta was saying this morning, I don't know if you guys missed it or whatever, that, the Cronkies are backing him. And I think he did say, and I think that must be true because there isn't £70 million cash lying around at Arsenal. The issue is whether they're backing the right people and whether they've taken too long to to make the right decisions. But you know, £50 million on Ben White, that's an aggressive move, and I think that's a move that could be done and was one they really wanted to do early, so he had time to train with his new teammates. He'll have had, 2 weeks of pre-season training, not too bad going into tomorrow night's game. Then you kind of come to the Ødegaard or the attacking midfielder. From what I've heard, it's all been about really, they've been willing to wait to know what's going on with Ødegaard. A lot of talk about who the favoured option is. But I think it always comes down to numerous factors. And they wanted to know whether Ødegaard was going to be available before they hit the nail on the head about Maddison, who's a huge investment and one that would be really tough to make without big sales and would pose a lot of sort of questions about how you then use Smith Rowe, how you use other players. If you're buying James Maddison, you're buying him to be someone you play at that price. He's someone you have to build you kind of feel compelled to build a squad around. So I think sometimes you do have to just leave things till later in the window than you might like to be super clear on how much money you have to spend, who is going, who is staying. Same with goalkeeper situation as well. You need to make the most informed decisions you can. And sadly, if you're a club like Arsenal and you've got a lot of pretty average players on very high wages that you're going to need to really incentivize to move on, those decisions don't become available to you until really late in the window. So that doesn't absolve Edu of some responsibility, but I think they've done all right given the window.
Do you think the Ben White move, with hindsight, of course, I think Ben White's an absolutely fantastic player, and I think he'll be very, very good for us for many years to come. But do you think that was possibly a bit of a naive move to target what a lot of fans would say was nowhere near the top priority position for us in this transfer window?
A hard one, because everyone says the defense points to the defense being better last season, but you've lost David Luiz, and I thought Arsenal were at their best defensively when you had Gabriel and Luiz, or at the very least, the sort of balance between defense and attack. Like if you roll into the season with Rob Holding and Pablo Mari, and we saw this against Chelsea, you've got to play a really deep. You can't play a high line. You've got to play really deep. You've got to be reactive. I think Ben White, if he is the right player, and we don't know yet, but I think the attributes he has are so important to Arsenal that there is real value in getting that one done earlier. The other thing I would say is, going into Friday night's game, you've got Emile Smith-Rowe, you've got a really good quality number 10, you've got Saka, I hate to say it, you've got Willian, you've got loads of players that can plug that gap between now and August 31st. And I said this last night with Faisal on Latte Firm, where people just, I think to an extent, it's just a bit, you want the sexy signings. You want James.
So we're calling FK Faisal now. I like that. I never knew what the F stood for. What does the K stand for?
Khan, I believe.
Okay, excellent. Well,
those are the ones that get people off their seats. I don't think many. When I was at the Emirates, didn't see many people with White 4 on their back. If it's Maddison 8 or Ødegaard 11, watch those shirts. Well, we'll see about Ødegaard. But watch those shirts fly off the shelves. People want that. It's exciting. It's cool. It's sexy. But it's not the position that you need to have sorted for the Brentford game. You need a centre back, and you actually need a backup goalkeeper, and that's a big problem. But
look who's in the house. We've got 3/5 of the Cronky crew in the Hizzle right now, but Andy making his appearance in hour number 19.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Live from Titletown.
I'm in Milwaukee. I woke up. I thought I'll log on. I looked at the Periscope and I was like, "Is Benge wearing a bow tie?"
It does look like
it does.
That would be the exact opposite of how you were dressed the first time we met you. I was the one wearing the bow tie that day.
How is everyone? And you look so tired.
I'm good. I had some sleep, and then I slept longer than expected. But no, going strong, buddy. Going strong. It's very nice of you to drop in at this stage.
Yeah. Worst timing for this.
Are you wearing a neck pillow?
No, that's
What
just
is
my
that about-
muscular shoulders. I'm laying down.
Oh, you're laying down. I was like, it looks like you're wearing a neck pillow. I was like, did you have a rough flight? Like what? Oh wait, hold on, wrong one.
That's what.
So,
Yeah.
Let's
That
get
does
the
look like a
full
neck pillow.
sexiness here that's going on. So you're lying on your stomach doing a podcast right now.
Basically,
You're the opposite of Chig right now.
do you know what's super strange? So we flew in and we drove to my friend's house, who basically bought a home four houses down from where I went to uni. And so I'm just like, this is strange for me.
Are
There's
you
a
at
lot of
George's
weird.
place?
No, I'm meeting him tomorrow. I'm actually at my friend's house, who's a big West Ham supporter.
Ah.
Ryan.
Good.
Yeah, and he's got a book and it says like West Ham history from 1908. So I asked him if it was just 1 page long, and he basically said yes.
So, well, first of all, tell Serge I said hi, and
I will.
thank him for his donation that he made yesterday. He hasn't.
Oh, he
won
made
anything
one.
yet,
Excellent.
But there's still a chance, even though he's a Chelsea supporter. But James, you to take it off of Arsenal for just a second, you had recently spoken to Christian Pulisic. And I wouldn't normally take much interest in an interview with a Chelsea player, but as an American, as as someone who has a child who plays football, soccer, and a couple years younger than Christian, just watching his career with fascination, saying this guy is like 17 when he first really came on the scene, 17 going on 27. Whereas I've seen Gideon Zellam, who was 17 going on 8. But like, I take great interest in his career, as long as he's not playing and scoring against Arsenal. But a good portion of the interview that you did with him was about mental health. And, in the wake of kind of the highly publicized focus on that, Simone Biles, Naomi Osaka, and it's really been a good trend to see a spotlight shined on mental health in professional sport. Because I've always marveled at these men children who are 20, 18, 17, 16 years old, and how some of them can be so mature for their age or appear to be that way, and just seem Teflon to the world that they're living in. And it's just things aren't always as they seem. Is that right, James?
Yeah, I think that's really true. I think with Christian, I think almost it's really hard to kind of get your head into the space that someone like Christian has had to occupy for a really long time. Because, when we were 17, 18, and then going right up to, the age he is now, he's still only, 22? We were all still at college, university. Very few of us had taken any steps in our lives to grow and to develop and to take responsibility. And right now, Christian is, breadwinner for his family, or he's away from his family. He's been away from his family for.
His family
5,
still live
6
in
years.
Hershey?
They do, yeah. And
Hershey about 2 hours from where I live, and a really, really cool city. When I found out he was from Hershey, I went nuts because that's really close.
I feel like one thing we can bond over is I'm from near Bourneville, which you may or may not be aware is Cadbury land.
Oh my God. I'll take Cadbury over Hershey any day.
I quite like it. I think it's the exoticism of it. But yeah, so talking to him, and it was really interesting. I think it's kind of well known that it can be hard to get stuff out of Pulisic at times. And I was really impressed with how open and willing he was to address these things and to say, that he found it hard to not be strong, because you have to. You always think, for him to have got to where he is now, not just playing for Dortmund and then for Chelsea, 2 massive clubs, but also to carry the weight of a nation that's growing increasingly mad for soccer, that is incredibly tough. And I can't imagine that it's a life that would allow you to feel weak,
Right.
or to admit that you're out of control, or to admit that you're finding something hard.
And it bottles up then in that situation, doesn't it? I mean, you're like, I have to be this person. I have to be immune to this. But you just, at some point, you just can't be anymore.
Yeah, and it doesn't help you. And I think that's one of for him, it was having someone that he could talk to and say these things to. And yeah, it must be so. And I think particularly at Chelsea, there's so much talk about a club like Chelsea. There's so much talk about you. I think it's an occupational hazard that every summer I mean, on the subject of Hazard, he's taken that number 10 shirt off one of the greatest players ever to have played for the club. But this is occupational summer that Hazard, that every summer, be it Lukaku,
an occupational Hazard,
be it Lukaku, be it Havertz, be it Werner, there's going to be someone trying to take your place, and you've got to balance that with, being someone whose every kick, everything is analysed in huge depth by a big footballing community. I think that's really hard, and huge credit to him for being honest enough to share these stories. I think it helps a lot. You just know that this summer, I think, has been so powerful for hearing athletes in whatever sport they are just go, actually, if I'm going to be a top tier competitor, if I'm going to be at my very best, this isn't just about my hamstrings and my ankles and all that. It's about how I'm feeling.
There's a sea change going on right now, and I mean we're seeing so many in sport. We're seeing a sea change in acceptance of LGBTQ in professional sports. We're seeing feelings becoming more important and accessible. And I think I could be accused of being a snowflake. I'm a big snowflake. Call me that if you want. I just believe that people should be nice to other people and understanding of other people. And, it is a generational thing. And especially in football, especially in English football, I think, it's going to take a long time before some of this, what they would consider softness or snowflakeness is truly accepted. But I think it can only have a positive impact on the people in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we're talking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, James.
No, I don't really want to add to that. I think that's fantastic.
Because we're doing this. Well, I should say you guys are doing this 24-hour POD-A-THON. The mental health that is connected to this cancer as well. Like as we were just mentioning, my buddy Serge had this, and that's his biggest thing right now is the mental like he's clear of it. I don't think he's in remission yet. Technically, I think he still has another year, but.
Oh, I thought he was in remission. I didn't realize he was.
They pushed it back, so I think that they've extended the remission for people with the disease an additional 18 to 24 months. But he said, hey, anything. Whenever I get a cold, whenever I get down, he's like, it's just shit. This is happening again because that's how he basically found out. He thought he had a cold and went to the doctors with a lump, and they were like, hey, you've got to go in for chemo tomorrow. So if you know someone that's struggling or had cancer or whatever, ask if they're okay, because he brought it up to a group of friends and we're all like, shit, you don't think about that, so whilst we're here talking about it, I suppose to the people in the chat who are listening, ask those people just, hey, are you all right? And
I'm seeing more and more stuff on Twitter. The thing that's still good about Twitter, as big of a cesspool as it can be, I've seen some people who I'm fairly close to, relatively close to, have they've popped up on Twitter and said, you know what, I'm not doing all right. I need some help. Anybody around? And then, response. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Zooms are open. Someone the other day made a comment, and I think Dave Seeger basically said, who we all love and appreciate and has had his share of tragedy in his life, has said, give me a call. I'm available. And so there's just so much acceptance. And we had a great hour earlier this morning with John Smythe. I forgot to ask him if it was Smith or Smythe, but and his family friend, Max, who lost his mother to cancer about a month ago. And they had a tweet that went viral worldwide, and the support pouring in for them. For Max from the Arsenal fan base is just amazing. And I just, at the risk of being redundant and repetitive in what is a 24-hour podcast that people are coming in and out of, that is the Arsenal fan base, not this, announce hour, not this Madison news, not this, Arteta out. That's a very, very small portion of the fan base. What makes Arsenal special is the openness and the community that we have, and people should never forget that.
So true.
Absolutely.
So we have a question from Aston, James, which getting back to the
big stuff.
Yeah, getting back to the important stuff. Why aren't Arsenal
Can I just go back on that? I mean,
yeah.
Just on the, I'm going to answer this question within it because it's interesting. But it has now got to the stage this summer, I feel like, where if you're not talking about transfers, there is and I completely agree with you. This is a vocal minority, but it becomes this thing of like, if you're not talking about transfers, there are those people that believe that it's not football. Great example of this was, I had no idea, and no one else had any idea what was going on with Gabriel before when preseason started. No one had seen him, and you think that might be a question worth asking there. What's going on? And there are idiots on the platform go, why didn't you ask about transfers? Go, well, but anyway, sorry, that's a complete tangent. But
what do you mean about what was going on with Gabriel?
He's out injured, isn't he? I believe he's now out till September.
No idea.
Yeah, I know that he got pulled out of the Olympic duty, but I didn't realize it was that significant. I didn't know we were going to be missing him for the first,
Pretty much, I would think until after the international break. There's been now a lengthy injury. He's missed the Olympics, and
so everyone we signed last summer is now missing. Is it possible, James? And I don't want this to be the case, but there's a rodent named the gerbil that heard a little bit of news that maybe when we signed him, part of what took so long to announce him was that the Arsenal medical squad was debating whether he had some degenerative issue with his knees that wasn't going to prevent him from playing at the moment, but could potentially be a problem later. Is there any? I mean, I don't want that to be the case, but it would somewhat justify and legitimize the gerbil, who might have to then come back with a new Twitter account and announce some more stuff.
I must confess, I've never heard that suggested. I think there's a lot of admiration for the players, like physicality and strength, and I think that was one thing I heard really shone through. But he has had injury issues as well. I'm looking at what that specific injury is. It is a knee injury.
But I don't. Well, and I have no connection with the gerbil, as we all know.
Yeah,
but I would not want him to be proven right on that situation, him or her.
So with Brazilians and injuries, is anyone else not worried that Martinelli is back a little bit too quick, or did he just not play enough in the Olympics for us? Was it more of a pre-season for him?
He wasn't a regular starter. I think it was kind of like a non-club pre-season. He played a bit off the bench, took some good penalties. If I answer Aston's question, I think part of it is that if you kind of want to move quickly up the Premier League, you do need players that know the Premier League. And that was the logic for Ben White. Like, let's get ourselves an experienced centre-back who can come in and play against. I mean, he has played against Brentford as well, but play against these teams because he already knows how to play against them. And maybe you're sort of looking to fill other pockets of the squad elsewhere. I mean, look, Aouar, for instance, mentioning Leon, Aouar is a player that they like, and they haven't really kind of moved to action it. Well, they hadn't for most of the summer, but just because, again, you're keeping your options open and seeing where will business get done. I know I'm going to unplug. Going back to today's question, I'm going to unplug.
Oh, it classes up the pod.
And it looks fantastic. I just don't move to the left or right, or you'll ruin it.
Also, I think every time Owen's camera goes off, he's going to play some snooker, and then he comes back because those balls are moving.
Owen's balls are moving is the news that James is breaking right now.
It's pool. That's a pool hit. You're a fake American and you're still getting that wrong.
Pool balls are different colors, though.
No, don't be stupid.
Listen, I don't know how they do things in Ireland, okay? But
can we stop our infighting while we have James on the pod? I mean,
sorry, Daddy.
To see these family squabbles that we're having.
Yeah. It's been there's been a few little. It's fun though. Like you would expect after spending how many hours with Mike. I think the one thing that everybody can say unanimously is that most people would say that Mike is best taken in small doses and small increments, and I can definitely stand by that.
Wasn't James answering the question and then I screwed up by putting the comment about the tuxedo on and then we derailed you? What were we talking about here? Oh, Premier League
Chris.
players.
Oh yeah. Why we're not tapping into the European market more so than
and I'll actually reiterate the question, because if you're just listening to this and not watching it, then you wouldn't have seen it. But Aston Mack from Orlando asked, why we're not taking advantage of more financially strapped clubs on the continent, such as Lyon.
Aouar has been a player of interest, like a player on the radar that Arsenal would want to know if there's any movement from other clubs all summer. And he was last summer when they made bids that got rejected. I don't know why. So there's a homegrown problem as well, like particularly with somewhere like goalkeeper. They're really keen to make that next player homegrown, which leaves you with limited options, and they're not exploring all of them. It was interesting. I know that the Ramsdale stuff has collapsed. I think it will be Sam Johnston next. I know that there hasn't really been any contact over David Raya. But yeah, Aouar is a player that they like, and it will kind of come down to the mechanics of the deal, because don't forget, there's another cash-strapped team in Europe, Real Madrid, who may well feel compelled to sell you Martin Ødegaard for significantly less than Maddison, probably more than Aouar, but Ødegaard ticks kind of both boxes of you're exploiting a financial situation and you're getting a player that knows the Premier League pretty well. I know that everyone is not excited about Ødegaard. I don't know if that's just because people like new shiny things.
Mm-hmm.
There is that element to it.
What about the
Ødegaard's still pretty shiny in my eyes. I mean,
he was only
here
so
for like 4 months.
underrated. He was the impact I think he had, not in terms of output, but in terms of other people growing around him was massive.
He hit the ground running too, which is not always the case with a younger.
And let's remember,
he on a loan deal.
He basically had played no football 6 months prior to that, and he was coming off injuries, and he sustained an injury as well. So I think we only seen the tip of the iceberg with Ødegaard. But James, another one people have been throwing out there is, and I know it's possibly an easy link to make, is Bernardo Silva. Do you see that as a realistic avenue that Arsenal could exploit, given how congested that Manchester City squad is at the minute?
I did a bit of digging on this. I couldn't quite get a convincing answer, because he's someone that obviously Arteta really admires and rates highly, knows how to get the best out of. But the salary would be really high. It would be quite a tough task, I think, to convince him. Push comes to shove, I think he would be, obviously, he would favour, he really want a move to a Champions League team that's going to give him the sort of canvas that Arsenal would give him. He will want to play top level football, not Premier League and EFL Cup. So it's one to keep an eye on, but I don't think there's really been any indications towards Arsenal that Bernardo would be keen on that move. The trade off is what happens in 3-4 weeks out. But a couple of weeks time. If there's no other options emerging. For Bernardo's sake, I think it's a deal that they could come back to. But right now, I've not heard there being a huge amount of smoke and fire on that particular one.
Willock is they just announced officially 25 million.
So it's done. Yeah, I heard that. Who was it that was breaking? See, we're keeping James from breaking news here.
Has it happened? Has it gone through?
Yeah, Ornstein
just announced it, right?
And then James just wrote an article on The Athletic that just came out that was saying that Ødegaard is our primary target. OR would be backup. Maddison's likely not going to happen, and then Nito, the backup keeper from Barcelona.
I think that would be neat.
Ear agent. Maddison has been one I found hard to hammer down. Sometimes with these transfers, it is like trying to hammer down a river. Everything is flowing, and people are telling you things, but you have to be aware that what they're telling you is obviously aimed to suit a particular agenda.
So I've been saying since the start, I thought Maddison was always a smokescreen.
He's hugely expensive for what you get.
I think it was a smokescreen to show Real Madrid, hey, we've got this money. and it can be yours because they're in desperate need of it. And I think Odegaard is the player they want. I mean, and it seems like he would love to come here and sign a long-term contract. I think this would be a perfect club for him.
Yeah,
he would still have doubts from what I've heard about.
Well, I think stepping stone, right? Because the player he is, but I think he would be happy to come here and do a shift and I think he could be a player that brings us back up to that Champions League football as well. I mean, that's his caliber.
If he can't get in the Real Madrid team, Arsenal will be top of the list. That's definitely true. And I just don't. I've always found it really hard to buy into the idea that Arsenal would spend all that money on a player that would, in Maddison's case, compete with Smith Rowe, and certainly would compete, and may well start more than him this season. But if you think where Smith Rowe is, many more years of development to come. And both, Maddison is a real, you have to play him at the 10 player. Same's true with Odegaard, obviously.
But hasn't he said that he's comfortable playing in more of an 8 role himself?
Okay, 8, 10. But if you're playing him as an 8, you're probably not playing Smith Rowe as an 8 as well. I don't really see those two fitting in comfortably at all. Whereas I actually feel like Smith Rowe fits better with Odegaard and likes playing with Odegaard, and I just have not got the hype around Maddison. It's
no. I thought there were matches last season where Smith Rowe and Odegaard played together and they switched positions almost every 10 minutes, and it just caused a lot of confusion for defenders, midfielders, and I was like, this is really fun to watch. We just didn't get to see it enough.
The other thing as well is I think Andrew at Arseblog has consistently made quite a good point, which does worry me slightly, and it's that does giving Leicester 70 million, say, for example, to reinvest into their squad in exchange for us getting James Maddison benefit us more than it could benefit them? And that's a concern because whether people like it or not, they're probably our closest direct rival for those Europa League spots.
And he doesn't, he started most games, but he doesn't feel like taking Maddison off Leicester doesn't feel like you're really diminishing what Leicester can achieve. They'll just play Iosi Perez, or you could move Tielemans upfield and move Barnes to the 10, or Iheanacho. I think,
or take that 70 million and upgrade 3 different positions brilliantly.
Yeah,
that's a really
still have 50 million left over to play with.
Yeah,
they're just better. They're better run than Arsenal. You look at their squad for next season, and I would take most of the Leicester starting 11, exactly what Aston says. If you give Leicester 70 million, watch them play Aouar at the 10, and Guimaraes shall be there ready to, step in for whichever of Tielemans and Ndidi leaves. I don't think you want to be, strengthening your direct rivals. It's different when Chelsea and Man United and City go and buy players from Leicester because, they're doing that to take a step away, step beyond what Leicester can achieve, but. Getting a starter standard player, not a star from Leicester, I'm not hyped about it. Maddison's good, but the end product has not always been there. It's just, again, if it was the same price, I'm interested. He ticks more boxes as well with being homegrown, but as a club record signing, he doesn't grab me personally.
See, with that deal, James, we heard reports that, and whether they're true or not is a different story entirely, but reports that Joe Willock was one of the players offered in one of the deals for James Maddison in part exchange plus cash. Now that James Maddison has moved on now that Joe Willock has moved on for a substantial amount of money, do you think that dominoes start to fall now, and maybe these moves for the likes of Odegaard and James Maddison may start to pick up over the next few days?
Yeah, it's a bit more cash in the bank, and it's an open squad space, and all those things matter a lot. I think when you look at just the sheer size of Arsenal's squad, I think when it was at the Tottenham game, I counted it as around 29 players.
Jeez.
So
those are all center backs too.
Yeah, and a lot of them are sort of really going to be a challenge to shift out, and if they're going to stay around, you may as well use them. If you hadn't got an offer for Willock, well, you kind of weren't going to just leave him in the under 23s anymore. So part of it is just clearing some physical space as well as topping up the budget, opening space on the wage bill. But part of it is just there were so many players to work with. Again, Arteta was asked today whether he would do what he did with Mustafi and Ozil and Socrates again this summer, and he didn't really answer that question. But I think in the end, it might well have to come down to that they have to kind of shift some players on in very unfavourable terms for them, just to give Arteta a sort of sensible side squad to work with, because it's just huge.
James, if Arsenal remove players and buy out their contracts, like let's say Kolasinac, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that end up going against the monies that were like under the financial fair play umbrella? If they buy out someone's contract, how does that work?
Cares about that anymore?
Not Paris.
It all still sits on the wage bill. I suppose it's the same. I guess it's a much more common thing in US sport, isn't it? The contract buyout on the final year of someone's deal, when you just sort of decide, whether it's a wide receiver. I as you guys know, I follow a lot of NBA, so you see it a lot, don't you? Where you just go, we don't need this guy around. He's expensive. Let's pay him X amount of his salary to leave. That X amount, like in the case of Mustafi, Ozil, Socrates, it was significant. Like from what I heard, part of the reason for getting that loan from the Bank of England was really just to pay some players to go away, to cut your cost, and they didn't earn much less than they would have just hanging around. In the end, someone like Kolasinac, who's on £100,000 a week, I'm sure he would like to go and play football elsewhere, but no one wants to go and take a pay cut for it. So Arsenal really have to sort of, however it'll work, they'll end up subsidising some of his wages in some fashion, whether that's a loan, transfer, or they just buy him out. Obviously, right now, they'd much prefer some form of transfer fee as compensation, but it's really hard to get in the current climate. And these players, I think we should also remember, these players would be really hard to shift in any market, because you pay them Arsenal wages, but players look at them and go, okay, you've got pretty much a large chunk of your squad on $100,000 a week plus, but they're only really performing at the same level as Aston Villa, Everton. These are mid-table Premier League players. So why would we want to pay them all this money? Like Kolasinac, Mustafi, take to say Ozil, none of them are going to teams that could afford to pay their wages and being stars. So no one's going to pay them like stars. Everyone else is too smart to do that. And Arsenal, sometimes it's a failure of scouting. You're always going to have to pay any Arsenal player that salary that is commensurate with their talent. That's one advantage of signing younger players, is that, Tavares not on a huge wage. Ben White is earning a decent whack. I think it's about 100 to 120 grand a week, which is good. It's certainly, it's more than I'm on, but just about more than I'm on.
It's less than we paid Theo Walcott, though, and I mean,
But is it counterproductive? Here's my question, and nothing to do with transfers at all, really. But when we talk about the mistakes of players like Kolasinac and Mustafi and the high wages that they're on, but then, and I'm not disagreeing with the club or the potential that these players have, but after one decent 6-month loan spell, that Emile Smith-Rowe has been handed the number 10 jersey and a substantial wage increase, and then the same seemingly with Bukayo Saka and contracts being offered to Reece Nelson. Is the club jumping at fan opinion too much, trying to please them, signing these youngsters up to inflated deals too quickly, and potentially putting ourselves into the exact same situation that we find ourselves in now, in a couple of years down the line, having a group of players who are underperforming on substantially high wages?
It's a good question. I mean, there's a couple of challenges. Are one, that these guys are performing, and they are earning wages, and also, when you get Saka, that was only his second professional contract. So his first deal, it was due to expire this summer, his first deal that they signed him to, you can only sign a 3-year contract. So in an ideal world, you'd see a player of Bukayo Saka's talent and go, we'd like to give you 6-7 years at 10 grand a week. And you kind of, obviously you make the player feel valued further down the line, but you remove the pressure to get his contract signed. But there was huge pressure to get Saka signed up because Dortmund was seriously looking at him. Liverpool were as well. Bayern Munich, from what I've heard, really, really wanted to try and get in the mix for Saka and were readying a bid before COVID. Same with Smith Rowe. Obviously, the Aston Villa stuff was real. Every time we talk about Aston Villa's brilliant transfer window, we should remember that they missed out on one of their top targets. Yeah. And to enjoy pointing that out to all those Villa fans that told me he wasn't going to sign. So you have to. And in the end, I think Smith Rowe's deal is somewhere in the region of 70,000. I think that's pretty good.
Not bad.
Pretty fair enough. There's the homegrown tax, for want of a better word. There's the there's all those things like that mean you do have to pay homegrown players a little bit more. But Clive made a great point on Arsenal Vision, and this was specifically about Saka, but I kind of feel the same with Smith Rowe, that there's something about them that the fans love them and the club loves them, and you should. And he said that Saka was like Rocastle, and I think that's the level of
that is some high praise.
That's the level of infatuation we're getting to, and these are players that I think it would. Sorry, bear with me. Been sat still for too long. It would really hurt Arsenal and Arsenal fans to lose them, and I think you kind of can't help but let your heart lead the way a little bit and go. God, I just want these players here. What does it take to get this deal signed and delivered? And I would give Bukayo Saka any amount of money to play for Arsenal and get a commitment for 5-6 years. He's fantastic. I don't particularly, we've all seen these guys do interviews. I've been lucky enough to speak to both of them a fair few times. They've got enough going on between their head that convinces you that this isn't like some, of course they might get Jack Wilshere, they might get a Jack Wilshere style kicking that spoils their career, but there's nothing that they can control that will stop them from being top class England internationals, top 4 players. So, I don't think it's too much to worry about that they're being paid big bucks already. I didn't love giving Smith Rowe the 10. I just thought that was a bit.
I'm gonna bring something back to this simply because Mike smiled to something he said a minute ago, which is probably in the wrong company to say such a thing. He says, "I have to move because I've been sitting still for too long," and right now that is like in the Titanic, like Rose lying on the door in the Atlantic Ocean saying, "Fucking water's cold, Jack, innit?"
I have sores that you wouldn't even imagine right now on my tuchus from sitting in the seat for 22 hours. But another thing I was laughing at was this. I've just gotten this notification. I predicted it when I played it. So we have it's not a copyright strike, but it is they're gonna take the monetization of the video that we're not monetizing anyway because it doesn't make any sense. So as long as we've been smacked for that, I'm gonna play the clip that we got smacked for because it is kind of funny, and I know our next guest will truly appreciate this. I don't know, James, if you're Andy's gonna absolutely hate this because of what it is, but where is it? Oh, you know what? It's on a different thing. But yeah, we got
wrestling
for playing Triple H for playing his music on the podcast.
Is it Charles Watts waiting in the room or whatever? If he is, I hope
Charles isn't in the room yet, but he is going to be here very shortly. You guys are friendly, correct?
No.
Of
course we are. He's fantastic, except his bizarre infatuation with wrestling.
Oh, we're going to start right off with it. It's going to be great. I love me some Charles, and we have a story already lined up that we're going to talk about. But this is what we got the copyright notification for.
Yeah. I love wrestling when I was 11 because I was an 11-year-old boy.
Yeah, Andy just perked up. Yeah, Andy's good. His next sentence is going to be more than likely at 11 you were a virgin, right? Because he's saying, despite knowing that I have 2 kids, he still claims that I'm a virgin.
You know what? Until I see the DNA test that I've been asking for years, your love and infatuation with wrestling is just weird.
It's neither love nor infatuation.
You go to watch it. You go to watch it and stuff, don't you?
He does.
Are you
what?
actually like one of those big American dudes?
And I will say this, Owen, he's created like mass chaos on Twitter because he holds up the Arsenal sides, and one of them he held up the Gooners. I think it was when we were still called Gooners in the USA, right?
Yeah, I had a Gooners in the USA, and one time even, and I was going to wait until Charles came on to do this, but one time, where is it? Yeah, we. I think the reason we got to like 5,000 or 6,000 followers as we did on Twitter was because of this. Got on a plane to head over to London to watch football. And
did you do the Wenger out one? Because remember,
I would never do that. I would do Kroenke out before I did Wenger out, but I'm not the Wenger out guy. But I had a sign with the Arsenal crest on it. And I would buy up these tickets that I knew would get me on camera at the game. And I was wearing an Arsenal kit. Jake was with me and just mortified the whole time because I cared more about getting on camera with the Arsenal stuff than I did about like feeding him. And so this happened at SmackDown the 1000th episode of SmackDown or whatever it was in DC, and Arsenal retweets it. And my phone exploded. Then the plane took off. And by the time we landed in London and got internet back again, it was like, it was almost gerbil-esque how much my phone was going off.
I mean, on the Wenger out thing, I obviously, was never Wenger out myself. Didn't suit. But I thought it was the summer after the FA Cup win when he was staying, and the signs really exploded. And there was almost a degree of fun of sort of like, where am I going to spot my next Wenger out sign? I was at Glastonbury that summer, and there were about half a dozen people wandering around with Wenger out signs. And it was like the meme of that summer. And as dreadful as it was, like, to be campaigning for a man to lose his job, it was really funny.
It is.
It was. And Charles, welcome to the podcast, Charles Watts. We got 2 of the best in the business right now with us, and we're going to have a brief crossover. But Charles, we're going to get right off with I was just showing off to James my crowning moment on Twitter, where that's me in the yellow circle holding up an Arsenal crest behind Edge at SmackDown 1000. That was when we went from about 1,000 followers to 5,000 followers because of Arsenal. So
for a minute, I thought that was Edge's return at Royal Rumble, and I was about to get so unbelievably jealous that you were there for that.
See, I'm so glad that this is happening right now because Andy has come onto the podcast that he founded for the first time in 20 hours about 20 minutes ago, and we're just talking about WWE. We have some housekeeping to keep to take care of, and then James, we got to let you go. I can feel the incredible amount of caffeine coursing through my veins right now. By the way,
keep Benge on for the WWE chat.
Oh God,
James, you're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Save yourself. Just log off.
Plausibly, I have work to do for once.
Okay, well, exactly. But we are gonna do our drawing. We have a drawing at the end of each hour. As we enter the hour 20, we need to do the final Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt. It will not be the one I'm wearing because A, it wouldn't fit you, and B, it smells. So where are we on our quest for $5,000 raised from just this show? We are at $4,752 of a go. Now we're at $4,758.
That's people just paying for me to leave.
I would never do such a thing. Yeah, well, you're now Siad Kalasanet. $4,758 of $5,000 goal over the entirety of the summer. We are now roughly $13,500 to $14,000 on our way to hopefully 30. It's just been an amazing time so far. Amazing 20 hours that we've been on the air, and now we need to do a prize drawing. So, if you will bear with me while I bring up the randomizer, and we pick the winner of the Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt. And bear with me here. Have you ever seen something so professionally done? I'll take that as a no. All right. The winner of the Gooners versus Cancer t-shirt is Eric Schlackman. Now we have a rule here which says if you've won 3 times because of a significant bid, we will not have your third win be something other than a player signed shirt, a team signed shirt, or a personalized Arsenal kit. So Eric, I'm going to do you a favor and keep you in the drawing for later and draw another winner for this because you already have won 2 prizes because the numbers have been in your favor. So sorry, we're going to go back and pick another winner, and that winner is Rocky Santos. Rocky, thank you for your donation. Rocky has donated both for the POD-A-THON and as part of our FIFA tournament. Unfortunately, didn't make it too deep in it, but you've won a Gooners versus Cancer shirt, Rocky. Thank you so much for doing that. And James, you are now free to go if you want to go, but you're also free to stay.
I couldn't stand listening to Charles any more than I have to. No, thanks for having me, guys.
Oh, by the way, we'd like to welcome on another guest. Fabrizio Romano is coming. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, James, thank you so much. As if we don't already know, where can we find you and follow you and read all your incredible work on soccer?
Yeah, cbssports.com/soccer. You'll find all my great soccer content. On Twitter as well. I'm always pontificating about Arsenal, despite knowing I shouldn't, and arguing with people I really shouldn't argue with.
I truly love how many. I mean, outside of John Cross, Andy, keep your mouth shut. How many Arsenal Arsenal journalists are Arsenal supporters? I think it's great. It's weird.
Don't know what you talk about.
Great.
I'm completely objective.
So James, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the support.
Thanks, James.
Talk to you soon.
All right.
All right. So Aston, you got to let Aston's in the room to ask a question. It's got to be about another 15 or 20 minutes because we got some stuff to cover with Charles. So Aston, if you want to stick around, please do. Otherwise, I certainly understand. It's great to see you again. We had. Did you have a good holiday?
Yeah, very good. Thank
How's
you.
your
Very,
spray tan?
very British holiday. So not much for tan, but no, it was good. Nice to get away from the madness of the transfer window for a week or so.
But your wife has a tan though, correct? There was there a tanning party that happened or something like that?
My wife had a tan the night before, yes, which absolutely wasn't a real one, and no, I was not involved.
I picked pictures or it didn't happen, and by didn't happen I mean that you weren't involved. I think you were. So just a real quick reminder, go to goonersvcancer.com to donate. And Owen, we're gonna also say goodbye to you at this point. But go to Gooners v Cancer to donate. We are ever so close to reaching our goal of $5,000. I'd love to do it in the hour while Charles is on. We are at $4,783 now. So thank you to everybody that's donated. Owen, you're a champ. You've been a rock. Despite oversleeping, you've won second prize for most hours put in on this podcast, and I appreciate it. And
I think 5 hours sleep in over 24 hours isn't too bad of an effort.
No, not. I mean, it's not Mike Feinberg.
Man, do you want to know what? It's been in quite quick, actually, surprisingly fast, those hours. And it's obviously because of the brilliant guests we've had on, and the chat's been amazing. And as well, man, you putting in the effort is absolutely unbelievable. Proud to call you a friend, and you make me proud to be a Gooner with efforts like this here as well. So, thanks for letting me be a part of it. And Charles, I'm sorry.
Take a compliment. I'm like, what can
I say?
that's
him on here sleep deprived even more. He's too nice right now.
That was weird, man. I feel like I should call you an asshole right now, so I'll do that. And then
I'll said it exactly. I think
I'll say to Charles, I'm really sorry that I can't stick around and ask you about transfers some more, Charles. So I apologize for that.
Do you have a 2-word question for him, real quick, as you head out?
Madison news?
Yes.
All right, boys, take it easy. Chat,
Right,
take it easy.
See hopefully see you before too if you're able to come back. But so that speaking of Madison news, I wanted to talk to you about that because we had a Twitter interchange as I was on my way down to Orlando a couple weeks ago, which I believe I took a screenshot of it. In a rare but well-deserved moment of hold on a second, I'm gonna move you up here. In a rare but well-deserved moment of non-Arsenal related social media, you went full in on wanting the Sopranos version of Monopoly, and within 5 seconds we got Benge, just Madison news, which is it's lazy, it's insensitive, and it got me very, very angry. And as you can see, I replied, "The hell is your problem? The guy should be allowed to tweet something that isn't directed to your need for constant transfer updates. He's not a computer." And I loved your response to that, which was that you just couldn't think of anything else other than yourself as a computer now at that point. And it went from there. I mean, does it bother you as much as it bothers me on your behalf?
No, not really. Not. I kind of accept it now. It's the way of Twitter, and especially in the transfer window. Definitely can't talk about anything other than transfers in the middle of the transfer window. So no, it doesn't.
I mean, it's not like you're not talking about transfers and you're talking about this instead. You're just talking about this in addition to transfers.
Well, I remember one of my colleagues, Neil. It's a real famous one on Twitter. Neil James. He's a Liverpool correspondent at Goal, and I remember his house was on fire. He went out and he came back and found his house on fire. And he tweeted, "Scary, just come back from a walk and found my house on fire." And the first reply was someone asking him about Luis Suarez's quotes that day. And he was like, "I'm a bit busy, mate. My house is on fire." It's like even something like that. The first response is about transfers and possible incomings or outgoings, and it's just the way that it is. Twitter is a mad place at the best of times, but let alone in the final few weeks of a transfer window, you can't really have an opinion on anything if it's not transfer related.
Do you recall what? I mean, I know you have a lot of interchanges on Twitter, and I'm the least of the things that you're going to remember. But do you remember where that conversation went after the computer comment?
Yeah, I was talking about the taking the Commodore 64.
Before we did this, you picture yourself as a computer. Took me back to 1981, 1982, Halloween. Thanks a lot, Mom. I mean, look, at the time I thought that was great, and now I'm just mortified by that. And instead of saying, "Oh, Mike, you look, what a handsome young child you were, what a thin child you were," believe it or not, we get Commodore greater than Atari, which is the 1980s computer version of Madison news. So, but the story then that brings us back to where we need to be, Andy, which is to professional wrestling. Out of nowhere, I took my old Commodore 64 to a wrestling show in the UK, hoping Sabu would use it as a weapon. Luckily for the guy he was fighting, he didn't. That thing would have done some serious damage. It was a right unit. And I said at that moment, I said, the next time we have you on, we have to unpack that. So now Sabu, if you don't know, is a not you, Charles, but other people. But Sabu is known as the homicidal, suicidal, genocidal, death-defying maniac, though he's really a guy named Terry Michael Brunk from Staten Island, New York. But he was with a company called ECW at the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what he was famous for. He wasn't fighting. It wasn't an ECW show over here. It was just a local independent promoter paid to bring him over and headline.
So now where you get searched and you have, your pockets have to be emptied and you can't bring in this, you can't bring in that. You brought a Commodore 64 to a wrestling show.
Yeah.
Tell us, I mean, you just got to expand on that.
It didn't get used. It got left unused.
But like what was he supposed to? Was he supposed to play like a game on it, or what was he going to do?
We wanted him for someone to fully unuse it. I mean, this was a time when ECW was at its height, and everyone was taking random weapons in to try and get wrestlers to use it. And this is Sabu. I think you summed him up perfectly when you were describing what he was known as. And I just remember on the day of the show, me and my brother was searching around my parents' house, trying to work out what we could possibly take with us that might get used and might get And
you decided to just skip over the knives and forks and stuff and go straight to the Commodore 64.
It was lying in one of the cupboards that we hadn't used since we were about 8. I thought, there you go, that's perfect. Let's use that. And I think I remember on the way there, we were walking through the streets of Walthamstow on the way to it, and just thinking, this thing is massive. If someone used this would literally kill someone. I think so. It's probably wise not to actually hand it over. But yeah, no one used it, so no one died because of our Commodore 64. I think
you would have literally had blood on your hands.
We would have had, I mean, it's fair. If you're watching Sabu, you normally got blood in your hands anyway. But
had New Jack been there, then it would have gotten used.
Absolutely, 100% would have got used.
Oh, so Andy, what do you think?
I mean, how old are you guys both? Like in your 40s?
Man, these were the glory days of wrestling. Andy, ECW at its height.
Come on, Andy. Yeah, this is the late 90s probably that we're talking about here. So
Attitude Era, ECW at its best.
You know, in the late 90s is when I should have probably been watching it. Because I would have been at that age, pre-teen.
Well, look,
you'd still be watching it now if you were.
So anyway, Madison update.
Yeah. My excuse always was that Jake got me back into wrestling, and it is true. He did. Like, he became of an age where he and his friends started watching it. I got back into it. He couldn't care less about it now, and I'm still watching it. So Charles, before we get into transfers, AEW or WWE right now? Are you still watching?
I'm not. I mean, I'm watching via social media. I can't sit down and watch Raw anymore. It just annoys me. It's the lack of crowd reaction and the whole PG era. I like what I see of AEW, but again, I'm not a massive fan of it. CM Punk is supposed to be going back in Chicago in about a week's time, and I'll certainly be watching that. 20,000.
Yeah, they are in Chicago. That'll be crazy.
20,000.
It's a better product right now. And Chris Jericho goes, I will follow because he is the GOAT.
He's a guy. This week was about 21 years to the day from that entrance with Rocky.
Yeah, that's right.
Best entrances. So yeah, I'd say AEW, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing CM Punk in Chicago, hometown crowd. Should be great.
So I'll get killed if we don't talk about. I'll be killed by Andy if we don't talk about transfers. So it literally when you do a 24-hour podcast, news breaks during the podcast. We have the news break of the Ramsdale breakdown by James McNicholas, who then came on the podcast and talked about it. We have the news broken just within the past 30 minutes or so of the Willock sale apparently being solidified by David Ornstein, who will not be joining us on the podcast. But are we going to be able to sell anybody after Willock? I mean, everyone's worried that we're not buying enough players. We got 19 days left in the window. What I want to know is, are we going to be able to extract any fees for anybody else now that Willock has been sold?
I mean, Willock's always going to be the most sellable asset right now. I think if you can't sell Willock after what he did at the end of last season, then you're in serious trouble. You look at the rest of them in terms of generating big fees, it's just looking more and more unlikely now. Xhaka was going to be one who could possibly generate a bit. He's staying unless something dramatic happens now. Ray Anderson.
Breaking news from Ray Anderson. Ray, you're a man. You've been staying up with us. Wrestling is fake. Have you ever, Charles? I'm sorry. Have you ever seen the clip on YouTube of the guy at the wrestling convention who's like crying and he's like, "It's real to me, man." If you've never seen that, just look up "wrestling. It's real to me," and this guy just crying about how these guys. I mean, it's true. They put their bodies and their lives and their health, and it's real to me, man.
Feinberg.
What? Yeah, his name is Mike Feinberg. But yeah, so wrestling being fake aside from that. So Willock is the most sellable asset, but I'm sorry.
Maitland-Niles, you think if a decent offer can come in for Maitland-Niles, then they're gonna listen to that. Reece Nelson, Eddie Nketiah. I think Nketiah's injury is obviously a bit of a blow in terms of getting him out the door because he's not going to be fit for the end of the transfer. And I don't think it's the be all and end all because he'll be back fit at the start of September. So there might, that could possibly be something that happens. But Willock's a big one. That's the one they're always going to get the most amount of money for. And you would hope now that they invest it back straight away into sorting out some of the squads that they need to sort out because they need to desperately. Two areas. I mean, the goalkeeping situations are fast as far as I'm concerned. I can't believe we're a day before the season starts and basically only got Bernd Leno. And if something happened today in training to Bernd Leno, I mean, what on earth are Arsenal going to do for the first month of the season? It's absolutely should have been done and dusted by now. That one, I can understand the attacking midfielders dragging on a little bit longer because that's potentially going to be a very big deal and they need to make some sales first to get a bit of money in. and the players thereafter, Real Madrid haven't taken a final decision on Odegaard. He hasn't made a final decision yet, so that's always one that's potentially going to drag till the end of the window. But the goalkeeper, I just can't believe we're a day before the start of the new season, and you're going to be relying on Berlin. I was at the Tottenham game last week, and there was that he made that save from Son in the first half and was down injured for about a minute afterwards, getting some treatment. And I just remember thinking, my God, if he goes off it, if this is bad, what on earth are Arsenal going to do? And you're starting the season with 3 tricky games: Brentford, Chelsea, Manchester City. It's
a shit show if that happens. And we have 3 potential goalkeepers that could be the backup, and none of them are ready.
No, exactly.
Some of them will never be ready, but
Alex Ferguson will never be good enough to be a Premier League goalkeeper. Arthur Conco, very highly rated, real talent, but 19-year-old kid. We saw in pre-season how he's not ready to be a first-team player, nor should he be. It would be unfair on him to throw him into the mix now. So they've got to get something sorted. And the fact that they've gone in, the Ramsdale deal has potentially broken down up for us. I wouldn't say that's definitely not 100% going to happen. It might be something they revisit at the end of the window if Sheffield United lower their demands a little bit.
Right.
But
it's us holding firm on his valuation, it sounds like.
Yeah, but they're so far apart. They've been talking all summer, and then to get to this stage of the summer and be so far apart still in negotiations that the deal totally, absolutely collapses. It's really confusing to me. It's real mismanagement as far as I'm concerned in that one position, that it should have been sorted. And hopefully it's not going to cost Arsenal, and that Leno will be fine and everything will go smoothly. But if the worst happened and he got himself injured tomorrow or in training today, then Edu and Arteta, they've got some serious questions to answer in terms of building this summer.
So we're going to bring Aston on in a second, but I got to play you this video clip, and Andy, you got to tell me if this is how you see me, because if this is how you truly see me, I really need to stop with this wrestling stuff. But this is the clip I was talking about. I hope the audio will come through here, but here we go. This is. Can you hear it?
I can hear it, yeah, just about. Is that Jim Cornette? Yeah, it was Jim Cornette. I thought it was.
No, that wasn't Jim Cornette.
Not doing that, but he was on the lineup and that he was talking.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I see you, Mike.
Oh God, I gotta read it.
Charles is the guy behind who's patting him on the back, and I'm the guy who's turned around being like, "What the fuck is this guy saying?"
Oh man! All right, Aston, pull us out of
Mike,
this.
I gotta jump for a moment. I'll jump back on in a little bit.
All right, man. So Aston, it is. I'm looking outside. It's. Are you in like Are you developing old style black and white photography right now?
No, it's just 9:20, so it's not quite bright outside quite yet where I'm at. And there's a tree outside, so this room is just naturally dark, and I just haven't turned on any lights. So
all right, well,
and I like to blend into the background, quite frankly.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to say that, but
Charles, I am so excited to meet you. Thank you so much for being on the podcast and opening yourself up the way that you do. It really is like the way that a lot of the journalists have kind of come along and like opened yourself up to the social media thing has been wonderful and hugely insightful. So thanks again.
No worries. Thanks for that, Aston. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. My question for you is, as a journalist that's kind of you guys get to see how the deals are done. Maybe you don't know every detail or every little thing, but you guys get to see the structure of deals and maybe the way that teams go about making the transfers. So instead of talking about transfer targets, I've noticed that we've had 3 regimes in the last decade, right? No matter who changes out, it seems that Arsenal have the same problems, which kind of speak to more of a structural issue. So what is the difference between how Arsenal goes about getting these deals done and how maybe Liverpool or Chelsea or City go about getting these deals done? Why does it always seem like we're such a mess?
I think mainly because we're Arsenal fans. I think if you go and speak to Liverpool fans and ask that exact same question, they'll think that they're a mess as well, and they don't get their deals done as quickly as a lot of other clubs do. I think it's mainly because we're kind of seeing it through Arsenal eyes, if you see what I mean. Look, Arsenal have had some major issues in the past. I think when it was the old regime of Wenger and Dick Law, money was clearly very tight, and they were trying to get the best possible deal constantly for the club. And Arsene treated it almost as his money. He's kind of admitted that himself as well. Changed a little bit. I thought they were a little bit more forceful with Raul, and I'm not going to go into why that might have been, but a little bit under him, they seemed to, they got the deals done without really thinking too much about if they were worth and value for the money. And maybe now this summer, I think they've still spent 75 million this summer, which when you look at the financial difficulties that Arsenal are suffering and everyone else is suffering, they've spent a fair bit and they haven't brought in a single penny yet. So the outlay is actually, they've been quite forceful in the market. I think the surprising thing is they've been forceful in areas that possibly they didn't need to prioritise. I think Ben White's going to be a great signing, and I loved watching him against Spurs, and I just thought he's really, really good. But did they really need to spend £50 million, first of all, in a transfer in this window on a centre-back? I'm not sure they did. I think they needed to sort out the attacking midfielder option first and add more creativity to the team. They needed to add a goalkeeper. And so I think they have done quite a bit of work pretty early this summer and actually got some things done well, but I'm just not sure they've prioritised the right positions.
Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of the question. It's like a combination of like the scouting, the recruitment, like whatever the key structure is there. Because what we continue to notice is a pattern of Arsenal picking up, for example, like you said, we spent 75 million. We've spent 75 million this summer, and yet we have no key center mid. We have no key attacking midfielder, which every fan and even Arteta himself will identify as the needs of the team. You can go back all the way back to Wenger when it always seemed like whenever there was a player that we needed or a type of player that we needed, we somehow never seem to get that deal done. In fact, even our successes, like you look at the Abba situation, you're like, okay, well, we got a top striker when we need, but we had bought a striker literally the summer before. So it always seems like Arsenal is 2 steps behind in actually developing their squad or holistically versus, obviously you can't compare us to City. City is a machine. They recruit incredibly well, incredibly efficiently, even though they spend a lot of money. You have to hats off to them. They always seem to be able to fill in the holes that they need. But even like Liverpool or Chelsea or even to some degrees, like look at Leicester City. Why are they able to pick up the players that they need versus Arsenal, who just seem to always be off the mark?
Yeah, I agree about Leicester. I mean, I think they're the benchmark. I think they're very, very smart in the transfer market. They've got a clear priority of what they want, and they're very good in the market. And Arsenal aren't. I think whether that's personnel, whether that's I think ultimately this window, Edu's going to be judged massively on this window and how Arsenal do this season. And when he came over, there was a lot of talk about him being a little bit too experienced for this sort of job. And I think so far he has struggled in some areas. I think he's done all right in some other areas, but ultimately I think it's personnel. I think if you've got top quality personnel who know exactly what they're doing and everyone talks to each other and everyone has a clear structure and plan of how they want the club to operate in the transfer market, then it can work very, very well. And Leicester are the prime example of that. I think Chelsea are a little bit different because obviously they got Roman's money and he's going big, but they still are very good in the transfer market. City, like you said, are a beast. Liverpool have done, they've built a very good squad under Klopp, but I think there's still a lot of anti-owner feeling at Liverpool, just like there is at Arsenal. But I think ultimately it's personnel, and I think Arsenal have lost their way a little bit in terms of that. And now at the moment they've got a bunch of novices running a club in key areas. You've got a novice technical director, you've got a novice manager, you've got a novice chief executive, and you've got an absentee owner. So you're not going to have the most well-oiled machine when it comes to sorting out your club when you've got people like that in the top position. So hopefully they can learn quickly and they can end up doing a decent enough job. But when you've got inexperienced personnel in key positions and you've got an owner who, let's face it, doesn't really take too much interest in what's going on over here on the ground every single day, then it's not a good mixture.
Aston, if you've got more questions, stick around. I don't want you to go anywhere because I have a restraining order where I'm not allowed to be alone with Charles. But we do have some questions in the chat from For the Kids Media. Charles, there seems to be a stronger focus on homegrown players, which is a topic that's been recurring throughout this POD-A-THON, but more so than ever before. Do you think that Brexit is influencing the importance of homegrown players? I mean, is it about Brexit, or is it about just Premier League rules and the finances of the game?
I mean, a lot of people are talking about Brexit being a key influence in that. I'm not totally sure. Maybe when it comes to somebody buying real sort of younger players, but I'm not so sure when it comes to the senior players. I think it's more Premier League rules and homegrown rules. I'm not sure really it's completely down to Brexit. I think that's maybe when it comes to sort of the younger players. So no, I think it's more probably Premier League rules than anything else.
Yeah, and I figured you'd say that. I mean, and with Brexit happening so close to COVID, honestly, or so kind of interchangeably with COVID, you almost don't really know the full impact at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We thought the issue was going to be of people getting, inability to get work permits or something like that. Whereas now it's just the inability to really be able to play for the club because of a pandemic.
So, Charles, quick question, like a follow-up on that actually is, so do you think the homegrown rule is actually like, for example, why we're going over Ramsdale over Onana or a Madison over an Aouar maybe? Is that really the club's thinking behind that?
I think it'll be very much at the forefront. I don't know if it is the actual reason about it, but, they've got to think carefully about those how many homegrown players they've got. I mean, we saw what the issue that happened last season in leaving out Ozil and Socrates, and they may not have been two players that Arteta would have used, but just the fact of leaving them out and having them around the training ground not playing and not being able to play was no good to anyone. You had unhappy players, you had mates of those unhappy players who probably weren't happy with the situation, and it caused real issues behind the scenes. And so you don't want something like that happen again. So it absolutely has to be at the forefront of Arteta and Edu's mind when it comes to squad building, because you don't want a similar situation to what happened last season, because that wasn't good for anyone.
Mike, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Are there any players in the current setup that you think can be? And I know that people talk about Aubameyang, and if I had to listen to something real quick, which is why I was on mute. So if I'm asking you a redundant question, forgive me. Anybody that could then slide into that kind of Socrates, Mustafi, Ozil type of camp and become another dressing room issue, let's say?
I don't know. I'm not sure with this current squad. I don't think they'll get to a situation where they have to leave players out. So I'd be surprised if we have another issue with that. I mean, the Orba situation he needs to start playing well and he needs to start scoring, because if he doesn't, then Arteta's going to have to make a big decision with him fairly soon. And you don't want your highest paid player and your captain not playing very often, because, again, that won't be ideal behind the scenes. But I don't think we're going to get – I would hope we're not going to get into a situation where, again, they have to actually leave players out because of a lack of planning and no quota spaces and things like that.
Well, we're probably going to have to do that with Kolasinac, right? Because it doesn't look like he's getting picked up by anybody, or anybody can afford his wages, right?
Yeah, I mean, Kolasinac is going to be – you'd think he might be one of them, but I'm still not sure if we'll get to the stage where he absolutely has to get left out of the squad. We'll have to wait and see what they do between now and the last 3 weeks. And I wouldn't be surprised if they find something for Kolasinac, even if we have to get to a situation where we got to with the others, where you come to some sort of agreement to pay him off and get him out. We'll have to wait and see on it. I mean, there is interest in him, definitely, from clubs in Turkey, but those wages are very difficult to get around because no one's going to give him anything like that. So whether it be Arsenal covering,
is he going to get an Ozil deal where basically we pay 75% or more of his wages to go play at Fenerbahce with Mesut?
He might have to, yeah. And to be honest, it's still better than nothing doing that, just because it gets him away, and it's no point keeping him around. So
no small coincidence that the team started playing better after the January transfer window than before.
No, absolutely not. It's clear why that happened.
I think Jimmy Howson was on the pod like 4 days ago, but it was actually just yesterday. It just seems that way. Asked about Lucas Torreira, and that may have been in response to my, who are the next potential people that could end up being in that position. But what is the latest as far as you understand it with Luke? I mean, he's one of the people that really hasn't been a part of our setup for a year or two. that I almost feel if he had his mind on straight, could have a way back into the squad. But I don't think he wants to play in England, though.
No, he'll go. I don't know where to. I mean, there's talk that Lazio are interested. I'd say Italy would be the most likely option for him. He's been sort of self-isolating over in Spain, or quarantining over in Spain because of, I think they're amber list rather than red list. And I think if once he flew there from South America and he could stay there, then when he arrived back here, he didn't have to quarantine here. I think he might be back now. I think he might have got back either today or maybe he's coming back tomorrow. But they'll sort him out one way or the other. I'd be very surprised if he's still around. You know, he's not going to be part of the plans. He wants to leave. He's done with England, really. I think he's made that pretty clear, and it just hasn't worked for him after that initial excellent start to his Arsenal life. It's sad as well, and I think we all watched Torreira and when he started and how good he was. He thought, he's been waiting ages to see a player like you in this team. It's brilliant. You go back to that Tottenham game, the goal, the celebrations. You would never envisaged at that point what would have happened to Torreira. You thought it would have been. I mean, I thought he was nailed on to be player of the season that season after a couple of months.
It was everything that we needed. I mean, do you think he just didn't settle in England, or did he not settle to the fact that Unai Emery decided that he was going to be our James Maddison solution? I mean, I mean, he got played out so far out of position as far as I'm concerned that it was bizarre. He was doing so well being that guy parked in front of the back four and the little terrier nipping at your heels everywhere that we finally had. And then, so, it didn't seem like he wasn't settling into England until he was just played so far out of his comfort level for whatever reason. So, do you think that was more of it? He just fell out of love with the game because he wasn't playing the position he's used to?
I think so. I mean, it traces right back to that, doesn't it? Because, like you said, it didn't feel like he wasn't really settling then. But having said that, also that was around the time that he had to have his first winter in England, and that might have, for guys in South America, first winter in England, might have thought, oh God, do I want to do many more of these? So, but yeah, I mean, Emery playing out of position definitely didn't help. It knocked him out of his stride completely, and it definitely didn't help. But I think also it is the English weather that he's talked about many times before. It's just not worked out for him. And I think that it's put him really sort of far back in terms of his career as well, because I thought Atletico was going to be a perfect loan move for him. And I really expected him to do well over there, and it didn't really happen for him there either. And you can't complain about the climate in Madrid, and he had a South American coach working with him. So he's got a bit of a challenge now, Torreira, in sort of wrestling back his career, because it was going one way before he came to Arsenal. And
wrestling back his career.
It's going the other way now. And I'd like to see him go and do well somewhere, but I can't see that being at Arsenal.
Do you think that that's like another issue that maybe we have in recruitment, that maybe we're not scouting the personalities as well as we used to? Because it does seem that we have a repeat of many players coming, and then once they come, their personality is actually what doesn't fit. Maybe the talent's there, maybe they can play well. I mean, you're talking about Lucas Torreira. Obviously, we already know the Ozil situation, but Kolasinac, when he came, he looked a decent player. It's only after he played for us for about a season that we started to go, okay.
His best match for us was his first match, by the way.
yeah
the Charity Shield, after which I purchased his name on the back of a shirt, which I shouldn't have done.
He went in my fantasy team at the start of that season because I was convinced he was going to score plenty of goals and set up plenty. I think with Kolasinac, though, he was just always much more an attacker than he was a defender, wasn't he? But then he kind of lost the attacking edge as well as it went on. The goals dried up, his crossing just went.
He was a poor man's Andre Santos.
It was really bizarre seeing the lack of the way he regressed in the final third when he was in decent positions, and instead of whipping the ball in like he did or drill it in like he did, he just stopped doing that. And I think that he was a free transfer. It's just unfortunately they put him on massive wages, which have cost him. I mean, you talk about those sort of players. Guendouzi was one as well. I think sort of took a chance. Everyone knew what Guendouzi's background was like when he came here, and the issues that he'd had when he'd been at Lorient with his previous coach. So that wouldn't have been something that was a mystery to Arsenal. But certain managers and certain clubs always think they can tame these type of players. It obviously didn't happen at Arsenal. We'll have to wait and see now if it happens at Marseille. He fell out with people at Hertha Berlin as well when he initially went there, and there were some issues behind the scenes with him there. So it's just sometimes you take a risk on these players and hope you can be the ones that settle them down. But unfortunately, not for Guendouzi. But I don't think Torreira's like that. I don't think he's an issue behind the scenes. I think it's just a case some players don't settle in England, and he was one of them.
Yeah. Didn't fancy playing on a rainy Wednesday night in Stoke, I suppose. So we've got a question from Kim B in the chat. It says, actually, no, that's not the question I was looking for. Where is it? It had something to do with from S. Irvine. Charles, can you see us pulling a wonder signing out of the bag for a player we may not even be linked with? I'm thinking along the lines of Pepe, Partey, Ozil in the past. Frankly, the Partey thing was the entire summer. If you listen to this guy, but Ozil certainly was a shocker. That came out of nowhere on the very final day of the transfer window. But what's your gut saying, or even or your educated gut saying about? Is there a madness on its way potentially in this year?
Hashtag madness. I don't know if there is. I mean, I wouldn't know about it yet because it'd be something that'd be out of the blue. But I would suggest no. And if they're going to do something, it will be for one of the names we've seen. I still think Odegaard's the most likely option when it comes to the sort of big money signing between now and the end of the window, and that could be nearer the end of the window. That I think they played their first league game this weekend, Real, and it'll be very interesting to see sort of where he is in the pecking order in terms of the starting 11 or even substitutes. And if he finds in the first couple of weeks that he's not getting any sort of game time, then I think if he really pushes for a move away, the Real won't stand in his way, and then it's up to Arsenal to make the sort of bid that tempts Real into doing business. So I think he's the most likely as it stands. But in terms of one out of the bag from nowhere, certainly a big name. I'd be surprised. I think right now a lot of the focus will be on what happens with Odegaard.
So if I'm still holding out hope of Erling Haaland coming, I should give up on that now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be putting money on that one.
First, I have to find out the hard way that wrestling is fake, and now you've just crushed my dreams and goals. This is not going the way I wanted to, but for the kids media with another great question. Big Sam advised. I don't know that this is true, but I'll take your word for it. Big Sam advised Mainsley to go back to Arsenal and be happy playing right back. Do you think that he will listen to his former coach and be happy competing for that spot?
I hope so. He did advise him that. It was a really good quote from Allardyce, and good quotes rarely come out of Allardyce's mouth, but that was a good one. And I think with something like saying, look, if you're a club like Arsenal, you play where you're told to play and be happy about it. And Maitland-Niles, for me, Maitland-Niles, there is a slight opportunity there to make the right back spot his own at Arsenal. Still, they haven't shifted anyone on, so it's very unlikely that they'd bring someone in between now and the end of the window, considering you got Cedric, Chambers, Bellerin, and Maitland-Niles. You can all play there. And no one's got that spot nailed down for me. Bellerin just looks like we've seen Bellerin since he's come back from the injury. Unfortunately, he's not the same player. Chambers did a decent enough job at the end of last season, but for me, he's not a right back. Cedric, I think he's done nothing really wrong, Cedric, but Arteta clearly doesn't fancy him. And so there's an opportunity for Ainsley there, if he takes it and plays well, to really sort of have a chance of playing week in, week out for Arsenal, his boyhood club. So I think he should be listening to Allardyce, in all honesty. But whether he does or not, we know he wants to play central midfield. He said it plenty of times in the interviews that he's given. But
if from what he's gone through at Arsenal, where clearly he's really wanted to kind of sow his oats playing in the midfield and say, look, I think I can do this. I need to find out, and I'm not going to get the chance to do it at Arsenal. Loan spell at West Brom, where love him or hate him, Sam Allardyce knows a bit about football, and to hear that from him, at this point, he's got to be at a crossroads where he's like, I can continue this dream of playing center midfield, but I'm probably going to be somewhere in the middle to lower part of the championship, or, until I prove myself there and then get another move, or I can go and really compete for the starting right back job at one of the, the glory clubs, and hope to help them regain their glory. If he doesn't take that opportunity, then that says everything about the guy. The one position that is most wide open for him to be able to grab is the one that he's shown that he can play pretty well at, even if it's not his preferred position. So why not do it?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think he's got all the attributes to be a very good fullback, and he's shown that at times. If he can keep his head switched on and sort of cut out the lapse of the concentration that we sometimes see from Ainsley, I think he's got everything needed to be a top level fullback or wingback.
What I can't begin to even understand, though, from my point of view, is Ainsley Maitland-Niles is a player that has a lot of talent. I don't think he's maybe an elite player or a top player, but he's got a lot of talent. He can play a lot of roles. He can fill in the midfield. He can fill in at right back. Why aren't we able to sell him? Like it baffles me that we're seeing Chelsea Academy players who haven't even made a senior appearance go for 20 million. Meanwhile, we have players. Ainsley Maitland-Niles was integral to that FA Cup win. He was integral to it, and yet we can't even seem to get a bidder for him right now. Like, what is going on?
No one's got any money. It's just.
Al's had money for this guy that no one's ever heard of before.
That is true, but they've obviously identified him. They haven't identified Ainsley, but anyone who wants Ainsley hasn't been able to come up with any sort of decent money. And, money is a massive, massive issue. This market is pretty dead. You look at the signings we've seen this summer, and especially in the sort of mid to level signings, you still had the big ones, the Grealishes from the money clubs who don't really, the finances don't matter to you. But in terms of the sort of mid-range, which you would say Ainsley Maitland-Niles is a sort of 10, 15 million pound signing, we just haven't seen that yet. The market is absolutely dead, pretty much. I think it will kick off between now and the end of the window because people are going to start panicking and thinking we have to do something and get some players in. But you've got selling clubs at the moment. You talk, honestly, all the agents you talk to are telling you the same story at the moment. You've got selling clubs who want as much money as possible because they're going to want to, because they haven't got any and they need to reinvest it back into the squad, so they want as much as possible. And then you've got the buying club who, again, haven't got any money, so they're trying to get the best deal possible. So it's just stationary, the market, because no one's given an inch at the moment. But at some point, you feel like compromise is going to have to be had in these last few weeks and things are going to get going again. And that some deals will happen. And Ainsley Maitland-Niles, he got himself in his England squad. He's very.
You almost called him Mainsley, which is our name for it.
Correct myself. If he got himself in his England squad, he had a decent loan spell at West Brom as well. He kept putting some good performances there while he was in midfield for them. And so I agree. He feels like one who would be very sellable, but at the moment it just hasn't happened for whatever reason.
And by the way, the creator of the word Mainsley, is Tom Canton, who just took a job with Reach, as a matter of fact, and a up and coming journalist who I've been asked to introduce to you, and I'd like to talk to you about that after the pod, but because the guy's brilliant. But we were at a game. I think it was maybe the Watford game where Czech saved Deeney's penalty, and he just shouts out Mainsley, like he got it confused, and so Mainsley has been his name. And I didn't want us to sell him to Wolves because I thought the guy really could be a jack of all trades for us if he wanted to be, and he just doesn't seem to want to be.
Yeah, I was with you. I didn't want him to sell. When Wolves came knocking, I thought you're keeping.
I said 30 and you're tempting me. 20, that's too much. And we basically refused that and then froze him out.
Yeah. He does that, Arteta, though, doesn't he? It's like he thinks he really likes a player, then all of a sudden, a couple of weeks later, he's gone and on the fringes again. It's like Cedric. You think, oh, Cedric's got a chance here. He's played well a couple of games. He's going to have an opportunity. Then suddenly he's out in the cold again.
Was he smoking in the showers? Like, what was he doing? Speaking of which, and you do not have to answer this, Kim B with the question, who's the most unmeritedly arrogant manager you've interviewed, Charles, and why is it Arteta? How about we'll leave the end of that off, and is that still a question you can answer?
I don't know if I certainly wouldn't call Arteta arrogant by any means. I've interviewed plenty of arrogant footballers, managers. I wouldn't. I'm sort of going back at. Arsenal. We've had 3. Wenger certainly wasn't arrogant. Emery was.
You wouldn't say that he's. I think in a way that, and I can see the point about Arteta as well. Like I see a level of arrogance there, and it's not dickish arrogance.
You've got your sportsman-like arrogance, which they all have, but he answers questions as best as he can. I wouldn't. I've never really looked at him and thought, yeah, you're.
It's not Jose Mourinho kind of arrogance.
Yeah, you're not. Well, he couldn't be because he's not really achieved anything, and Mourinho has, so he has every right in a way to be arrogant. Arteta hasn't, but. Yeah, I would never sort of single those 3 out as the 3 Arsenal managers. Emery certainly wasn't arrogant. Emery was a delightful guy, even if he was not good.
I actually had the pleasure of sitting in on a press conference with him in Los Angeles before and after the Bayern game, and we won't talk about what happened at that press conference because it was an embarrassing moment for me. But he just, you just wanted him to succeed as a person because he came out. He was so deferential. Like what happened was my phone went off. We had the voice memo thing on the podium, and of course my alarm went off in the middle of it. I had to walk up and almost get my ass kicked by Granit Xhaka, who was sitting next to him, and go skulking back and do the walk of shame back to my seat. But Unai was just like, he was like trying to find the person whose phone alarm was going off in the middle of the press conference. And I was just like, I felt awful, but yeah, I wanted him to.
He was a really nice guy. He was a really nice guy, Unai, and he had a lot of time for everyone and was polite all the time. And he was a great guy. And Arsene was Arsene. I've had some really arrogant footballers, but I'm not going to name them, to be honest.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't just leave that dangling out there, man. You can't just who's the arrogant footballer? Was it Bettner? Was it Bettner? It was Bettner, wasn't it?
I've never interviewed Nicholas Bentner. No, and to be honest, with Arsenal, it's not really Arsenal players. It's more before I got to Arsenal in my previous jobs, because those are the times when I could. At Arsenal, it's also managed. You don't really get the opportunity to really see the player and interview them properly because it's all so managed and fake almost. It's just, but before, when I was covering Reading and I could walk through the training ground on my own, just grab players, talk to them, and you'd really sort of build up relationships with them and see what they were actually like when they weren't in the whole media trained sort of zone that we get with Arsenal players. So there was a few. I had plenty of run-ins with players back then and arguments, and one massive argument or one player on the side of the training pitch in Bangkok during Reading's pre-season tour. He basically blamed me and my reporting for the fact that they had a crap season the season before and nearly got relegated. And it turned into a bit of an argument, and with it in front of literally the entire Reading squad and everyone. But I'm not gonna name him. I'm not sure it'd be fair.
We could do the research. We have people to do that for us.
He was very arrogant though, and I'm not.
Charles Watts.
Are you now with the full fans coming back to the stadium on Friday and at the Emirates as well the following weekend? Are we back to having a mixed zone? Is it full access after the game, or is it really just kind of press box, social distancing, Zoom?
Still exactly the same, unfortunately. So no mixed zone, and press conferences for now are still on Zoom, which the last couple have been a shambles because when it's behind closed doors, it was fine because there's no one in the stadium. But now, like the Chelsea game last weekend and Tottenham as well, with the two in the Mind Series games, you had fans in the stadium all around you, obviously making noise. You had the music was being played in the stadium as well, and yet you're still sitting there trying to hear what Arteta's trying to say on Zoom in the press box, and they've been a bit of a shambles. So they're gonna have to sort that out because he couldn't hear us, we can hear him. I think he took sort of 4 questions in that one. It was a really bizarre presser, and yeah, so unfortunately, no, it doesn't make any sense to me either, because Arsenal have literally got a massive cinema room for a press conference room. You could easily social distance. So I don't see why they're not doing it really in there. But for now,
because I bet you it's the same reason that, like in my business and financial services and sales, I never met so many clients face to face. I was doing a lot of stuff over the phone, but now we're having Zoom meetings, and now, there's almost no reason to go and drive an hour to get across the Washington DC area in traffic to meet with a client. Do you think that Arsenal they're like, wow, we can do this, pandemic or no pandemic, this is how we're going to do it from now on? Or do you think that they really want to get back into that?
Yeah, I don't see why that would be there, because they're sitting in the press conference room just behind us, and we're out in the stadium in the press box, but they're in the press conference room. So
that's true. Yeah, you're in that close proximity anyway.
They're already. They could just open it up and let us in. But I'm sure it will happen. But I think for now, until sort of October, I think it is end of October, we've been told it's going to stay exactly the same, and we're just going to have to deal with it and see how it goes. But like at Tottenham last week, we had food. They gave us food. Which was like a big moment because it was the first time in 18 months that we had anything to eat.
Were you like Oliver Twist? You're like, please, may I have some more?
First time in 18 months we'd actually got anything to eat. And so before, you just literally got to your seat, you sat there for 4 hours, and that was it. And in the winter, it was pretty brutal in the winter. And so it was great to actually walk in there, get some food, but you weren't, as soon as you'd finished your food, you had to go straight out to the press box. You couldn't just stay there and mingle and stay in the warm. So I mean, at the moment it's all right because it's summer over here, but yeah, in the winter it can be pretty brutal just sitting in that same seat for 4 hours, not moving. So hopefully it all sorts out. Fingers crossed.
I can certainly understand that. If there's any more questions, we're going to get to that in just a moment. We've got about 8 minutes left in this segment with Charles. Then we move into hour 21 of 24. But your top 4, bottom 3, and where you think Arsenal will finish if they're not in one of those 2 categories. We've been trying to get this for everybody that's come on. I think I forgot to ask James, but Charles, we want to know yours. What do you think?
Oh, man, well, I'm gonna have to type something. I'm gonna have to have a look at the table now because my mind's gone blank. You see, I can't remember who's come up. Right, top 4. It's going to be the same as last season for me. I think it will be Manchester City will win it. I think Chelsea will be second this time. Liverpool third. Liverpool third. Man United fourth. Bottom 3, I'd say Norwich, Watford, and Southampton. Maybe not in that order, but those 3. Where Arsenal are going to finish, I think I can't see them finishing higher than 6th, to be honest. I'd say 6th right now. I mean, they're not going to get in the top 4. I'd be stunned. Those clubs are so strong in the top 4, and Arsenal just haven't done anywhere near enough in the transfer market yet for me to even remotely believe they can compete with those top 4 teams over the course of the season. So I just can't see it. And I think Leicester are going to be very strong again. You know, can Arsenal finish above Spurs this season? I think a lot depends on Harry Kane with that. But I'll say 6th for Arsenal.
All right, that seems to be by far the most common situation that we have here, and what we're going to do so that we don't end up running into the next hour. We're going to do our drawing now for the 9 o'clock Eastern hour. It's 2 p.m. over there, isn't it? Or almost 3 p.m. over there. So this hour's drawing is for a brand new Arsenal 21-22 kit. You can choose the size. You can choose whether you want the home, away, or the third kit. And you can choose, if you want, the player personalization on it. I refuse to allow you to use Jaka, though. Charles, I actually called Chris Wheatley Charles Wheatley earlier in the podcast. He said that was a massive compliment. So I just about called you Chris Watts. Sorry about that.
I get that.
The fusion dance.
I always get called Chris.
What do you think of those 3 kits? What do you think of them this? I mean, do you like the yellow, a little bit untraditional color yellow, maybe? But the third kit that just came out, what do you like them all? Do you not?
I don't mind the third kit. The second kit, the away kit, I prefer it to be the proper yellow, but I don't mind it. The home kit's nice. It looks nice. It's not really my cup of tea, though. I just prefer to have the white sleeves, and that's it. I think the third kit's lovely. I love it. I think it's really, really nice. I've shown it to my wife.
Think it looks too much like the seats on the Piccadilly line?
It does a little bit. I've seen the pictures going around on the internet about it, but I think it's really nice. I've shown it to my wife yesterday, and she likes it. And if she likes it, then it must be nice because she hates everything to do with Arsenal football. So.
Oh God, that's not easy.
Yeah.
Mine is on its way. Look, I'm sorry. I'm supporting the club in my own way because they make them in my size, and so I need more of a wardrobe that actually fits me these days. So we are picking. Let's see, what do we have left in this POD-A-THON? We have a new Arsenal kit. We have another Ruth Beck Arsenal print. We have a Super Kevin Campbell signed retro shirt. We have another new personalized Arsenal kit, and then in the final hour of the podcast, we have the FA Cup winning first team signed shirt from 2019 to 20 with the entirety of that team. So, you'll get your Kolasinac signatures, you get your Mustafi signatures. I mean, how can I upsell this thing? We did win the FA Cup with that squad. So it's going to be great. So the winner of the new Arsenal kit of your choice will be subject to some of the rules. Yep. Nick Canning is ineligible as he's already won 3 prizes. At this point, we've capped it at 3. Nick did win the I think Lee Dixon signed shirt. So I think between the 2, you'd rather have that. Let's go back and redraw for the winner of a new Arsenal kit. Be funny if it's Aston, wouldn't it? Kushal Ashar, and Kushal, won the very first and the second raffle. We haven't seen his name since then, so this is for you, Kishal. Thank you for your donation, and you have won a new Arsenal kit. I will get in touch with you to get the details of which kit you want, and whether you want a name on the back. But congratulations, Kishal, and thank you again for your donation. Going to bring back onto the podcast Jared, who is in Chicago right now, and he's going to be on, I think, for the rest of the time, if I'm correct, or close to the rest of the time.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Good morning for me, gentlemen. Good morning, Charles. Pleasure to be on with you.
Good morning.
Yep, and people are just pissed at Kishal. I understand. Don't take it on him personally, but yeah, and who won the Wayne Rooney signed Jack Wilshere shirt? Man, this has been a long podcast. That was like 11 hours ago. We talked about how JJ loved Jack Wilshere. His father was over there working with the England team or something like that, or his stepfather, and said, "You like Jack Wilshere? I'll get him to sign the jersey." Brings home the jersey for him. It's an England number 7 Jack. I think he wore 7. England number 7 Jack Wilshere shirt with a signature on it that clearly says Wayne Rooney 10. So, I mean, Wayne must have been like, "Why is someone asking me to sign a Jack Wilshere jersey?" But yeah, a little bit of a confusion there, but that was a funny story. So look, Charles, we got one more question for you, I think, in the chat, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, any more incoming transfers? That kind of has been asked.
I've got one more real quick.
Okay.
Charles, this week the Premier League starts. You guys have a press conference with Arteta tomorrow, and what are you going to ask him? What are you like? What's on your mind that you want to actually reach out to and kind of get the information for as far as tomorrow's concerned?
It was today. It was this morning.
Today.
Yeah. They don't do the day of the game. They do it the day before the game.
Yeah, no, we had it this morning, and
the question Charles is going to ask is, why did I miss your press conference?
Yeah. But I didn't ask a question, unfortunately. We get how the press conferences work in the whole Zoom era is they are basically panelists that are sort of selected beforehand, and they kind of do it on rotation. And if you're not a panelist and you're not able to ask a question, they go through. And it wasn't.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I mean, the only one I've ever been exposed to is a kind of raise your hand and we'll come around and
yeah, you can do the post match games are like that. So the post match press conferences is if you're in the ground, and you're on the call, you can raise your hand, and then it's Mark Gannella's like the head of communications. He's sitting next to Mikel, and he'll just go through until he picks everyone who's got their hands up. But in terms of the pre-match ones, which are the better ones because he's not pissed off, he hasn't just seen Arsenal lose and everything like that, and he doesn't want to just get on the team coach and go home, but he'll sit there and he'll actually answer questions and it'll go on for longer. But because of the way they're set up, and you've got the embargo stuff that happens afterwards when they turn the cameras off and you talk to the stuff that will go out at 10:30 tonight, you have the selected panelists, and it wasn't me today, it was others asking questions. I think right now I'd have been, if I was going to ask a question today, it would have been about the goalkeeper situation for me. Like I said at the start of it, I just would love to understand how we've got to this stage of the summer and such a key position hasn't been addressed. And for me, I just find that completely bizarre. And I think that would certainly been the root of my question in today.
Mark runs a tight ship, doesn't he? Tight ship, I said.
He does.
So yeah, I've enjoyed getting to meet Mark in Denver and LA, and communicate with him. So I just want to leave you with this because, we know in the next, 30 hours or so, you're going to be covering on the Arsenal live from the from Brentford Stadium. Just be thinking about this the entire time.
I will always think about that.
Yeah, and my life is complete knowing that you'll always think about that. Yeah. Charles, you've been an absolute joy. 30-second crossover with our next guest, Perry. I've been vaccinated. So it's okay, but so
never be too sure, chaps. Never be too sure.
Never be too sure. Yes. Perry, I'm looking forward to this chat with you. And Charles, many thanks for everything that you've done for us. I appreciate your support starting last year when we first met, and continuing on with the charity. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, and interact with you. And I'm looking forward to hearing more as we get through, more Madison news as we get through the next 19 days.
All right, top man. Have a good one, boys. Well done on this thing. It's incredible 24 hours. Hands
Thank
off.
you, Charles. I appreciate it. Take care.
Bye.
So Perry, you found your way onto the podcast. You're fully masked. It's great to see you again. Thanks for joining us. This is hour 21 of 24, and I feel as fresh and sensual and all of that as I did in hour one. I'm just not as aware of the things that are coming out my mouth at this point. So,
did you two have beards before you started?
No, I was clean shaven. This was. Hold on, let me show you a picture of myself before we started. It was. This is before we started. I had absolutely no facial hair whatsoever. Let me see, where is it here? Yeah, I was the guy on the right.
There you go.
and now I look like this, which I wish I didn't. But it's good to see you again. I think the last time we had you on the podcast, we had some technical issues and we were able to hear you but not see you. So
that was the result.
And speaking of seeing you, it's been a pleasure, an unexpected pleasure, because I don't often watch the video content on Arsenal.com, but this preseason I did take out the second mortgage and I watched a couple of the games on Arsenal.com, and it was great to see you in studio and calling the games. I mean, to what is the extent of your Arsenal gig right now? I mean, I know that you're obviously doing the Legends tours and have those started back up, but you're kind of you're the Ainsley Maitland-Niles of Arsenal representatives right now. You're able to do it all.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, you're better to be quite good at a lot of things rather than very good at one thing. Do you know what I mean? So you're better off being able to spread yourself quite evenly. So as you said there, I've been doing a couple of co-coms. I did the behind closed doors game at London Coney against Watford, where I saw Lukongo play for the first time. And he was very, very impressive. Even though it's a friendly, you can still gauge if someone believes that they should be at Arsenal. And he could be a brilliant addition to that centre midfield area. And then I did the Chelsea game, obviously our first game with fans back at the Emirates. I think there was 25,000 there. And to be quite honest, we could have got beat 6 or 7-3. And then in the end, we could have drawn 2-2 because obviously Willock came on. And that was a really weird one, chaps, because I'm not for VAR. I'm against VAR. I don't like the way it stops the flow of the game. I don't like the way it gets involved and sort of cancels out goals and whatever. But it was amazing. Everybody around me, as soon as Willock's shot hit the underside crossbar, came down and went out, everybody was screaming for VAR. I went, well, hold on a minute. You can't have it both ways. Do you know what I mean? Even if we don't score a goal, then I'm all right with it. So just very lucky to be back to some sort of normality, which is great. Very lucky to work for Arsenal TV. I get paid to watch my team. So, how's your luck?
And I always, we've asked, I think Stuart Robson's been in this position before. I think Adrian Clark has certainly been in this position before. When you work for Arsenal TV, the question is, are you given the flexibility to be critical if need be? And what I've seen and heard from your commentary so far is that you seem to be given that flexibility. And if you haven't been given that flexibility, you take it anyway.
Well, the thing is, I've always been given that flexibility, but probably about 3 or 4 years ago, I was banned from Arsenal TV for about 3 years because the people in charge at the time thought I was a little bit too critical. They thought
that happened to Stuart as well, right? I mean,
yeah,
I wasn't
quite
it's still going on.
Yeah, but I wasn't quite on Robbo's level, to be fair, because he went on an anti-Arsene Wenger rant for about 2 or 3 years, and I was like, calm down, Robbo. What he's done for our club has been magnificent, So, but I think what you have to do, obviously, it is Arsenal TV, so quite rightly, you should be Arsenal biased because it's our vehicle, which is all our supporters are watching. But you've still got to be honest, and as long as you're my criticism is constructive, then I don't get a problem with it. So no one's ever said under the new regime who's in charge, you can't say this, you can't say that. Don't mention about different subjects. So And I think sometimes maybe because I'm a Gooner, going back from my family and Uncle Vic and his father and my granddad, maybe you're even more demanding of your team. Do you know what I mean? So maybe sometimes you criticize maybe too much because you want us to do so well and win so badly. But
we've heard
that's a good thing though, because you want it to be authentic. That's why they have people like you on there and not someone like me. You want someone who's lived it their whole life and played for the squad. And I understand where they don't want you to be super critical of the team, but there's that authenticity there that people know you know what you're talking about, and there's just a genuineness to what you're saying, and it's not coming off as trying to bash the club, because you obviously love Arsenal and want them to play well. So I love when there's, kind of the latitude for you to just give an honest opinion, because that's exactly what it is. And that's what we want when we watch shows like that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, if Arsenal really do control the content even on their channel too much, I mean, it's going to come across, because look, unless we're playing perfect football, for you to go on there and act like it's perfect football would just be disingenuous. It would really lower your reputation, and it would lower Arsenal's reputation, because it would be so obvious that that's what's going on.
The thing is, like, you lose your credibility. That's the whole thing is credibility. And then I'm watching the same games as what all the fans are watching. Now, maybe I can understand why players do certain things or make certain mistakes, or technically what the problem is. But I must admit, there's one thing that I would be very critical of. If I can tell if any of our players aren't giving it 100%, and I've been critical in the past before, and there's one thing that you could say with Mikel Arteta, even though he's lost his way a little bit last season, and maybe tactically, he's a little bit sort of, I don't know if naive the word, he's learning his trade basically, and some of the teams that he's picked. But one thing I like with Arteta is he will not accept anything less than 100%. So from us at the moment, sometimes the quality is lacking in different areas, or to find a decision, but everybody's given everything and they're trying to implement the manager's ideas. So he's just, changing that culture around slowly. As I said before, there was a little period, especially at the end of Arsene Wenger's tenure and the end of Unai Emery's, when he lost his way, there were players that were going through the motions. And that's the one thing, not just it's Arsenal, but obviously it bothers me more. You're getting paid basically to do the thing that you love, and you're getting paid for your hobby. So the least you can expect is that you give blood, sweat, and tears for that football club. And you're both Jared fan, Mike. You're both fans. You'll forgive people for inadequacies if they're giving everything.
Yeah,
100%.
Not every Arsenal fan will do that these days, but yes, absolutely. and if for some reason Arsenal do go into that kind of state TV thing, and they put you on the side again, there's always Colchester TV to go back to, right?
To be fair, you got a problem. I've got Dagenham Redbridge TV. I've got Canvey Island TV. I don't think Southampton TV probably be as welcoming, like, considering I was a complete waste of money. But I keep telling everybody, it's like 375 grand a goal. I think compared to Shevchenko, that's not bad value, to be honest.
That works. Canvey Island, that's a great pull. 1995.
Canvey Island. Here's one for you, chaps. Right, I'd retired and I started playing for Dagenham Redbridge on a Saturday. They were in, which is now obviously the National League. So, and we were getting, I know the taxman's not listening, no, he's right. We were getting cash in hand on a Saturday, which is great, that's your drinking sort of money. And it was good money, about 300 quid, I think. That didn't work out very well because Dave Cusack, the manager, had all of his own sort of cronies around him. So I'm like, I'm not enjoying this, I'm off. And when I started playing for Canvey Island, because my mate was playing up front, Roy McDonald, again, just as a laugh, they were in like the old Isthmian League 3rd division, wherever it was. Again, nice bit of money. So I played, we won the first game 2-1. He took me off after 65, 70 minutes, and I'm playing centre field for him. What's all that about? Because again, he had his mates around him. Second game, we're winning 2-0. He took me off again with 70 minutes. We drew 2-2. So I went to see him, and I wasn't very happy, obviously, because even when I'm playing that, and you still want to win, you still give it everything. You can't help that attitude inside you. So I said, what the hell's that all about? His name was with Jeff. I said, Jeff, what's all that about, mate? I said, that's ridiculous. You took me off. You cost us the game. We was controlling it, 2-0 up, 2-2. He said, we're not being funny, Perry. He said, you look like you was blowing a little bit towards the end. I went, No, I was all right. I said, you need someone to keep the ball. He went, yeah, and if I'm being overcritical, he went, you look like you're a little bit heavy. You could do losing some weight, right? Jeff King, the manager, was 23 stone. So I looked at him and just went, I think that's the big fella up there telling me that my football is someone who's 23 stone is telling me that I'm a little bit too overweight. I got the subliminal message. I went, no, you're done. And that was it. That was the last time I played for Campbell. I quite enjoyed my time there, actually. But, yeah, I wasn't taking that from someone who's like twice my body shape.
That's funny. I think all of us in regular life experience that. You go to the doctor and they say, yeah, you could stand to lose 5 or 10 pounds. And you look at them and they're considerably heavier than you are. It's kind of like,
I've never been in that position where someone told me to lose 5 or 10 pounds and was heavier than I was. But they told me to lose 5 or 10 pounds and then do it again and then again and again. I want to ask you something real quick because this has become relevant. I don't want you to tell the story, but am I remembering correctly that you told a story about you in a phone booth in David Rocastle?
Oh yes, no, that was up at Largs at a training camp at the beginning of the season.
Hold that because there may be somebody coming on who might want to hear that story in about 20 minutes or so. So I just wanted to make sure I have my memory correct because I mean, fortunately, we've heard so many great stories from so many great people. But yeah, hold that.
So how are you two guys keeping? So you're in the last what? How long you got to go? 4 hours?
3, a little under 4 now.
So yeah, there's 3 hours and 47 minutes left.
So what has it been? Espressos, Red Bull?
Well, Mike's had it much tougher than me. Yeah, I've kind of taken shifts. I did just a couple hours last night and then the last 4 this morning. So I'm, just woken up nice and fresh. I've had some sleep. Mike's the one who's marathoning this whole thing. So kudos to you. I'm not sure I could do it.
I'm the stunt man. I'm like someone's gotta do this and go the entire 24. So that's
Mike. I made a career out of being a stunt man. Trust me, just filling in for other people. It's not a bad skill.
No, I'll do anything for a good cause, and I think this is a pretty good cause. And speaking of which, we are now at $4,833 of a goal of $5,000 for this POD-A-THON. We're so close to reaching the goal, and again with 4 hours left, I feel pretty good about it. But $4,833 out of a total of 5 for the entire campaign so far this year. With the other events that we've run, we are probably now close to $14,000 or $15,000 overall. And I can't thank you enough. I'd love to hit the $5,000 mark real soon. And thank you to all that donated. At the end of this hour, we will be drawing the winner of our final Ruth Beck art print from the Arsenal, and it's this one. It's a corner flag from looks like from the Emirates. Ruth Beck is a great local artist in North London, and this will go to somebody who has donated to us. And then for the final 3 hours, we have Super Kevin Campbell coming on next and he's going to sign a shirt, new personalized Arsenal kit, and then the FA Cup winning squad, the 2019-20 first team signed shirt. Speaking of things that have been given away, I just say,
on all your stuff you've got, I'd like to donate if someone wants to bid for it now, or you want to do it in an auction, which way we do it. Because you mentioned their tours at the Emirates, the Legends tours. So they're just starting, hopefully in the next month or so. So I'll donate one of my tours, and they can choose whichever. When the dates go up obviously on the website, you can choose your date. Come round with me on the tour, obviously with some other Arsenal fans, and then I'll have a couple of pints with so it's tour for 2.
Perry,
So
that's amazing.
I was literally just about to ask you this. I was going to put you on the spot, but you've saved me from having to do that, because in our auction last year, shortly after the time where my friend Rick and I had actually gone on a Legends tour with you, I then bugged you out by your car to sign a shirt for this, and you became aware of each other. And then I think Mark Brindle put us together for a podcast appearance. But at that time, you came up with the idea of, I was just talking about, hey, could I give away a couple Legends tours with you? And you came up with the idea of going out for pints afterwards, which we decided to call it the Perry Groves experience.
That's a
really
nice
what
way
it
of putting it.
I mean, I've been on so many tours of the Emirates that you know, I literally I could walk around that place with my eyes closed. I mean, I don't mean to sound jaded, but like it's but the tour led by Perry Grove, you will hear things that probably Arsenal might not want you to hear, but excellent, amazing stories, entertaining time, but like literally going out to I don't know which pub you're going to or whether you're just going to drink in the parking garage, but having a couple pints with you, that could get to be an extremely priceless adventure. And
yeah, there's a couple of pubs around the Emirates we can go to. So
I mean, I can see the Tolly wanting to be a part of that.
That's it,
But
Tollington. Yep, just where you go underneath the bridge on the left hand side.
Absolutely. So if we do have a winner, by the way, I mean, the winner of the Perry Groves experience last year, his name is Mark Mertz. He's a great guy who started a supporters club chapter in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay.
I told him you were going to be on today and encouraged him to come in and have a chat, but he's, you know, it's 9:15 in the morning. I think he had something for work, but we've been just waiting for COVID to kind of to be over. But so you may end up having two winners back to back, but
yeah.
But Perry, that is fantastic, and we're going to put that in the overall Gooner raffle. So if you've entered for this event and you didn't win, or even if you did win, your entry still move forward to the overall Gooner raffle that's going to be later this summer. Once I recover from this experience over the last couple of days, so you have a chance to win that. But Perry, you saved me having to bug you for it, and I truly appreciate that.
And by the way, it's not optional. The few pints afterwards, it's compulsory. Even if I have to get people in a headlock, you'll be coming for a couple of Morettis in a Moretti Chalice. It's not optional.
That's why we call it the Perry Groves experience. You may get wrestled into a pub after the tour.
And I feel like after a couple of pints, it might turn into more than a couple of pints. But there are no guarantees.
It's impossible.
Okay. Yes. So yeah, that's fantastic, and I can't wait to put that up for auction again, or up for raffle. So, any questions for Perry in the chat? I mean, I think we've got from S. Irvine. What's your favorite tipple, Perry?
What the thing is, I had a little tipple, obviously a little drink, very posh as tipple. Would you like a tipple, sir? Yes. So it's normally a tipple would be like a sherry or, you know, a creme de menthe or whatever. But by that it means drink. So it's definitely I'm definitely route one. Like I'm a lager person. So whether it's Moretti, whether it's San Miguel, whether it's Peroni, but there's one criteria that I have that any place that I go into is a Moretti has to be in Moretti Chalice, a San Miguel has to be in a San Miguel Chalice, a Peroni.
That's how pubs work over there. Like you never see that over here. And I think it was my daughter or my wife said when we were over in London recently, like, do you ever notice how all the beers are poured into the specific glass for the beer? And I actually had never paid that close attention. I was too busy getting the thing down my gullet. But like, yeah, they do that most of the places.
No, it's the law. It's even though it was a European, even though we're out of Europe now, because there's one thing that really peeves me. If you go into a bar or a pub and there's a young like bar person and they put it like a Peroni or a Moretti in a normal pint glass, I'm like, whoa, you haven't been working here very long. I said that's against the law what you've just done there. And they sort of look at me with and I said, well, what's the difference? I said, it tastes differently. It tastes different. It has to be in the right glass. And they go, I don't agree with you. I said, okay. My analogy is, do you drink tea? And they'll say, yeah, I have a cup of tea. I said, right. When you have a cup of tea, do you have it in a China cup or mug, or do you have it in a plastic? Oh, China all the time. Why don't you have it in a plastic cup? Tastes different. There you go. Same product, different sort of vehicle to put it in. Tastes completely different.
You've brought up an excellent thing that triggers me on something else, and I hope I already know what the answer to this is. But speaking of tea, if you need to heat up water very quickly for tea, and you decide to take a large glass, fill it with water, and put it in a microwave, is that illegal as well?
Yeah. You have to boil the kettle, or you've got different apparatus now where you don't have to put it in a kettle. You just like press the button, it boils, takes it to like 90, doesn't even have to be 100 degrees, it could be like 96, 97, but No, you're heaving there, Mike. You don't put it in.
I got in so much trouble with the world on social media because I posted. I was on this keyword being was, but I was on this diet that involved powdered soups with warm water for a little while or hot water, and I took a video of myself heating up water in the microwave. I didn't think much of it. I wasn't doing it to take the piss out of anyone. That's just what we do over here. And I mean, I've had, posts as the gerbil. I've had the post that Arsenal retweet. I've never had such a strong reaction in a negative way to something as when I tweeted that video of me heating water in a microwave.
You don't mess about with English in their tea.
No,
it doesn't work. You don't
that
do
the hard way.
That's sacrosanct.
Yeah, I mean, I'm American, and I don't think I've ever heated water in the microwave.
I mean, I never knew anything other than that. And so within a week, I had purchased this on Amazon, and it's the greatest thing I've ever owned in my life. I know it's not the traditional, because when I thought of kettle, I was thinking of the little, the like the teacup thing from
the thing whistling on the stove
from Beauty and the Beast, the thing that like that started singing and dancing and stuff. And I'm like, I'm not getting one of those. I'm not standing over the stove. I need this to be able to be done as I'm doing something else, because I like to multitask.
Do you know what? You know how modern life is getting quicker. People now, it's too long for a kettle to boil, which takes probably 4 minutes. Yeah. Now people are like, no, it's too long. I need my boiling water in 30 seconds. I'm not wasting my time.
And Sai Anvesh would like you to tell him off, please.
Sai, you're a very, very bad person. You do not heat your water in a microwave, mate.
Yeah, I'm not having you in here. In fact, I'm blocking you right now because I seem to like to hit the block, but no, I'm just kidding.
I think what Sai needs to do, Sai needs to boil some water in a kettle so it's pure, let it get colder, and then cleanse himself with that water to wash all that dirty thoughts away about put it into dirty microwave water. So just cleanse yourself, Si. You'll feel
have a tea kettle baptism this morning.
Exactly,
wherever it is in the world.
So what happens if somebody donates to the very noble cause that we are representing here, is helping an incredible cause, wins the Perry Grove experience, and then discloses to you after a couple of pints or after one pint that he or she boils water in a microwave? Is the experience over, and am I due having to refund them for whatever they?
I think we'd have to sit down probably over another couple of pints, and I'd have to re-educate said person.
Well, because you do have the opportunity. It's like do you cast away a person who's going down the wrong path in life, or do you try to help
you bring them back
and mold them?
Oh no, you have to bring them back from the abyss. You bring them back from the darkness, from the black hole that they're disappearing down with their microwave water, and you bring them back into civilization, and then they will find it they've been redeemed, and redemption can be a magnificent eye opener.
Well, I like that answer because you don't seem like the type of person to just cast people astray just because they've made a simple mistake, and just like the world of Twitter did with me when I made that mistake. So,
but the world of Twitter was familiar with you. They've been looking for a reason for years to just pile on you. That probably contributed a little bit.
There are so many reasons why I probably should be canceled. That wasn't the one that I expected to be the reason that I got canceled. But but yeah, boiling water in the microwave was that. So
was you unfollowed on Twitter?
Yeah, I went.
That outraged. I ain't never.
Interestingly enough, when the official Arsenal Twitter account retweeted me for holding a Arsenal sign at a professional wrestling event that got on national television or international television, we went from like 1,000 to 6,000 followers. When I posted the microwave thing, I was down to like 400 followers. And now I know why Perry Groves. The one thing you don't do is Twitter.
Yes, 100%. I'm not on
or
Twitter.
Do you have shadow accounts that like are you really not on Twitter?
No, not at all. No.
If
someone wants to tell me what they think and they brave enough to tell me to my face, then that's not a problem. But I'm not giving any power to people in a little room somewhere who want to put their misery onto other human beings. That's not my thing. And maybe I'm too old for it, but
No, you're too smart for it, is what you
I think
are.
we're all too old for it in reality. It should be a teenage thing, probably.
Yeah, but the only thing as well is because there's that. And there's the other thing is I might tweet something that I think is really funny, but when you read it, it's not in the right context. And there's an outrage society at the moment. And I just think, no, I'm not really going to put myself in that position. And the other thing as well, a lot of the players now, we know on a little serious note, there's a big mental health issue with a lot of players, not just footballers, but people in sight in general. And I do talk sport, obviously, and I'm privileged to do it. And they have their own Twitter feed when you're in the studio. And what I've found is, which I don't read it now unless I have to for the show, out of 100 tweets, you could have 98, 99 that are complimentary, and even if they're having a go at you, it's tongue-in-cheek and funny and banter, what they call it. You could have one or two that are particularly nasty and vitriolic, and they're the two that stay in your head.
100%.
Exactly what it is. And I don't believe people say they don't, because there's a lot of modern-day footballers now, as soon as the game's finished, and soon as the manager's given their debrief, and they've had that, they go straight to the phones to see what everybody's saying about them and see what people think of the way they played. Now, if you don't know the way that you played and the manager hasn't told you why you played, no disrespect, why are you going to worry about who says people there who want to spread their bile anyway? So you can't have it both. If you're doing it, you have to take the rough with the smooth, unfortunately.
It's an incredibly well-adjusted attitude, and I would recommend highly that you. I mean, you've got enough ways to promote whatever you're doing, whether it's a book or an appearance or anything like that. Don't get on Twitter because it's a cesspool.
Well, the other thing, what I do, Mike, I sort of a similar thing. I'm lucky enough I do after dinner speaking, going to football clubs, when they have their gala dinners and whatever, and do probably about 35, 40 minutes and try and be a little bit sort of insightful, trying to be like funny. There's one thing I did learn actually on my after dinners: don't ever let the comedian go on before you, because I did that on my first one. The comedian went on and completely rocked the joint. Everybody's laughing. I'm sitting there thinking, right, this is going to be a tough one. Everybody's mad, and I've got to keep that standard because it's the comedian's job to make everybody laugh. So I'll make sure that's always on my rider. That, by the way, I go on before the comedian. But when I do them, you normally get, good reaction, which is fine. There could be 250 people in a room, like 25 tables of 10, and everybody could be like, there could be two on the front table or the middle table, right? Two people not laughing, and they're the two that you look at and you think, oh, this isn't going very well. And I had an experience of that afterwards, and people come up and ask for autographs, and a bloke come up, he said, oh, Perry, I love that. And he was one of the ones that wasn't really laughing. I said, oh, really? I said, because you didn't look like you was laughing. He went, no. He said, I was just concentrating and looking at you. I didn't want to miss any of your stories. He said, I didn't have time to laugh.
That's quick thinking by that person.
That is, yeah. So whether he was talking, or not, but even then, out of that room, and when you come away from the gig afterwards and you think, oh, that went okay, they're the two that not the 248 people who are laughing their heads off. And Bob Mills is a very good friend of mine. He's a stand-up comedian I do talk sport with. And he's been doing the comedy circuit for years and years and years and been on TV. And he said the comedians are exactly the same. He said that when they go on stage, they could be rocking it. If they spot a couple of people that ain't laughing, they're the ones that say it's human nature. It's in human insecurities. That's the way that our brain, unfortunately, is made to work.
It is, and I'm going to take the opportunity now to add somebody to our podcast. Perry, I told you to keep a story in the front of your mind for a little bit later in the podcast. I want to bring on someone who's become a great friend, someone who is in a part of a wonderful, wonderful family. Ryan Rocastle, welcome back to the podcast.
Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Morning, Ryan.
Hi, guys. How you doing? I'm well, thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
I love. This is becoming a habit now. I'm putting you together with your uncles from your dad's team. But it occurred to me when you said that when we needed to move your time around a little bit, that coming on with Perry would be great, because Perry told a story the last time he was on the podcast about your father. Because anytime I talk to folks from that era at Arsenal, and again, been blessed, Lee Dixon and Alan Smith and Michael Thomas and Perry Groves and even talking to Amy Lawrence from a journalistic standpoint.
You're brilliant, Amy. Very, very good. Very good.
And she did send in a hello. She regretfully is on holiday and couldn't make it today. But we always talk about the impression that your dad made on the team, and Perry told a hilarious story last time, and I hope you can. I know you're pretty good at retelling stories the right way. So,
but the thing is, like Ryan, with your dad, like everybody loved Rocky. Like he was a bit annoying, and he was like unbelievably handsome, unbelievably great bloke, unbelievable like footballer. He had everything going for him. And you think, oh, come on, there must be something wrong, and there never was. But he was the first person when I signed for the Gooners in September 4th, '86, and your dad was a star then in the England under-21s, and everybody knew who Rocky Rocastle was. And I was just a gingerhead nobody from Colchester, basically. And I was going training with all these massive stars like Charlie Nicholas, Viv Anderson, Kenny Sansom, David Lewis. Rocky was in there, Tony Adams. And George Graham let me train with the first team on that Friday. And we were playing the other mob up the road on the Saturday. And so we were taking set pieces. And as you know, Ryan, our set pieces, we were very, very strict. And George was very, very dictatorial about our set piece we did. So I was taking with your dad over on the like from the left wing, Benjamin right foot, and I hit a couple which were quite good. And your dad sort of snapped it, hooked a couple, and didn't miss the first one. Like, so I'm going, great ball, Dave, great ball, Dave, brilliant ball. I'm trying to be everybody's mate. David, what a ball that is. Oh, they're not making the right runs. And he just looked at me after about 5 minutes, and he always called me Purse. He said, Purse, shut up. He said, I'm having an absolute nightmare. He said, and by the way, leave off with the David, will you? He said, you're not my teacher. He said, my name's Rocky. I went, but I don't know you. Though. He said, you do now. You know Rocky. You know me as right. I went, okay, that's fine. Fast forward the beginning of the next season. Yeah. Obviously, Dad plays like right wing, and that was my position from Colchester. I was a right winger, and I was looking at your dad thinking, oh, I've got to go some to get in the team above him. Do you know what I mean? The only thing I had over him was a long throw, so that was pretty good. But we was at Largs on a pre-season tour up in Scotland. And in the old days, this sounds how old we are, there was no mobile phones. It was just pay phones. So you could, if you wanted to phone your mum, your dad, your missus, your girlfriend, whatever, it's your pay phone. So the gaffer, George, had said, right, we've got 3 pre-season games. He used to call him Dave. He said, David, you're going to play first game. I think it was against Dunfermline, I think. He said, Perry, you'll play the second game. And then what happens in those 2 games, I decide who plays against Celtic in the big game at the end of the week. Mm-hmm. So your dad played, your dad played in the first one and didn't play particularly well, and we beat Dunfermline. I played in the second one and we beat Morton 1-0, and I played quite well, and I scored the winner. So what you think is, well, that's handy. I've played quite well. Rocky's had like a bit of a dodgy game. I've got every chance here. So I go and phone my dad on the payphone after we've beaten Morton 1-0 and I've scored. So there's a queue, and I'm the last in the queue. So you get your 50p's, your 10p's, whatever. So I speak to my dad. And bear in mind, I'm 21 talking to my dad about football. You know what I mean? I'm still phoning my dad saying, so he said, how'd it go, boy? So I went, actually, Dad, yeah, written really well. Played all right, good work. I said, but I scored the winning goal. I said, my final ball was pretty good. The gaff was happy. I said, the major result is Rocky's had an absolute stinker in the game before me. I said, so I've got every chance now playing on the Saturday against Celtic. And he went, what do you mean? I said, well, Rocky just kept giving the ball away, and the gaffers hammered him at the end of the game, and I've played really well. So I reckon I could start the season. So he went, all right, boy, good luck, blah, blah, blah. So I put the phone down, turned round. Who's staring at me, waiting to go on the phone, is your dad. And I'm like, well, hashtag a little bit awkward like that. I went, all right, Rocky, like that. And he had, his massive grin he had on his face, his big sauce of brown eyes. Like, he went, Purse. He said, right, he went, by the way, you weren't that effing good. He said, and the second thing, there's no effing way that you'll be in the team at the start of the season. You have got no chance, right? And I said, all right, see you later, Rocky, like that. And he was laughing his head off. And he went, you make me laugh at that. And your dad was 100% right. He started the season and was brilliant and got himself in the England squad. But there was no, typical your dad. There was it was just, he knew it was just football. He knew it wasn't personal. He knew it was nothing like that. And we were really good mates. And if it wasn't for your dad, I might have played another 100 games for Arsenal.
He ended off with the bitterness. It was such an uplifting story, and then the bitterness. Yeah. Ryan, by the way, I mean, between Perry and I, we haven't even really given you a chance to say anything, but it's great to have you back on. You know, we missed you this morning when we had Max and John on. I see that John is in the chat right now, but I did tell you a little bit about their story and what had happened, and just a really uplifting hour we had talking about the Arsenal fan base coming together, and you know, it's just been such a great year or so getting to know you, and you know, on a bit more of a kind of a personal level, learning about your Arsenal history, and you know, how you became a fan pretty much after your dad's passing, and I mean, you're Arsenal through and through as far as I'm concerned, despite your, you know, the QPR days. But how you been in the last couple of weeks? How's the COVID situation treating you and your family?
Yeah, it's been okay for us. Obviously, others not so good. You know, but I think things are getting back in England anyway. That I don't know where Perry is, but where I am, they're feeling like they're normal until somebody says that, you know, they've been pinged by this app or something and they're having to self-isolate. But for me, yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm gonna have my second jab at the end of the month, so yeah, I'm okay. Nice. Thank you.
So we've been kind of talking about Arsenal, but not so much. I mean, not the current day Arsenal so much lately, but you know, if there's anyone in the chat that wants to pop in and say hi to Perry or to Ryan, please do go to gooneropenmic.com. Just a quick reminder that we are doing this to raise money and awareness for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Again, it's touched so many of us. I know I could speak for Ryan and myself, saying, you know, what happened with our parents to blood cancers. We really need to stop happening to other families and at least support the ones who are currently dealing with it. But we are at a grand total of $4,843 of a $5,000 goal. We really need to hit that goal. We're getting really close here. So anything that you can do to help. Many of you have already donated, obviously, and we're not asking for any more. But please do what you can and help us reach that goal. Any questions from the chat that we have? One of them from Zamir. Can we say hi to Jared too? Have we not been letting you talk? I guess.
No, you know what? When Ryan and Perry come on, I'm more here to listen. I would much rather hear some of the stories, and I'm sure everybody who got on the chat for this hour would much rather hear from those guys than me. So I'm more than happy to kind of enjoy with everybody else and kind of take a seat in the audience and hear those guys tell some really cool stories.
Well, then,
you know what, guys, I'm just looking at all of your backdrops with all your pictures. Obviously, Mike, you've got your like signed shirt up there, haven't you, to your right hand shoulder.
And I've got you. You were in that photo behind.
And the team photo. Then you got Bergkamp. You got obviously Highbury. Ryan, you've got that's Venice, isn't it? Is that Venice behind you? That is a little bit of class, my friend.
Does this help it a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. The greatest goal ever. In the history.
That's Perry Groves right there, my friends.
Yeah, that's me. I'm glad that's not me in the middle. But just getting back to, so have you been to Venice then, Ryan?
I'm in my mum's house.
All right. So Janet's been. She's been to Venice. Janet has, yeah.
She'll be delighted that you mentioned that.
Do you know what? What's random? Obviously, like St. Mark's Square is great, the Doria Palace and Murano Burano, and when you obviously go on the river taxi, they've got loads of different like stations where you hop on, hop off.
Yeah.
We was going off to Burano, which is one of the islands, stopping at one thing, and they've actually got a station in Venice called Arsenal with an E on the end. So everywhere you go all around the world, there's always something to do with Arsenal. It was pretty cool.
Absolutely. So we're going to bring on someone who has been an absolute trooper. He's been on the air with us at various times. He's been in the chat. He's been supporting us in every possible way he can. And I'm sure he has a question for either Perry, Ryan, or both. Good to see you again, Dazzer. Darren's in the house. Let it rip, my friend. What would you like to ask? And we do have a couple of ones from the chat as well. So we're gonna make this quick. But
yeah, my first question is to Ryan. It's nice to meet you, and I never got a chance to see your dad play, but just hearing the stories has been incredible to hear. What was the best advice that he gave you when you were young that still sticks to you at the minute?
Oh, that's a good question. I think, to be honest, mate, it's more how he acted rather than the advice he gave. So because I was only 9 when he died, but it was more just seeing. I always remember how he was with fans, even when he wasn't playing, he'd always want to sign an autograph or take a photo. At that age, you don't really understand why your dad's famous, especially back then when there wasn't like TVs or there was TVs, but not every game was on telly and the social media and stuff. So I just remember outside grounds and stuff, him always signing an autograph, looking after his family, the way he looked after my mum and my sisters. I think it was more just trying to sort of replicate how the way he lived his life, those standards, if you know what I mean, as opposed to any advice he actually gave me.
Do you know what it was, Dazzer? Rocky was a fantastic footballer, right? But more importantly, he was a fantastic human being. And the human being obviously overrides the footballer stuff. And he was just class, the way, as Ryan was saying there, just the way that he treated people. And someone who was as good as what he was, and trust me, at one time he was in the top 3 midfield players in the country, without like a shadow of a doubt. He was just very humble, didn't think he was better than anybody else. Do you know what I mean? Which is a brilliant quality to have.
Yeah, I appreciate you answering the question, Brian. That means a lot to hear that. I do have one for Perry as well. This is kind of a cheeky question. Who was more of the prankster in the team? Like, everyone has their sort of like pranksters, and was there a particular one
other than Perry, you mean?
What other?
It was, to be honest, Ryan will probably talk to his mum as well. Everybody used to take the mickey out of everybody else. There was no hierarchy. Even if, like, we had our international players, international stars. We mentioned Rocky, obviously Alan Smith, Paul Merson, Dave Seaman, Tony Allen. But because they were international stars, there was no cliques. So I could take the mickey out of anybody, but then you get it back. What you try and do, you try and deflect it. So everybody took the mickey out of it. So it was probably me and Merce, probably I'd say, were the ones that were like you could say practical jokers or just getting on everybody else's nerves. It all depends which way.
I could see Merson being that guy for sure.
Yeah, but it was just it was the camaraderie there as well. That is the thing. Like, I'm Billy Nobody coming from Colchester, and just because I was giving them stick, they'd try and deflect it on me, or you try and just like palm it off on someone else. So there was all loads of stuff like deep heat in the pants, deep heat in your socks. So when you're walking around, then you think your feet are going to be on fire. It's all just, it's pretty puerile stuff, to be honest. but you have to, it keeps you going. It just keeps you having a laugh. And then it was more of the stories of the infamous Tuesday club where it was all out. There's probably 16, 7 of us all out at the same time. And then you get in have Wednesday off, getting on Thursday, and all your stories will be told, where you ended up, what you did, what time to get in, all that sort of stuff, So we were, even now, which is quite humbling, we've got the Boys of 89 WhatsApp group.
Oh my God.
And we're like
can we give away access to that group for Gooners versus Cancer?
Absolutely not.
There are some things that are sacrosanct, as my dad
exactly,
used to say,
yeah.
and that's one of them.
Ryan, this will make Ryan laugh, right? Michael Thomas, obviously, when he was your dad's like best mate, whatever, and we all know Tomo's a man of very few words.
Yeah.
On our WhatsApp group, you cannot shut him up. He's like a budgie eating trill. He's just all the time WhatsApp, ping, 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 sending jokes through, sending memes through. Is he the same with you, Ryan? You're like, hold a minute, Tomo. When really you don't hardly talk.
You know, he forwards on a lot of things like that. So you'll see like a lot of memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Don't say anything with them, or just completely random forward them on.
And also, you'll get one at like 11:45 at night. And you like you ping like that. If I know Tomo, are you like the other side of the world or something? Can you like ping it in the morning? Do you know what I mean?
That's hilarious. Dazzer, we've got someone else waiting to talk.
Dazzer, love the top, by the way. Little 89 yellow number, top work.
That's right. And I have mine, but it doesn't fit me anymore. It hasn't fit me since 1989. But Dazzer, it's good to see you again, and feel free to rejoin us again when Kev's on in less than an hour. So we'll see you soon. Joining us from New Orleans, Nola Gooners, Stephen Feely, the creator of the 89 t-shirt. This shirt that we have given away a couple of on this podcast already. But Harry, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but it's a shirt that obviously says 89. But if you look really closely at the 89, it is the Brian Moore call.
That is class.
Starting with Arsenal come streaming forward, and it's a magnificent design. And we love that Stephen has shared some of those with us to give away.
In the design of the banana, very similar, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does look like that a little bit. But Stephen, welcome to the pod, man.
Hey, I didn't know you were popping me on. You didn't say anything in the chat.
I'm sorry. Oh, you were trying to just come into the chat. And
No. Well, I didn't realize. I popped in. I thought, you'd let me know if you were going to put me on because I'm at work right now. So I was like, I'll do some work, while and Michael let me know. And bam.
Well, yeah. Sorry about that. Well, so while you're on, any questions or comments for Perry or Ryan?
Honestly, I didn't really. I just really want to just like just pop on and say hi, and how and I did want to ask Perry like back in the day playing. You keep mentioning how handsome Rocky was, and then you being a ginger man.
Yes.
Was that part of it? Did that make you insecure?
No, the thing is, when you're ginger, see your beard, right?
Yeah.
It's going up like this.
Yeah. Oh no, wait, it's coming. It's coming.
Right.
It's all down here.
Little white flecks in there. Exactly.
Yeah.
No. I was from a young age. I had a thick skin. You realise that open season on Gingers. We're the only ones that don't get into text.
Always about the jokes, man. Always.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have to. That's why maybe you have to, be quite quick in coming back with stuff. So I always saw myself as being an acquired taste, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. You're one of my favourites.
You got to keep the ginger band of brothers.
The way you played and being a ginger, like it was a joy to watch. I'll be absolutely honest.
Just running around.
But then Rocky came along,
Well, exactly. Well, the thing is, I didn't have the silky skills of Rocky and the foot overs and that technical. I was someone who was quick to run around. I think Arsenal fans looked at me when I played and thought, if I played for Arsenal, that's how I would have to play.
Yeah.
Because you don't get, like we mentioned Rocky, then you mentioned Limpar, then you go to Bergkamp, then you go to Henry. Those players will do things that the normal footballer and normal fan can only dream about doing. And I was one of them. And you look at them, you think, wow, I couldn't do that. I couldn't play like that.
But with me,
yeah, exactly. I think if you put the shirt on, you think, well, I'd have to run around like he does.
I think it's like how Ray Parlour would play as well.
Yes.
It was that you had just enough skill, but it's really all about desire and determination.
Exactly.
And stamina.
Yes. And also with Ray, he's a ginger in denial. I'm sure that he got. I've seen him without his product
with
and his
hair
father.
dye.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's got less hair now. It's easy to hide it.
Yeah, and there's definitely a little bit of tinting going on, a little bit of blonde.
He goes out in the sun on his videos he makes. You can kind of see that strawberry creeping.
Exactly.
Through. It's like, oh, nice try, right?
One of his daughters, both his daughters, obviously young now. One of his daughters is Auburn redhead, and you're like, that's where it comes from, Razor. Yeah. Exactly,
it's
coming
in the
through.
Genes, that's for
in
sure.
The genes, very much so.
Question from Mark Bacreed for you, Barry. Did anyone ever make the mistake of pranking George Graham?
Absolutely. Absolutely no chance.
Yeah, I expected that would probably be the answer. That would be the end of your Arsenal career, I think, if you did that.
Paul Davis, right, another brilliant friend of Rocky's. Davo was a senior player, brilliant player, left-footed, very well-balanced, one of the older players. He had the temerity to not actually give the gaffer stick in the pipe, but in an interview sort of questioned some of his tactics or the way we were playing. And I can remember reading it in the back page of the Sun, Davis questions or whatever. And I just looked at that and thought, oh my God, what has he done? So I'm mucking around. We all went in and went, anyway, Davo, been lovely knowing you. You've been a great servant. But we didn't even have time to say that because the gaffer got in the morning, said to Davo, see you ain't doing this to me. You ain't training anywhere near the first team. And for 6 months, he was training with the cows and the sheep at London Coney at the top of the hill.
Were the sheep training or were they just there? I mean,
to be fair, the sheep weren't bad at the back post. The cow was quite good at keeping it. Right, he played
Perry, they weren't bad.
Yeah, very good. Right, so we pretended we didn't hear it. Right.
The lack of sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. In fairness, it's been like 20 hours for Mike.
In my best of rested moments, I'm bad with the dad jokes. But after 22 hours and 22,
it's impressive. It was only that bad. It could have been a lot worse.
But then we didn't know. We thought he'd left, and then Gus Caesar started playing centre midfield. So that sort of thought, oh, Davo must have left. And then about 6-7 months later, Davo starts training with us, and we're like, oh, all right, Davo, how's it going? So, where you been? He went, oh, I've been training over there on my own. And that was George Graham's way of going, don't you cross me, chap. You ain't flipping. So you learn your lesson. You go, all right, now whatever the gaffer wants, the gaffer, you do. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, so there was no pranks on his massive 7 Series BMW.
Mark also has a question for Ryan. Now, again, keeping in mind that, you were 9 at the time and weren't super into football at that point, but obviously what your dad's style of play was. What current player reminds you most of Rocky's style of play?
It's really hard. I'll say I remember when he first came on to the scene. I think my dad's brother Steve said at his best, Oxlade-Chamberlain reminded him of
I get that.
Of dad. And that kind of stuck with me for a bit. And I remember sort of when he was playing really well, he kind of feel like they kind of had a similar-ish body shape and like quite like really tough, strong, got a few step overs in. So he's not quite had the career that was expected of him. But I'd say at the start he was quite a similar-ish. Now playing right now, like I'm not sure because so many wingers nowadays are inverted, so they play like left-footed, play on the right, and also that was quite
like a Pepe, for example.
Yeah, you don't really see that sort of anymore as much, so it's quite difficult to say.
Do you know what is well, Ryan? It's virtually impossible because wingers by their nature are normally seen as a little bit sort of flaky, not particularly that, like sort of skillful or, take people 1v1, but
mercurial.
But not particularly sort of tough tackling or hard. Whereas Rocky, even playing in a 4-4-2 wide on the right, he had all the step overs and all the brilliant tricks and ability 1v1s. But boy, was he tough. Boy, could he tackle. He'd come in from the right hand side, and he'd end up making a 3, whether it's Tomo, Kev Richardson, and Paul Dave. And your dad used to go through people, and he used to smash people. And fullbacks normally look to intimidate wingers. With Rocky, it was the other way around. He used to intimidate because they'd think, well, I can't get at him physically, I can't dominate him that way, and he's doing foot overs. So it's very difficult. Because your dad's got all the traits of a wide player and a winger, and all the traits of someone who plays centre midfield. So it's very hard to get. And if anybody, we're all Gooners here, and I always say to people, younger generations, they ask me about Rocky, whatever. I say, there's a clip on YouTube which epitomises your dad. Is when he scored against Manchester United. When he's picks the ball up in the centre circle. He's got Paul Ince one side, Brian Robson the other. He has a foot over, does a little shimmy. I think it's Ince goes for a burger and a cup of coffee one way. He goes in between them two. They're trying to like claw him back, and he looks up, and for about 40 yards, he sort of drive chips. It's not like he drive chips Peter Schmeichel, who was the best goalkeeper in the world at the time. And it comes down off the crossbar and like bounce down. If you just go that, YouTube's great. That one clip, you just go, that epitomizes Rocky Roadcast. And up at Old Trafford, because a lot of people score decent goals, not necessarily at big grounds or against the massive teams. That's, again, how you judge people. And it's like incredible.
Stephen, we're gonna say goodbye. I'll let you get back to work, and then we've got a couple of housekeeping things to take care of here.
Get your ginger beard going, Steve.
Keep it up.
You can call your love child in the chat there.
It'll be great. It'll be great soon.
And don't diet either. Stay strong.
No chance. No chance.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you,
All right,
Stephen,
bye,
for your support. Appreciate it. Love the shirts. Go to feestees.me. Can I still publicize that?
You can still publicize feestees.me. Some great stuff on there. Mike, I messaged you about the Rocky shirts. If you wanted to use those I was going to give you 5 Rocky shirts to give away.
Well, and I think we did discuss. I think you spoke to Ryan before once about that. Just to
Ryan. I know Ryan's seen it. Well, maybe he remembers. This one. If I can see it on the camera.
Yeah.
And I mean, because it's because of what the event is and everything. And I've got the 89 shirts that Mike has, but because people need different size shirts. So Mike, if you want to add that to your just giveaway, do 5 draws, whatever you want to do.
Brilliant.
And I'll send them out to whoever wants them. Whoever
Fantastic.
wins.
I truly appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen, and I hope and pray that I get to see you in February down in your neck of the woods.
Mascot, do your thing. Let's get to New Orleans, man.
All right, man. Take care, bud.
Right, take care.
Cheers.
All right. So at the end of our 21, we are. Let's see what the total is now. $4,843. We're getting really close to the end, and we're getting really close to the goal here. We're going to draw for the final Ruth Beck art print, which is the corner flag. Very understated, simple, nice piece of art from Ruth Beck. And let's see what we get in the randomizer here.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with her work, you can check out Ruth Beck Art on Instagram. She's got her full catalog. She's a great artist. It's a ton of cool stuff and just a great person who's been super involved this year on Instagram with all the Gooners versus Cancer stuff. So I want to give her a shout out because she really does awesome person and really great artist.
And does a lot of really good causes as well. I mean, she's just sent me just folders full of these prints to give to people that cannot normally get them, because if you go to ruthbeckart.com/arsenal, you can see all the prints. But if you live in the States, the prints are very, very reasonably priced. The shipping would not be. So you can't buy them in the US, but you can win them from me and from Gooners versus Cancer. And that's something I suggest that you try to do. All right. So here's the randomizer. The final winner of a Ruth Beck, and if this is a 3rd-time winner, we're going to redraw because we made a rule about that. The winner of the Ruth Beck art, Steve Manios, which he is a 3rd-time winner, and we're not doing he's already won a print, so we're going to redraw Steve. So let me get this back here. Let's try this again. The winner of a Ruth Beck art print, Ryan Lordos, a very good personal friend of mine. Ryan Lordos, wonderful guy, and he has now won a print that I can personally deliver to him because he lives in the same vicinity that I do. So congratulations, Ryan. You have won yourself the corner flag of the Emirates, and that's a Ruth Beck art. The next 3 and final 3 things we're going to be giving away is a Kevin Campbell signed Arsenal kit, a first team kit from the current collection of home, away, and third kits, and then the grand prize being a first team signed kit from the entire 2019 and 2020 Arsenal squad. So I did get a video from a friend of mine in just a moment. Or a few moments ago that I want to play real quick because it's kind of a teaser, as we call it in the business that I'm not in. But here's the video I got.
Magic Mike, oi! I'm going to be seeing you very, very soon. Got to keep you awake with all the guys, so I hope you're well. Sophie's going to be on, I'm going to be on to help you to the end. Take good care, mate. Look after yourself. Well done, and keep up the great work.
I thought that the video was going to be Kevin apologizing for me that he had to cancel. I get really nervous about these things, but no, he was just literally trying to carry me through on a Dickie Bow Thursday to the rest of the thing. So he should be here momentarily, right? So
yes, he will be.
I've got to go, right?
Yes.
But I'd just like to say that's the most sense I've ever heard Kevin Campbell speak. That was amazing.
Well, wherever you're going, tune back into the podcast. You might hear a couple other things from him, but yes, Kevin's a trooper. And Perry, thank you so much.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Was it something I said, Perry?
No, not at all. No, to be fair, no. I'd love to. I love the hat, by the way.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Hat.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
smart.
you.
And
Thank you.
Ryan, say hello to your mum.
Yeah, we'll do.
And all my love. Yeah.
Thank you so
Well
much.
done, Mike.
Thanks, Perry.
We'll be in touch about the Perry.
Bye,
Green
Perry.
Yeah. Keep the good work going, chaps. Red Band, don't you ever, Mike, ever put water in a microwave for your tea again. Ever. Right?
I've learned my lesson, Perry. Yeah, we went there, so we can go.
I love it. I love how that story just lives on. Bye, Perry.
See you later, guys. Take it easy.
Bye.
Yeah.
Hi, Ryan and Jared. How you guys doing?
Good morning, Sophie. Long time no see.
Morning. I think I'm just wearing the same clothes I did when I saw you guys last evening. So I just woke up in this. I just put lipstick on, though. You know, you gotta have the lipstick.
My son went to sleep and then he woke up in time to talk to Lee Dixon. And I'm like, I know you don't sleep in a shirt, Jake, but like you've now woken up. Why are you in the same shirt that you were wearing yesterday? He's like, I just like it so much. It was the new Saka home shirt. And so I let him go with that. But
how many Red Bulls have you had?
Yeah, that's what Taylor's asking me. I need an exact count.
They're the unofficial sponsor of the 2021 Gooners versus Cancer POD-A-THON.
Yeah. I believe I own half of Red Bull Salzburg right now. Let's just put it that way. There have been a lot, probably too many. I'm more than likely going to have a caffeine issue. One time in college, I overdosed on no-dose. I literally just thought it would be a great idea to take a ton of no-dose caplets. And
what are they?
No-dose is basically it's like Red Bull in a pill.
Oh. Doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah, this is before 5 Hour Energy. This is before Red Bull. They had something called no-dose, which was like the opposite of Ambien. And I physically remember that night lying in bed in the fetal position, shaking, thinking I was my friend Marty who lived down the hall from me in my dormitory. And I think that we may be headed back towards that, where I end up thinking I'm Andy or Owen or something awful like that. But
Ryan's wondering what the heck is he going on about right now? It's like
Ryan knows I'm a little whacked out, right? I mean, at the point, and I always ask him permission for stuff. Like I don't want to, I don't want you to think I'm like taking advantage of things. I don't, but you're the coolest.
No worries, man. No worries.
So, I mean,
Yes.
and Ryan, you are not obligated to stay, but you are welcome to stay as long as you want. So, I know that this is the middle of the day for you, so anyway, please do let me know if you've got to go. But I'm not going to be the one who kicks you out.
No,
Jared will be the one who kicks you out.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Cable saying, as long as you don't think you're Triple H, then we're good. That shows me that Kay's been watching the podcast for at least a few hours.
I think that's when I fell asleep in the early hours. You and Charlie were talking about WWE, and I'm like, this is a great segment for JJ to have contributed.
Yeah, well,
to.
I haven't gone public with the fact that I know what JJ's connection to the WWE is yet. I'm waiting for him
everyone
to bring
knows.
it up. I'm waiting for him to bring it up. But then we got sidetracked with his prediction of Arsenal finishing first and Tottenham getting relegated. JJ, who, by the way, backed me up on our podcast about when you need hot water really quick, how do you do it? And he goes, the microwave. What are we talking about here? So he still needs to be educated. Sophie, I don't know if you can still be friends with him.
I'm thinking of doing some branded Highbury Squad kettles and sending them out to Arsenal America so we can get everyone on the same page. Ryan, they put shit in microwaves. I mean, it's crazy.
Water.
Not shit. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. Ryan knew what I was talking about. But hi, everyone in chat. You've got some very dedicated people who've been here for a lot of the night, who've been, I can tell, sleeping, and some who have been with you pretty much the entire night. It's incredible what you're doing, Mike. It really is. So proud of you. I mean, an incredible amount of work that goes into this. And, you know, doing a podcast every day or every other day is not an easy task. Doing what you've done over the last 24 hours is damn near impossible. And I salute you. In fact, I'm going to stand up and give you a standing ovation.
Aw. Does that remove the 2 yellows I got earlier in the podcast?
Well,
have those been rescinded?
I will rescind your yellow. Yes,
Beautiful.
I will.
So now I'm back to being on 1 yellow.
I'm ready. I know that Ryan's not going to get in my book at all. I can feel that.
Ryan's
Very
way
calm.
way too polite and
way
charming,
too chill.
to get
Yeah,
in my book.
absolutely. Yes. So no, congratulations. It's been amazing. And I would like to make a donation of $100 towards the Gooners versus Cancer charity. And you're doing an incredible job. So just really proud of you.
And you don't need to do that because your contribution and support and assistance from inside has been more valuable than any donation could be. And you're a real ally and a friend. You know, if you want to donate that's
I'm going to. We're going to dot the I and cross the T.
We're $157 away from our goal of $5,000. So
I'm going to get Kev to put in the 57.
Someone else needs to chip in 57, but we're going to get there. We're going to do it in this hour. I am confident because I need Super Kev or Super Kev's going to break some necks.
Yeah, he will. And plus we've got the link, which I'll put up in the chat later because, you know, there'll be a little bit from the donations from that to come in as well. So Ryan, what we did was we created, thanks to No Laguna, who I saw was here a little while ago, some T-shirts based on Kev's like Brock the Neck stuff. And what we're doing is part of the proceeds for that go towards Mike's charity as well. So
did you know that Stephen was in the pod right before you came into the studio? He was on with us with Perry and Ryan.
I thought I heard his voice. Yeah. Yeah. He's a great guy. And again, he donated his time too. I mean, everyone, it's just, you know, there's a really great community in the podcast and YouTube channel universe among many of us. And this is just another thing that kind of brings us together. And I just think it's amazing. I think it's one of the greatest things any podcast has done. Well done.
Well,
and I'm sure we'll talk about it more when Kevin comes on, but do you want to drop the link for that shirt in the chat? Because it is a really cool kind of graffiti style shirt. It's really cool looking. I would encourage everyone to check it out.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Jared. I'll do that.
Drop it in the chat and I'll put it up on the screen. So, you know, I didn't really figure the need to pre-plan this hour too much because Soph and I, when we're on the screen together, we don't need a script because it just flows. But I will say, great content coming out of the Highbury Squad, but you crossed over into the territory of people who have done a podcast from their car now recently.
Oh boy.
Tell us the story behind why you were, and please tell me it wasn't a Datsun.
No, wasn't a Datsun. It's gosh, do people still drive Datsuns? Is that even still a brand? The Datsun? Does it exist?
I know of one person that drives a Datsun.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Did I miss a joke there? Probably, right?
Yeah. Just think of the worst person you can think of, and that's who it was.
Oh, I see. Right. No, I do not drive a Datsun. So basically, Ryan and Jared was on doing the show with David Hillier and Super Kev, and halfway, 5 minutes into the show, my internet died completely. Previous to that, literally an hour prior, my bathroom and my toilet and shower flooded. And so it was an absolute, you know, nightmare. So I get
literally
in my car.
A shit show.
It was okay. Thanks. I wasn't going to say that, but thank you. So I get in my car and I text Kevin. I said, everything's down. It feels like the sky's falling. I'm driving to Starbucks. I will be there to end the show for you and David because, you know, I end the broadcast and stuff like that. So I get there and I go in and I'm in my car and everyone in chat is like, Soph looks like she's in a Walmart car park. And then they were taking bets on whether or not I was at McDonald's. And so it was just the worst day ever. And it was like 100 degrees here. So I'm sitting there, you know, in the car looking like a total idiot. But we got the show done and Dave and Kev did a great job. And you know what? It's a prelude to what's coming this season because there'll be a lot more player on player chats. Kev will be hosting his own shows as well. But yeah, I managed to do it. Lost connection again, came home. Internet was back up. But you know what? The toilets are still buggered.
Oh, that is no fun. I mean, we're down to one toilet in our house, but we're not. But
you don't really appreciate the small
Toilets?
things when they're taken away from you, like running water. Like the ability to just go to the ladies. Those kinds of things.
Has running water ever been taken away from you, Ryan?
Has running water? Yeah. Yeah, a couple
every once in a while, it's like, you know what? We have running water, but you're not allowed to use it for the next 24 hours.
Well, you
because
just microwave it.
Any questions for Soph? Well, I know we have a very busy Kevin Campbell. He's not yet in the chat, but
I just sent him a little text, and I have a question for Ryan, if that's cool. Can I ask Ryan a question?
That's more than cool. Thank you, please.
So obviously you get a lot of questions. I mean, your dad was a total hero. He's like the classiest guy on the planet. The reason our show's called Highbury Squad is because those were just great days, great memories. Super Kev on the show as well, and just wondered, like, does it ever, do you ever feel like a burden to try and, be involved and keep that legacy going? Or for you, is it just seamless, like when you're asked to come on shows and stuff like that? Because having a super famous dad can't be easy.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, it's mostly a pleasure, because every time that people want to talk about that, it's always super positive stuff. Sometimes towards his anniversary, the 31st of March, it can get like a little bit much because everybody's asking to, because obviously they can't ask Dad because he's not here, so they're asking me or my sisters, and sometimes at that moment you just want a bit of privacy because we're still, there's still a huge moment for us. But all the other times, to be honest, no, it's just doesn't feel like a burden. It feels more of a pleasure.
Nice.
And I'm glad that you say that, because one of the things I'm very sensitive about, and I've lost my father as well, as you know. I mean, I don't. When we started to get to know each other a little bit better, coming on the podcast, I'm like, I don't want you to be the Rocky Rocastle proxy. Because you're probably tired of doing that, as great as it is and positive as the things are, the first time I had you on, it was because of your last name. And the last 6 times I've had you on, it was absolutely because of your who you are and not who you're related to. And I know we've kind of, because of the nature of this podcast, we've kind of dwelled on that a little bit more often, but we've had you on post game, we've had you on podcasts just to chat Arsenal, and it's been an absolute joy, and we will continue to do that through this season, because no matter how good or bad Arsenal plays, I still want to get the opinions of interesting people who are Gooners through and through. So,
absolutely, it's I'm a fan myself. Like sometimes,
Sometimes. That's awesome.
No, I mean, I'm a big Arsenal fan, but obviously, my dad played for them as well, so it does make it a little bit different. But I feel like the older I've got, the more, it feels like I'm just becoming a fan because of my experiences, as opposed to his.
Yeah, it's funny because fans, you keep his legacy alive in different ways. I mean, he was your dad. That's just the most incredible thing in the world. And his other legacy, if you like, his job, because at the end of the day, he came home, he's dad, but fans keep that legacy alive. I mean, it's incredible, his achievements and the impact he's had on us, because, when we look back on the memories of our life, football's really front and center. Like, I can remember when my sister got married because Arsenal were playing Tottenham on that day, and we all had like a TV in one of those old Volkswagen, not trucks, what are they called?
The vans.
Yeah, the vans.
Yeah.
So we're all piled in there. It wasn't quite a lorry, no. And so it's interesting hearing your take, because obviously for us it brings and breeds other different memories, and for you at the end of the day is your dad, you know what I mean? So, and I've never spoken to you before, so I hope you don't mind me asking that question.
No, of course not. I'm always happy to speak about dad, and especially to. I feel like when I'm speaking about him to Arsenal fans, especially, a lot of the time I'm speaking to people who admired him as the player. So
yeah. And what do you think about Saka wearing the number 7 shirt?
Great.
Yeah, I think he's carrying it unbelievably well at the minute. Obviously, he's going to have to bounce back from something really, really difficult. But I back him too. He's got you feel like he's quite similar, that he's got the skills, but he's got the personality as well. He seems. I haven't actually met him before, but he comes across very down to earth, very genuine. I've seen the photos with him and with the Royal Castle on the back. I think he knows. I think not just him, to be fair. I think all the players who come through the Hale Academy, they do a very good job of telling them about the other players who have come through the academy and gone on to make it as well.
Yeah,
that's true. And could there ever be a more kind of fitting person to take the number 7 and kind of pick up that mantle than Bukayo Saka? I mean, like Ryan said, he's the most skillful yet smart, humble, thoughtful guy. He's just kind of the perfect person to carry on that legacy. And I think a lot of fans loved seeing the photos of Saka wearing the 7, the Rocastle jersey. I thought that was great. And he just seems like the perfect guy to sort of carry on that legacy of number 7 at Arsenal.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't give it to Nasri or Bentner or something like that. But
William's not wearing it right now, so we're all good.
Campbell says the best memories I have from games is when the entire stadium breaks into a Rocky Rocastle chant that never ends. I've been to a game close to his anniversary where it went on for 30 minutes. The first time I ever went to the Emirates, the first time I had been to see the Arsenal in 24 years was March 30th. 2014, I believe we played Reading that day and won like 4-1. And it just so happened I took my wife, my daughter, my son. It was like the pilgrimage of all pilgrimages. I took them to see what the Arsenal was all about, and it just happened to be Rocky Day. And in the 7th minute, and for however long it kept going, that happened. It was just really emotional for me because it brought it all back. And John. Who just donated enough money to get us exactly $100 away from 5,000. So
nice. Well, then you've got to 5 because you got the 100 too. So it's done. I just have, that's it. That's a done deal, right? So that you've reached 5K. Is that right?
It's got to show up on the thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. Mike doesn't think you're good for it, is what he's trying to say to you.
But yeah, John, and I believe this quote was not initiated by your dad, but really identified with your dad, and remember who you are, what you are, and most importantly, who you represent. It's fantastic. This is my answer to the question of who should have. I mean, there are very good shouts for Ian Wright. There are very good shouts for but I think, if anything, Ian and Rocky together, a statue of that, given their love for each other and their affinity for, I think that would be perfect. But yeah, it absolutely needs to be done because he is everything that Arsenal embodied, and there's too little of that around the squad these days. So I was about to ask a question. I don't remember exactly what it was because I'm running on fumes right now. So
well, let's make it official then, shall we? Should we do it while I'm here, or
yeah? You know what?
Let's do it. Bring it up, Mike.
Where's the link?
Hold on. GoonersVCancer.com.
Okay.
And this is actually kind of exciting. I'm sorry to put you on the spot and force you to
I love this.
Here, but
yes.
Someone else is gonna sneak in there, and it's like are
they gonna steal the moment from us, Mike?
No, we're not. We're crediting it to you, whether somebody else does it or not.
But the more the merrier. Make a donation. There we go.
Yeah, if you want to be the one who beats Sophie to the $5,000 donation, jump on right now and make a tax-deductible donation to Gooners.
If you donate $5,000 right now, then Sophie can make it can make us go over the $10,000 mark, and you'll both have your moment. So.
And Mike will sign a small bell and mail it to you as a commemorative gift.
Sign a small bell. We actually, I tried to do an auction 3 years ago for the Gooners versus Cancer thing, and I thought, maybe people will bid like $10, $15 for one of these bells. And I mean, I horribly overestimated the attraction of something that would come from me to somebody else. I don't really understand why I thought that would be a top seller, but anyway, you trial and error, you learn what works and what doesn't. So
there we go. All right. Might come up as Tony's name, but you guys carry on now. Look, I'm just doing a little bit of admin right here.
Okay.
Here we go.
So yeah, Jim doesn't want the signed bell.
There's no Venmo on here. Mailing address.
Crescent a logo on a bell. I'm not sure what. I mean, Victoria Concordia crescent or Jake.
I think Cricket, maybe that little machine that makes that.
I have just completely lost the second thing of this, and we have kept a very special guest with us, Stuart Robson. Welcome to the Gooners podcast, the Gooners versus Cancer special. I'm all out of sorts because, Stuart, I've been up for 27 straight hours, I think.
Well, that's no excuse. Absolutely no excuse whatsoever.
No, none whatsoever. And
you sound like a wimp now.
Hold on. Yes, there we go. You've come on just for a very special moment here, and I'm going to reshare the screen here. I wanted to make sure you weren't minimized, but we have a goal of raising $5,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, and as of let me know when you click send because we're doing this live. But I mean the support from the fan base from everybody both before and during this event has been outstanding. It's been touching and it's a really special moment that we're coming up on. But Stuart, some news broke earlier on this podcast. And since it's out there already, I don't think I'm out of line by saying this, but Alan Smith was on us in hour 2. And indicated that not Alan Smith, I'm sorry, Lee Dixon was on in an hour, whatever it was, and indicated that you have taken his job.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say I took his job. That sounds as though I pinched it off him. I think I don't think he wanted it anymore, so he vacated the position, and I was contacted to step in, which I have done over the last 6 months. And finished it only the end of July. So yeah, so I am the co-commentator if you're talking about FIFA 2022.
Well, that's exciting. It seems like for whatever, I mean, as much as EA seems to love to have Arsenal players as their pundits, first Alan Smith, then Lee Dixon, now you. They also love to have guests of the Gooners podcast on. It's almost like they consult us. In fact, we were consulted. I'm gonna say this right now. We were consulted, and we recommended you for the job.
So you're looking for your 10% now, are you?
No. Well, if I did, it would go directly to Gooners versus Cancer. My son is on right now. He plays a lot of FIFA. He's looking forward to hearing your voice on there. But we heard a lot from you during the World Cup. Not the World Cup, the Euros.
Yeah.
And so tell us a little bit about how that experience was. But before we do that, we have hit $5,000 raised for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Thank you, Sophie, for pushing us over the edge. Thank you, everybody. Of course. I don't know what to say. This is fantastic. Let's keep going. I mean, we've got 3 hours left. Let's keep it going. But phenomenal. Thank you, everyone.
That's
so Stuart,
I think Sophie was really trying to get her hands on the signed Kevin Campbell shirt that's going to be coming out soon. Probably is the catalyst for that. But thank you very much anyway.
Yeah, I have a feeling she could probably get one of those if she wanted. But so
hi, Stuart.
Hello. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Please say hello. So Sophie, Ryan Rocastle, Jared, and then there's Mike, who you don't need to worry about. The Euro. I mean, were you rooting for England? I mean, you can say this now. I mean,
was I rooting for England? No, I wasn't actually.
Okay.
No, I wasn't. Because I spent a lot of time doing Serie A. I've done it for 10 years. I'm not doing it this season, I hasten to add, or not on a regular basis. I had a great feel for Italian football through the last few years. I knew all the players quite well, not in personally, but knew of their skill and what they can do. And I was just pleased that Italian football has come to the fore once again. So I was rooting for Italy, really, not just in the final, but throughout the tournament. And I thought England, although I did all the England games, I wasn't particularly impressed with their style of play or how they set about things. So yeah,
that's interesting.
I thought it was coming home. I strangely have a big affinity for the English national football team based on the fact that I lived through the 1990 World Cup in Italy, where we, as I like to call us, nearly made the final. But and none of my friends understand it. They're teasing me. They're like, "Oh, so you love Harry Kane now?" I'm like, "That's not how it works exactly." It's not quite like that, but. So you were paired up. You were paired up with Derek or with Ian?
Ian Dark.
Ian Dark, another Gooners podcast alumni. I mean, the work is good if you've been on this podcast, apparently.
Of course, yeah. So I worked with Ian Dark on all the games. We did, I think, about 11, starting with the first game was England-Croatia. Our second game, which we thought was going to be a difficult game for us, which was Poland versus Slovakia, ended up being a very good game. Wasn't one we were looking forward to, I would say, but it ended up being a very good game. And we got the pronunciations about right with the help of Derek Ray, who is
I was going to say that
multilinguist. So,
He's so good, isn't he, Derek?
He is
with
so
his,
good,
yeah, he is.
We don't know if I was saying Fernanch as he does, but
my son, we talked about that beforehand because Jake's like Bruno Fernandes, Nuno Tavares. And there was another player that, I mean, he wasn't saying Nuno Tavares during the Euros, but the Bruno Fernandes thing is like legendary amongst FIFA players. I mean, you're going to have to do that.
No, I don't. See, you don't quite have to know, because in the let me think, 200 hours of taping that I did, I don't mention one player.
Really?
Wow.
Was that by design or?
No, that's the way it works. Derek, the commentator, mentions the players. As if you ever listen to it, he mentions the players, and I am generic with them.
Yeah, Derek actually helped us out with the pronunciation when back in January when we signed
Kev's backstage, Mike.
Oh,
he just sent me a little note for you. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah, the sixth person sometimes I can't see. So
when in the commentary you hear me say, he's a much better player than this week than he was last week, I could be talking about 2,000 players. So it has to match to anybody, really.
That's true. Super Kev, welcome to the podcast, my friend.
Magic, good to see. Hey, good to see you with the Wikibo one. Hi, Soph. Hi, Stuart, Jared, Ryan.
Morning, Kev.
You're right, guys.
Happy Dickie Bow Thursday.
Nice one. I like that.
This is the only bow tie I own. I know you're getting tired of it, but as long as we keep potting on Thursday together,
I think Kevin's bow tie is slightly better than yours.
It is. It's far better than mine, but not for the reason you mean.
Mind you, the skill would be to actually do it up yourself rather than being a one that's got a tie around the back of it.
Yeah, well, I bought this from like a party store a couple days before.
Party scene. Never have guessed.
Show, right? I think. Wait, what? This is the full outfit. This was for the Inside the Podcaster Studio event that we did.
Oh, that's funny.
Sophie, so.
That's funny, man.
But,
oh man,
Kev, how you been, my friend?
Busy.
I loved your little your pep talk video beforehand. That I was telling Sophie. I when I saw the video pop up, I'm like, you know what? I knew this was going to happen, but the guy has to cancel. But at least he sent me a nice video apologizing for canceling and that sort of thing. But yet it was a motivational video.
No, it's been a busy day. Obviously, the day before the Premier League started, it's been crazy busy today. And hey, I couldn't leave you out, Mike. How am I going to not come on with you even for half an hour?
Well, you don't know how good that makes me feel. I mean, it's just waking up to messages and having you come on such a monumental occasion. You have just, by the way, you have just missed for me, the highlight of this entire podcast, which is Sophie Nicolau helping us reach our goal of $5,000 raised from just this podcast alone.
Fantastic.
About 15 or 16 for the entire summer, but yeah, we've hit our goal, and everything else that might happen in the next few hours is gravy. So you picked a good one in Soph.
I know she's the best.
So it's all for a good cause. Listen, I think Kev should send one of those videos to Arteta and the team. They could use that.
You know what?
Bit of a G up.
I mean, you just get energized when Kev's in the house with his positive. Who was it? I think it was Perry Groves that just said about 20 minutes or so ago that the video that I played of you was the first time he had ever heard something sensible from you. I think. I'm just passing that along. Don't kill the messenger.
Kevin, that's Perry Groves saying it. Now that's all right.
Hey, do you know what, Stuart? I'm just keeping quiet because let everybody just listen to what Magic Mike is talking about. Rosie. All right.
I'm just the messenger. So if he had been able to stick around, I think we would have had 81 to 87, 87 to 91 or something like that, and then 89 to 95. I mean, I might have the years a little bit wrong, but we would have basically covered about 15 years of the Arsenal between the three of you, almost completely overlapping, and that would have been a joy. So
when I was coming to the end of my time at Arsenal, Kevin was playing for the youth team, and I'm banking in 50 or 60 goals if I remember rightly.
Yeah, listen. I remember. Obviously, you're with the first team, Stuart, and you were watching the pre-seasons as a kid. You know what I mean? Coming to London Colney and watching the pre-seasons as a kid, and you and a lot of the other players were always nice to us youngsters. You give us high fives and all that kind of thing, and that's why Arsenal will always be so special. Because I've been to other clubs and you were nowhere near the first team, or first teamers wouldn't even give you the time of day. But Arsenal guys. And Stuart in particular was very good with the young boys. So
we used to actually train together, didn't we, in pre-season? Everybody was joined in, and you had your little teams that we used to run with each other or do the five-a-sides with each other.
That's right.
It was a good pre-season at Arsenal.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Well, if you remember early on in the '89 video, when the back four gets together in a pub, and Tony Adams and Steve Bold and Lee and Nigel are all together playing cards and having a couple pints. I guess three of them were probably having a couple pints. But the most surprising thing when I first saw that was I think they were talking about, was it Steve Bold that was doing kick arounds with Kev Campbell? Like who was it that said and I had to come straight in and do what was it?
Yes, when he first came to the club, Mike, Magic, it was kind of the baptism of fire. So, he comes in, he's played at Stoke, he comes into the Arsenal team, and then George Graham would send for, get Campbell over. and at London Colney, you got hedges. So you don't, if I'm coming over from another field, you won't even see me until I come through the hedge. So as I would come through the hedge, Steve Bold said, bloody hell, who's that? He said, that's who you've got a mark now. And Boldy was like, oh no. And it was quite funny.
I love that part of the movie. We got John Smith, who was on earlier today. John is the initiator of that tweet about his family friend, young Max, who lost his mother. When that happened, I sent out the back signal to the usual suspects that are so nice and giving to me, and he just wanted to make sure to thank you for the video message that you sent to Max.
That's nice. Max, I hope he's okay.
They were on with us earlier today, and silver linings make a big difference. Max was so strong, so composed. He the moment we mentioned that that we were going to be having Ryan on. I talked about David Rocastle, and he looked a little quizzical about who that was, and John whispered in his ear. He said Rocky, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know exactly who that is."
That's nice one. That's so
nice. The young man knew his history, and John also wanted to ask why you're up. And I still can't get the answer to this question. Why you are up so early in the morning and so happy about it? 4 o'clock in the morning.
Mike, Magic, just think about this. It could be worse. I could be in a grave and not awake. So when I wake up, I'm happy.
Don't want to miss a moment.
It's another day. I don't want to miss anything.
You know,
he's always been the same. He was always happy as a player. Always a smile on his face.
Always. Well, Stuart always tried to be happy. I tell you. Yeah,
that's
always
funny because
try.
a lot of us, the first thing we do when we wake up is get on Twitter and see that.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Stuart. Sorry, Jared. Go on. Sorry, mate.
Oh, no, I was going to say that's a lot of us. You know, we wake up and the first thing people do is lay in bed, get on their phone and scroll through. So like the first thing I see every morning is positive messages from Kevin Campbell at the top of my Twitter feed because he's up well before everybody else.
It's the last thing I see at night, actually, because I'll go to bed at 11 o'clock, which is 4 a.m. UK time. And the last thing I see before I go to bed is, happy wonderful Wednesday.
Have a Dickie Boat Thursday. Have a fantastic
Happy Dickie Boat Thursday.
Yeah.
Have a great day. Be nice to people. I mean, like, look, and you could look at that kind of a thing and be like, oh, he's just doing that for show. Sophie could tell you better than anybody. It ain't for show.
Twitter could use more of that too.
So, Stuart, when are you getting on Twitter?
Funnily enough, it's something that I'm sort of computer illiterate, really. I know how to send invoices and things like that, which are the most important things. But when it comes to sending out social media things, not really my cup of tea, I've got to say.
Well, you and Perry are both, I laud you for whatever the reason is, whether it's technical or whether it's self-control. Don't change your attitude about that. You don't need to be, you don't want to be on Twitter. Don't get into that.
Well, I see so many people I work with panicking about what somebody said about them on Twitter. I think it can't be worth it. If that's how you're feeling, it cannot be worth it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
If it wasn't for the podcast, I would try to go off of Twitter, but it is kind of the best way of getting the word out that that people are on there. But I need to be better about filtering and that sort of thing because it can be a nasty, nasty place. But now, Ryan, you're not that active on Twitter, are you?
No. I read it, but I don't put out messages or tweets or anything. I like to read it from a distance.
From afar.
It can be a good news aggregator, but once you start getting into the when you start filling your timeline with anyone that has Arsenal in their category, you enter this like nether world of awful people.
Do you know what the problem is? The real problem is that Twitter and social media also reflect society at some points, right? And the problem is you can't say anything without offending somebody these days. And people can't, converse and just have conversations about agreeing or disagreeing. I mean, the Arsenal community, the fans from everywhere on all corners of the earth. I mean, if you criticize Arteta, you're labeled a hater or negative. It's okay to criticize the manager as long as you're not being an evil human being and racially abusing players and abusing the manager in any way. And I think that's where we're at right now. That's the problem, is people just can't accept opinions.
I'll come from a different point of view. So when I'm commentating with the main commentator, and at halftime they might look at their Twitter and they're doing Liverpool versus Manchester United. They'll have a whole load of tweets saying you're biased towards Manchester United. He'll have another whole load saying you're biased towards Liverpool. So he says, I can't get it right. I suppose I've got it right. I'm about balance. Both sets of supporters hate me.
Yeah, it's
best way
crazy.
to be. Best way to be.
It's really crazy. I mean, even doing a podcast like on a daily basis, some people agree with you, some won't, right? But as long as the conversation is, engaging and honest and authentic, and people can have their opinions. I mean, we have a pretty open forum on our show, and everyone gets to have their voice heard. And I think that's just the most important thing, is that we listen to each other. And that's, I think, where the rubber's met the road in humanity and also in sports and social media and stuff. It's kind of crazy.
So I want to bring on somebody who I promised the opportunity.
I can duck out, Mike. I can duck out for you if you need. I
don't need you to. If you'd like to go, you can. But
I'm just going to go get an espresso then, real quick.
Okay. No problem. Dazzer's back. Darren. have you done the treble? Have you done? You've been with Lee Dixon. You've been with Perry now, and now actually you've done the quadruple because we got both KC and Stuart Robson on. But Darren is a great guy who's doing a great thing for charity on his own, and we'll talk about that before I let you go. But the floor is yours, my friend.
Sorry. So hi to Super Kev. It's good to see you.
All right, hi Daz, how are you, mate? You all right?
Yeah, thank you for your kind comments yesterday. By the way, it doesn't go unnoticed. I appreciate
no
that.
problem, no problem.
So my first question is to Stuart. It's good to meet you, and obviously I'm a FIFA addict. What was your first?
Your name on Twitter for a while was FIFA Boy Darren, right? I mean, like that's how much. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be better at it than you turned out to be, actually. Given that
I know,
name.
I feel so. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
He played in the Gooners versus Kansas FIFA tournament, and it didn't go so hot. But
well, you've invited him on the show. Now you're criticising him.
Now he's killing him, Stuart. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Not only that, but he donated to the charity twice, and now I'm criticizing him. I am just an absolute. I'm an awful person. So go forward. I'm going to actually. Instead of taking the piss, I'm actually going to go take one and let you have the floor.
So yeah, what was your first reaction when you got asked to do the commentary on FIFA? What was your first reaction to it?
I wasn't quite sure what it entailed to start with. Having now done it, I should have asked a few more questions, I think, what it entailed. It was 200 hours of voiceovers. You're not talking to pictures, which most people think you'd be talking to action. You're not talking to action. You're talking there was a little booth I was in, a mic, a sound technician, and a producer, and they'll go, "No, not good enough. Do it again. No, you missed that word. Do it again." It's the toughest gig I've ever had, but very enjoyable one, and hopefully it will come out quite well. But anybody that's done it, I'm sure Lee Dixon had exactly the same experience. It's a much harder gig than it sounds. So yeah. A lot of work went into it.
Oh, but it's always nice to hear that because obviously I said being a FIFA fan since day one, it's always nice to hear different people's reactions to it. So I appreciate you answering that question.
I mean, and what I would say as well, I think they've added a lot more things into it this year. A lot more teams, so there's not quite so generic. There's some more different reactions to different bits of play. Because I can see which is 2019, which is 2020. There's a lot of new stuff for 2022 as well.
And at least for your portion, you got to maybe do some of the more commentary pieces rather than being the guy that just sat there and read name after name after name after name off of a piece of paper. So probably not good, but maybe could have been worse.
And I realized it was very difficult to do it off the cuff because you have to do it absolutely perfectly and probably do 3 sentences and have 10 different versions of that for different things. So I decided that I was going to write the scripts out, which took a long time when you look at the amount of paper that I've got stacked up in the corner there. So yeah, but it was a great experience, and hopefully you enjoy it when it comes out.
Yeah. So I've got a question for Sophie. I've not met Sophie, I don't think yet. So it's nice to finally meet Sophie. I've got a question for Casey and Sophie. How did you sort of come about with the Highbury Squad, and what made you start it?
Well, I was, funnily enough, some folks think that Kev and I met when we started doing the show, but I was actually doing a show called World Football Daily out here in LA. It was a live show every single day. And it was the only live soccer show in the US. In fact, Stuart was actually a guest on the show a couple of times. You might not remember. And Kev came into the studio a couple times, and we did a couple shows together. Kev, you remember that in LA, right?
Yep, I remember. Yep.
And then we had a previous podcast with 3 other great women, and Kev was on our show a couple times. And then when it came to kind of, doing a new show, the rapport and the chemistry between us was really great. And it just went on from there, really. So, and we've just kept going since the Highbury Squad started probably towards the end of 2019. And it's great. And it's amazing to be able to talk football every single day with an ex-player. He takes us beyond those white lines and gives us a perspective that not a lot of other people can. And I love that part of the conversation and connecting him with fans from all corners of the earth. Fans don't get to do that often, and Kev really puts himself out there a lot for fans and connects in a really unique way. So yeah, that's how we met.
Yeah, March 11th, 2018 will go down in history because the before the game, which was the Watford game that day, I got to spend my final visit. I didn't know it would be at the time with the great Dave Faber, Goonerholic, who is a gentleman and a scholar. The game was wonderful. We won. Petr Cech actually saved the penalty from Troy Deeney of all people. And then after the game, Lee, our good friend Lee Judges, strolls into the 12 pins with this handsome, very well groomed, lovely man named Kevin Campbell, and we just spent all night with pints and singing Super Kev, and I mean it was just the greatest day. I was so excited I spilled an entire pint of beer all over Tom Canton, but and it wasn't my fault, but. Kev is literally the everyman of the Arsenal fan base right now, except he was not just a bit part player, not a guy who made 3 appearances, but a guy who scored 59 goals and was part of some really amazing teams for the Arsenal. It's
Mike,
incredible
also
how you put yourself out there.
Also think he does it for Evertonians as well.
Oh my God, I've seen that firsthand, and he is. I just spent a couple days with a bunch of Evertonians down in Orlando because they actually bothered to show up for the tournament. That sounds a little rude, but I was just going around asking them who the best Everton player of all time was, and hoping that they would all just instantly say Super Kevin Campbell. Now some did, but there were a couple people.
They say Wayne
got very
Rooney.
Angry when somebody would say something.
Wayne
else.
Rooney. Was it Wayne Rooney?
No, it wasn't Wayne Rooney, but I'm very protective of and we sent some messages. I'm like, oh yeah, do you want to say anything to my buddy Kevin Campbell?
Also, Kev taught Rooney how to eat breakfast and finish his dinner in front of goal. But
so
can I ask Stuart a question real quick?
Yeah,
because I'm so curious about this. There's a running debate on not debate, but what I love is like the player perspective that Kev gives, and when I think this particular Arsenal team lacks motivation and needs motivating to go out and really perform. And Kev has said to me many times, in my entire career, I've never had to be motivated by any manager to go out and play. And maybe motivation might not be the right word, but inspirational type of talk. I don't know what it is, but to me, I think it is motivation. Can you shed some light on that? As
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you because I'm going to agree with Kevin 100%. I motivated myself. The only thing that a manager could do to me was demotivate me, and I had it with two or three managers that might waffle on or say the wrong things or not get the tactics right, whatever. And that actually, you weren't demotivated, but it didn't help your cause when you went out on the field. I think most players, we all talk about it being a team game. But really, it's an individual game played within a team. Every player is having to look after themselves because it's their job. So they have to motivate themselves. They have to be at their very best time and time again. It's them that make sure they're fit. It's only the manager can make things go wrong.
That's interesting. Maybe Arteta's making it go wrong then. Maybe I'm onto something.
Maybe Stuart or Kevin can answer this. Do you think that's sort of a generational thing? Because even outside the world of sport, all of us in regular life, we look at, for example, my father's generation, and I, in my head, think of them as a much more hardworking group than myself and everyone younger than me today. Do you think it's down to the individual players, or do you think it is sort of a generational thing as far as a difference in work ethic?
I was a coach for several years, and I don't think you ever had to. I found that trying to give a motivational speech didn't really work with players. What worked with players was actually teaching them the right things and giving them a pat on the back every so often. Sometimes you might have to give them a rollicking to get them going, but I wouldn't ever say I was motivating them. You were just trying to get the best out of them. In the end, they got the best out of themselves, and you just tried to help them along the way. That was the way that you got the best out of them. So I wouldn't say it was a motivational speech. And Kevin would probably disagree with me entirely. And this isn't a criticism of Tony Adams. Tony Adams screaming and shouting and pumping his chest would have done nothing for me. because I would have blocked it out. You know, I was somebody that motivated myself. So I didn't want somebody shouting in my ear. That would have demotivated me almost.
Yeah, the thing Stuart mentions is not all players are the same. And there are some players where Tony used to beat his chest and all that, and they just used to go, they were in their own zone anyway. Stuart was one of those players. He didn't need motivating. Probably Stuart was probably one of the calmest because he was in the trenches in the midfield where it's a war zone. But there are some who need that G up from a captain, and that's why captains are so held in such great high esteem.
So
for
follow up.
Sorry,
Okay,
just for me, if you play for Arsenal and you need motivation, you shouldn't be at Arsenal. That's as far as I'm concerned.
Before we follow up stuff, I want to let everyone say goodbye to Dazzer.
Bye, Dazzer.
And before you go, explain why Dazzer the Skydiver. We've talked about it a couple times, but not for the current crew of people that are on here. Tell us about the skydiving experience.
So basically, I'm literally just going to be jumping out of a plane for charity, basically, sort of to
with the parachute.
Have you got a parachute?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
I'm hoping
I've said this every time. He's forgetting something, and it's pretty important that you don't forget that on the day.
Well, I hope so. But yeah, it's for the Willow Foundation, which is something that Bob Wilson runs, and the second one is the York Dance Project, which is Lee Dixon's other half does like the dance project charity stuff. So yeah, I'm going to be jumping quite high from a plane to do it. So
that's amazing.
Weird if it's not quite high. I mean, the plane's just hovering. It would be a hovercraft.
I think you're underplaying it, Dazzer, really, aren't you? You're not really sort of selling it as quite as well as you might do.
Well, you know what? I think he's trying not to build it up in his mind. I think because there's a little bit that you're going to conquer your fears. You're gonna do a great thing and two fantastic charities in the Willow Foundation and the York Dance Project. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
But you're a top man. I appreciate you coming on the podcast and for being with us. Have you been here for all 24 hours?
Yep.
You know what? I love that. That is true support. I appreciate it.
But thank you to Sophie as well for your kind words. That doesn't go unnoticed as well.
Of course, Darren. I'm always here if you need anything. You've got my number. You can hit me up and DM me anytime. No worries. You look after yourself and send us that link and we'll share it on the Highbury Squad as well. Okay.
Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Welcome.
Tell me one more time what your Twitter handle is. It's
Gooner Boy Dazzer. I remember
Gooner
this
Boy
time.
Dazzer, Dazzer, right?
Yeah.
Gooner Boy Dazzer. Go follow him and let's retweet those tweets when it comes out about his fundraiser because there's enough room in the Arsenal family for a lot of great causes. So thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. So we are approaching the end of the 11 o'clock hour. I know. So I'm sorry, Casey, you've got an obligation that you've got to go to. Stuart, I know you had promised us, I think, a half an hour, and you've not overstayed, but I've over.
No, say what you mean. I've overstayed.
Say what you mean.
Yeah, say what you mean. Come on.
Magic. Oh,
Mike Feinberg from Virginia just told Stuart Robson he's overstayed. That isn't how that goes.
Brave man.
Brave, stupid, tired man. But while I was off camera about 10-15 minutes ago, I went out to my front and picked up two brand new things of Red Bull, and this arrived in the mail. It is not a knockoff from China, as someone said in the thing. And you know what? I don't care that it looks like the Piccadilly line seats. The Piccadilly line seats are a very important part of my formative years, and so I like it.
It's more like the old bus. The Piccadilly line's more squares, the design. This looks like the old double-decker bus when they redid them, right, Kev?
Yep, double-decker, yeah.
That has to be the worst kit I've ever seen Arsenal put out.
This one?
What is that?
You're showing your age now because I played in the green and blue one.
That was pretty
with the blue arms and the green front. Yeah.
It's like I think Lee said earlier in the podcast. The camera adds 3 vests because we were talking about Willie on your favorite subject, and the camera adds a lot of vests to me. But I like it. I know it's not traditional, but I like it. It's actually like a thicker fabric as well. So KC, Stuart, can we do a quick prize draw? Because and I've completely just thrown out the window our top 4 and bottom 3 things because the conversation's been flowing. But we are giving away at the end of this hour a Super Kevin Campbell signed retro shirt, and we're going to give it away to one of our incredible donors. Let me just tell you how many people have donated. We've now reached $5,025 of our $5,000 goal, but the number of people that have entered is 85 people, and we're going to proceed with the drawing for this one. This is one of the marquee prizes of this endeavor that we're doing here, and I want to do this while we still have Kev here. The winner of the Kev Campbell signed retro shirt
is Jags.
Oh, geez. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Stuart, we have a listener who wins every single shirt auction. I mean, he's won like 6. The guy, I want to sit next to him on a plane if it's ever going down. Yeah, I mean, he's just so lucky.
And it's funny you should say that. Nick Canning has already won 3 prizes out of the 16, and we've set a limit of 3. One of the prizes that he won was I believe the Lee Dixon signed shirt. So we set a rule in hour 3. We had an attorney on with us, John from Miami, now from Chicago. It's all legal. The contracts are there. Nick, I'm sorry, but thank you for your generous donation. And I'm sending a whole care package to you, but we can't let you win both. I hope we don't get sued now, but the winner of the Super Kevin Campbell signed shirt.
If I win this, it's going back in. Oh, Ethan Sims.
Ethan Sims. I don't know Ethan, but I'm happy for him. And Ethan, thank you for your generous donation. You have won the Kev Campbell signed shirt, and we're down to 2 more prizes. We got a new personalized kit. It could be this one if you like this one, and just can't put the name Jacques on the back of it. That's the only thing. And then we're giving away a 2019-2020 first team signed kit. So Kev, Stuart, and Sophie, are you got to go as well?
I'm going to go in a second. Yeah, I'll let the players exit first. You know. Okay.
Stuart, no, I'm going to keep you on because I can't say that you've overstayed and then have you go off first. So Super Kev,
stay for a little longer if you'd like me to, but as now you've said I've overstayed my welcome.
No, you've not overstayed anything. I meant that I overimposed on you, but it kind of came out backwards. Super Kev, where are we going to see you next on the telly? Are you involved in the game
tonight? I'm on just before the Highbury Squad. At 7:30 tonight, I'm on Sky. I'm doing an interview on Sky, and then I'm going on the Highbury Squad after. So
fantastic. Yeah. Well, everyone tune in. I will probably be sleeping tonight, so please forgive me that I'm not going to be in the chat. But,
and enjoy a good sleep, Magic.
Yeah, if I can get to sleep. But thank you, Kev. You're a champ and a friend, and I appreciate it.
No problem. Soph, see you later. Cheers, Stuart. Jared, Ryan, take good care. Love to the family. See you later, everybody.
Thanks, Kev.
Oop. Sorry, hold on, Harry. I'll get you on in a second. I was trying to get Kev out, but he got himself out. So, Stuart, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. We had our first conversation. I think I was actually holed up in a hotel room because our house was being like demoldified or whatever. And it was a remarkably great conversation. As always, refreshing, honest, straightforward. Not afraid to say what you think, and while we didn't really do the deep dive into your career like we did last October, if you're watching this and you want to hear more from Stuart, just search Stuart Robson, the Gooners podcast, because it was a great hour that we spent with you. I really enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it as well, and it's been great coming on today, and a great calls as well. And wish you luck going forward.
And I want to thank the person, of course, that introduced the two of us together, my old high school football teammate, Gabriel Marcotti, who...
It's funny how you call him his mate. When he talks about you, he never calls you his mate. He said, some bloke on you.
We were... I have... the way I remember it, we were friendly, but you know, the friendship did pick up once I started podcasting and he was on ESPN. I mean, I will say that did happen, but I do have proof. This is the spring soccer, because I went to the American School of London, the 1990 varsity team. You got me there on the lower right. You got Gab Marcotti, tall as ever, right there, and
that is so epic.
Who's the third one then?
Someone's kissing somebody in that picture. I just realized on the lower left hand side, but yeah,
else circled.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
yeah. I wonder what 3 circles we're doing.
I forgot I did that. It's important that you remember where things are. When you get old like me, you forget. So
I can still see it.
So yeah, the third person that was right outside the frame of that picture, because he used to ride his skateboard around watching us play football, was S.L.O from Jackass. Those are the three most famous people from our American School of London class. I'm throwing myself in their company as being famous, which is ridiculously bullshit. But yeah,
I worked with S.L.O on a film. He's a lovely guy. He's top shelf guy.
Well, and he's certainly turned his life around too, and he's an amazing story. But you know, I'd love to get him on the podcast and talk about the old days. But Stuart, thank you so much. I'd love to have you on again later in the season. We'll have more to talk about, but appreciate your support and for making the guest list that we've had on this podcast even more enriched. So cheers and good luck to you.
Have a great Stuart. Time.
Take care, Stuart.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being the person. You will forever be the person that allowed us to hit our goal. No one snookered that away from you.
You know what though, Mike? I could only do it because of all the people that came before me.
Oh, that sounds one step for man, one large leap for mankind. It's inspirational.
That's not what you can do, what your country can do for you.
Exactly. So enjoy the Highbury Squad later today. Everyone, go to the Highbury Squad. It is like I was saying earlier about. I was telling Fergus that his Guns and Yellow Ribbons podcast is criminally underwatched because it is unique. It is different. It's entertaining, and he's got an amazing series about the history of Arsenal. And in that context, I was talking about how, you know, something I've told you a million times, which is that the hard work and graft and dedication and uniqueness and the ideas that flow out of you are the reason that your podcast has just blown up in the last 14, 15 months. And it's been great to see. And I love the family that you've created as the Squaddies. And we've benefited from having a lot of them find us. So
yes, well, the Squaddies love you, and we love you very much. And again, well done on an amazing day. So many wonderful people, and I've just been really, humbled and grateful to be part of it. So thank you. Oh, look, there's my fellow Greek. Oh, my boys. Now my boys are here.
I figured you'd be upset with me if I kicked you out of the studio and then brought these two on, because I know how close you are with these lads.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Yeah, how are we doing?
I'm doing good. I'm not as tired as Mike, that's for sure. I've just was on yesterday.
He's looking fresh, mate. Listen, he only says he's been going for 6 hours. I don't know what he's moaning about. I can only see live 6 hours. He needs to man up and get on with it. Come on, son. How you doing, Mike? You're on,
Look at the magic trick I'm about to do.
Hey. Click your fingers and he's here.
That's amazing. Oh man, you should really get the picture. I'll send you the pictures of him and Dan in the wigs with Kev. I mean, just saying.
You don't have to.
Oh no, I won't.
No, please do. Please do.
Yeah, you have to.
You don't have to. That's all I'm saying.
If you don't let that happen, then you're on the side of you're against Gooners versus Cancer.
No, I will. Trust me. I'll send them to you. I'll WhatsApp you in a minute.
All right. I look a lot better than Lee. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like,
well,
you know what I mean?
Enjoy, you guys. Great guys, and love you all. And I'll see you soon. Okay. Mwah.
Good to see you, Sophie.
Thanks, Sophie.
Okay.
Thanks for your support. Oh, gentlemen, or as Mike Hernandez says, gentlemen. Have you all met Ryan?
No, Ryan, pleasure, mate. Pleasure.
Nice to meet you, mate. For another 20 minutes or so. We're going to play a game here because I love me some games, and I figured by hour 23, which is where we are right now, I was going to need something that was pre-planned and I didn't have to think about, because my ad-libbing and my ability to think on my feet is dead right now. So
yeah, your natural charm only carries for about 22 hours.
Yeah, we've reached the expiration of that. But before we get to the game, Lee, welcome back to the pod. It's been a little while, my friend.
Yeah. Sorry, my fence fell down a couple of days ago, and I couldn't. My mate who normally does my building couldn't. So we've been digging it out today. Like, I'll tell you what, like, oh dear, I am feeling it today. Like, I feel a bit wheezy and all that.
I was waiting for that to be a piss take on me somehow, and it's just actually fell down.
Like, digging a hole, like concreting out the post, has been hard work. I don't know how people do it for a living. I really don't, So I've cut my hands. I feel all a bit weak. I need. I'm gonna have to make myself some pasta or something to keep me going,
Not chicken. My people pay people to do stuff like that. So
bacon burger, that'd do. That baconator, that'd do. That's what I need.
I was going to order that last night and have that on the air, but the timing didn't work out. So welcome back, Lee. It's lovely to see you again. My daughter says hi. Dan Potts, of course. As long as we're talking about family members, how's your sister? How's your wife, dad? Your dad, wife?
They're all good, but do you know what? I say they're all good. They've actually all got COVID, apart from me.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
But they're all okay in terms of they've got it, but no horrendous symptoms. They're just isolating and taking care of themselves and all that. So I'm the healthy one in the family.
That's what happens when you go.
That's what happens when you go fishing. Don't go fishing. Yeah, Mum and Dad have gone away for the weekend. My dad's positive test, so it's like we better go home then.
They weren't fishing. They weren't fishing with Hoggy and Tony Fane.
No. They would not be going out with Hoggy and Tony Fane. I'll tell you that now. Let me tell you that.
Tony Fane don't go fishing. He goes camping because he's never caught anything in his life. You know what I mean?
Well, apparently Dan's family caught plenty.
They've definitely caught. Plenty. But a pleasure to be on, man, and pleasure to meet Ryan as well, man. Ryan goes without saying, Dad, absolute legend. So pleasure to meet you, man.
No, thank you very much.
And Harry,
what I'm saying, that what a player. Like, Ryan actually went to see your dad on his debut for England because it was a cold day and 0-0 board, but we all just went because your dad was playing. He was absolute legend to us Arsenal fans.
That's nice. Thank you.
And Harry, it's been a minute since we've been on together. I think maybe I was on your podcast more recently than you were on mine when we had a quick a session after we had talked to Josh in Denver a couple of years ago. Yeah, that's right, Josh.
First name terms.
First name, yeah. J Dog actually is how we go. AKA Hoggy's favorite man. But it's great to have you back on the podcast, mate. How's the family? How's everybody? Healthy, happy?
Yeah, everyone's good. It's a pleasure to be here, especially for such a great cause as well. And great to meet Ryan and everybody else, and Jared. I don't think we've met either. So nice to meet you as well. Yeah, everybody's good. It's been a bit of a hectic day, but I was going to complain about it. And then I remembered that you've been on here for 23 hours and I probably shouldn't complain.
It's like I said, if someone, I was going to say earlier in the podcast, I said, it's not like digging ditches. It's not like, helping reconstruct a fence or something like that. I mean, I'd much rather be in my shoes than Lee's right now, but that's for other reasons. But yeah, no, it's great to see you.
I always come on here and get sick. I don't know why I come on here. Really. I really don't.
So let's get to the game, all right? Because we've spent a lot of time talking about Arsenal, and we'll do another podcast where we focus just on the Arsenal. But I wanted to play kind of a fun game. I hope it ends up being fun. I don't know how good of a job I've done with this, but it's a game that we played once before with James McNicholas and Sophie, and it went over so well. So the game is called.
Does it involve eating soup, Mike?
It doesn't involve kettles. It doesn't involve soup. But what it does involve is testing your knowledge of recognizing Arsenal players, past and present, by their pictures, and we start with it's similar to Arsenal Who Am I, except we start with a very, very close up picture, If anyone guesses it, they get 4 points. Then we move to a little bit zoomed out. If they guess it, then you get 3 points. So on and so forth until obviously if you haven't guessed it by the last one, you don't deserve to get anything. So on
the buzzers, is it, or are you going round?
No, just shout it out as soon as you recognize it. We're probably going to have a lot of ties here, so we're going to have to just use it.
Look at that. Me and Harry are really chilled about it. Lee's already excited. Look, it's many years competition.
Lee, many hours ago on this podcast, we had we did Mike McDonald Who Am I game with Ryan Fletcher and a couple of the others, and we brought up the time that you were doing the Cabbage Patch or whatever it was because you thought you won and it was ripped away from you. So
it was on a recount. I lost that. I can't believe it. So.
Yeah, well, I finished last in the game, so if that makes you feel any better. So. All right, here we go. So. We can use this one as a trial if you want, or
it depends if I win it. We'll go for it.
Hold on a minute. Did we say players past and present? Because remember, Lee's probably double my age. So there's got a bit of an advantage.
Yes, got the advantage, man. Me and Harry are the same age.
As a visual thing, though, you're probably going to be able to digest and materialize the picture in your mind faster than he is because he's a little slow. So
I'm in that sweet spot where I'm too young to know the old guys, but old enough where my eyes are bad.
You know, I didn't go that old. In the first game we were using there were some people from like the 60s and 70s. I haven't gone that far back. In fact, the furthest back I've gone is probably going to be this first one. So this is the 4-pointer. If you can guess it from this, God bless you.
Charlie Nicholas.
It is not. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say, if you guess and you're wrong, you're out of that round.
Hold on a minute.
I will not hold that against you, Harry, because I didn't say that.
Okay,
so you
right,
get a free pass. But yeah, if you guess and you're wrong, you're out for that round.
But it's not Charlie Nicholas.
Well, are you guessing that?
No. Harry said that,
No, it's not Charlie Nicholas.
So he's out then, yeah.
No, because I didn't give him the rules. He's getting a great.
In fact,
already contacting a barrister so that he can file a
lawsuit. I've got two players in my mind straight away.
Okay, this is for 3 points.
David O'Leary.
Yes.
Those were the two that came to my mind: Charlie Nicholas or David O'Leary. Because it had to be from that era of guys that had their hair hanging over their ears, which is just not a thing anymore. So
unless you're just lazy.
For me.
All right, so yeah, David O'Leary. That's 3 points for Harry, and you recovered from your Charlie Nicholas situation. All right, here's number 2.
So that was a trial run. We ain't no 3 points for that, is there? That's a trial run, yeah.
The most competitive person I think I've ever
met. Can we have?
Right.
Is it always going to be their ears, Mike? Or are we going to actually see something else other than their ears?
It's
your knowledge of Arsenal ears.
Do you not understand how original I am? I don't go back to the well too often. There will be some ears, but not always. Here's number 2, the 4-pointer. If you can get it from this, you get 4 points.
What is it?
Okay. Now we move to a 3-pointer. A 3-pointer.
Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi.
Harry Simeo is on fire right now. I mean, did you study for this?
I recognize the little beard.
You didn't recognize it soon enough because that's what this is.
Yeah, no, I wondered what that was actually.
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, trust me, there are no pictures of private areas or anything like that. Even though it may end up looking like that.
I weren't sure, you know what I mean?
Then your phone accidentally there for a minute, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not going for this this situation here. Hold on.
Right, can you drop Harry out of this competition? He's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, Harry's good, man. How's he getting these?
Oh, that's very good. That was.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, some of these are going to be easy, but I didn't expect you to get that for that. Okay, here we go.
They were the hard ones, and he's got by for them. We're in trouble here, Lee.
Harry's already on top with 6 points, but number 3. And Ryan, I know at some point you have to head out, just let me know. But maybe we'll get through the game.
Okay.
Number 3.
Mikel Arteta.
It is not Mikel Arteta.
Get out, Terry. Get out.
Took a risk there. I shouldn't have jumped in. Took a risk.
There are points available now to anyone else of the four of you that want to enter this. Here's the 3-pointer.
Mertesacker?
No, did someone guess?
I said per Mertesacker.
That would be incorrect.
Get out. Get out.
So we're down to 2. We're down to pots and judges.
Oh my word!
I have a feeling this will be the one. This is going to be a race to see who says it quicker. The 2-point clue.
Aaron Ramsey.
God. All right, who got that one? I thought it was Potsy.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, of course it was. Wasn't it? What a joke.
Anyone else get a clear? Because I got 4. I'm multitasking. Anyone else hear it clearly?
I didn't realise he was that ginger. That's how comes Dan got it.
Yeah, I shall ignore that one, judges.
All right,
no, that was odd. That from the first one, no, bloody hell.
Oh, look, they're saying Stuart's inquiry in the chat. Come on.
The other thing is, I'm not looking at the chat. Chat, you don't play favorites, but
I'll come off the chat. Hold on a minute, I'm off the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the chat just because I'm in the picture area. But yeah, it would be nice if you guys aren't looking at the chat too. All right, this is a 4-point question.
Rocky.
Yeah, I was just about to say it. David Rocastle.
Ryan, come on, man. It was not my. I did not know when we planned this out that you would actually be on the pod during this thing. But I mean,
well, I honestly think that I don't really know Ryan too well, but he should be now -4 for that. Like, I think he should be docked once.
I was going to say, but I thought if I get it wrong, and it is,
yeah. Love this man. All right, so yeah, that was number 4, and the 5-pointer or the 4-pointer goes to Harry, who's just rolling all over this right now.
Harry,
number 5.
Harry
by the way,
that? I shout out Rocky, and then he goes, "I think it's David Rocastle." And after I shout out Rocky,
oh, did you say Rocky?
Come on, man! Oh, this is getting silly.
No. Did you say Rocky? I thought Harry said Rocky.
I thought we were going by proper names, but that's all right, Dan. You can have it. You can have it.
Dan, if you said Rocky, I couldn't see you, so I didn't know it was you that said that. So.
No, Dan did say Rocky before.
Okay,
I said
Rocky is acceptable. I just thought it was Harry that said it. All right, good. Then the game's a little closer. I don't know who's in first place, but I sure as hell know who's in last place.
Ryan. Ryan's -4. Ryan is -4. I'm not having that. He's got to go on a minus for that. Like, I don't care what anybody says.
No minuses in this game.
You're too nice. You're too nice.
Number 5 out of 12, by the way. There's 12 total. This is a 4-point clue.
Oh,
this person has a child growing out of them.
Or is the child the player we're guessing? It's just when he's young.
We don't know yet.
Is it Ben Ayoub? Just by the kit, like I associate that kit with him. It's not Yossi Ben Ayoub.
Oh, yeah. Great shout! Wow, that's a fantastic.
Well done.
Well, that means Ryan is no
game.
longer losing. That's for sure. The judges is definitely losing now.
He's back. Well, Jared's also on.
That is quality. Yeah. Well done, Ryan. Well done.
Yossi Benny, you
got that one, but you didn't get your dad. He
didn't get his dad, but he did get the representative Jew that I had to put into the equation. So he's got that going for him.
I don't know this one, by the way.
Number 6, 4-pointer right here. Anyone can get back in the game with this, Lee, Jared, if you can get this one for 4 points.
Ooh, I think I'm going to wait till the next one.
Yeah, I have a guess, but I don't want to go into the negative here.
All right. The next one is
Reyes.
That is not Reyes.
Oh.
So that's Dan out
Who is that?
for 2 points.
Oh, it's got me.
Balls, I know who that is.
Imacacho.
Who?
Imatato, whatever his name was. The gentleman who striker.
Imacacho?
That's him.
That's worse than a bang yang. It is not Imacacho. The 1 point clue.
Van Bronckhorst?
Jimmy Carter?
No, it's not.
No, it is not Van Bronckhorst. Harry, I don't know how you didn't get this one.
Looks kind of like Jake Feinberg.
It's funny, it does a little bit, but it looks like a young me actually. That's.
Oh, I'm annoyed at myself because I recognize this face and I
don't.
The name's gone.
All right,
I got nothing.
This will not get anybody any points, but I would like to see somebody get it before I have to reveal.
Daniel Carbiasoon.
Yes. Daniel Carver. First we have my favorite player of all time. Then we have my favorite Jewish Arsenal player of all time. Now I have my favorite American Arsenal player of all time. Danny Carver, who for some reason I thought Harry would get that one.
I went for Reyes, and as soon as it went to the next one, I would have got Carbiasoon.
Yeah, right. Ryan going to talk about it.
Yeah, of course.
You got it wrong. That's the end of it. Move on.
Sore loser, isn't he? Sore loser, they judges.
Terrible.
All right. Clue number 7 for 4 points.
Ooh, okay.
I'd say Steve McManaman. He's never played for Arsenal.
Anyone want a 4-point hazard, a guess?
Maybe
No.
Carla.
I don't want to risk it, but I think
I
I've
don't
got
want to
an
risk
idea.
it, but yeah, I've got a clue, but I don't want to risk it.
I'll go for it.
I heard Ray Parler from both. I think Ryan and Lee. Are we putting in guesses?
Yeah, I might as well go for Ray Parler.
Yeah.
Okay, you're both out.
Okay.
Not Ray Parler. So we got 3 people left. We got Jared, Dan, and Harry. The 3-point clue.
Callum Chambers.
Callum Chambers.
Yes, Harry nipped it there. Yes.
Oh, come on.
This is not the Callum Chambers that you're used to seeing, but it is the Callum Chambers I selected for number 7. So,
Do you know what? Initially, I thought that might have been David Bentley.
Oh, that's what I was going to go for. That was the one I was going to shout. Yeah.
And then the next picture just killed it. I'm glad I didn't risk it.
So Harry, you got it off of this one or off of this one? No, it was off of this one, right?
Yeah, that one. Yep.
That's pretty impressive, actually. I'm not sure I would have gotten that one because the hair would have thrown me off. All right, so we're seven ways through. God, there's 57 comments, so I can't see any of them, but it seems like the chat's probably enjoying this game. Number 8 for 4 points. Jared almost got back into the game there, so it's good to know you're still awake.
Harry's quick. It's tough.
Number 8, 4 points.
Theo Walcott.
It is not Theo Walcott.
I hate this game. I absolutely hate it.
Anyone else for 4 points? The three might be a giveaway. I wasn't perfect with this, but so get ready.
Adebayo.
That was me.
Don't try it, man. Don't try it.
That's got to be me.
No way. No way.
That had to be me, man. Unless there's a delay, that had to be me.
All right.
I think Harry got there again, Dan, to be honest. He's done well.
I've got a delay then with Harry. I'll tell you.
I think Harry's got the best internet connection of anybody here.
Yeah. Harry's actually 5 seconds ahead of the live podcast.
That's what it is, man. I tell you.
We've seen the answers.
Chambers and Adebayo is going behind for both of those, but behind me, so I must be delayed.
Well, because I can't see you guys, I'm not seeing whose mouth moved first. So who are we giving that to there? It was definitely between another Dan, Harry, Darby.
If it's Harry that come out first, you'd have to give it to Harry.
Yeah, Harry come out first.
I heard him after me, but
okay.
I heard him
Is there a delay?
I've got a delay, so
there's no delay.
That's my
problem. The only delay is in your head. All right. Here's the next one, number 9.
Callum Chambers. I'm up for
This picture looks like that person's 67 years old.
4 points.
Okay.
For 3 points.
Unai Emery.
Yeah, I should have said past or present Arsenal figure. I did say players at the beginning, but I figured you would forgive
I'm
me.
looking at play. You can't have that one. That's ridiculous. I'm not playing no more. That is ridiculous.
Did I say that one before Harry, or did Harry get that as well?
No, you got it. I'd wiped him out of my mind, so I wasn't looking
Yeah, I
for
bet
him.
you had. You
got Unai Emery from this.
That looks like my gran when I'm late for dinner.
Yeah, he looks so old in that picture.
He does look old.
Until you zoom it out all the way, and then like, well, what is this? It's like, who has 2 thumbs and was an awful coach for Arsenal? This guy.
I mean, what is he doing in that picture? Like, what is the instruction that he's giving? Is that what? What is he saying here? I don't know.
Look at me. Look at me.
I'm better than Mikel. That's what he's
Look
saying.
at me. I'm useless. I don't get it.
All right, number 10 out of 12. We're actually we're whipping through these much quicker than I thought. Number 10.
Coming straight in. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
My fascination with dental work, apparently. All right, I think the next one might give it away. This is the 4-pointer. Anyone want to put in a guess?
No, I'm gonna wait.
All right, for 3 points.
Nigel Winterburn.
Yeah.
Oh, get in there. Get in
No
there.
chance.
I'm on the board. I am on the board.
I want a steward's inquiry on that one.
I thought I heard Dan first.
What that is. Up yours, Harry. 4 points for the judge. Thank you very much.
First of all, it's 3 points. Was it Lee?
No,
I thought
idea.
it was Dan.
I thought it was Lee.
Ask the chat. Ask the chat.
For me, I think it was Lee.
Okay.
And I'm in last, so I don't have a horse in the race here.
All right, Stephen heard Dan. Dazza is either laughing at you or saying that you got it first. John, Dublin Gooners, saying, what I'm learning here is that people can speak faster than I can type. Zamir says it was Dan. I thought I heard Dan first, but I have like that frequency of hearing like a dog has where like maybe I just don't hear Lee. But Mark said he heard Dan.
I'm not going to go back in that. I won that 3 points, and I'm taking those 3 points. End of. Like, I mean, I don't care nothing VAR or not.
Judge, you can have it. Judge, you can have it.
Yeah, I'll give that. That's a sympathy one to Judge. So,
and also, is who says it first, not the loudest judge? Yeah. So you know.
I'm going to change the rule for the next one to who says it the loudest, because I think that would actually be funny. All right, so number 11. We're almost done here. Number 11. This is a tricky one, maybe, but maybe not. Four points.
Is that a werewolf or a player?
It's one of his stupid jokes, isn't it?
What was that, Ryan?
I'm gonna guess Sagna, but I'm just going early.
Unfortunately, it is not Backery. All right. Any other guesses for the 4 points?
No,
all right.
No guesses there.
For 3 points.
The goalkeeper's shirt, isn't it?
The hell?
What?
Huh? This is a trick one. What
Is this another picture of someone's private parts?
That's not
It
been
is not.
zoomed out.
This is nowhere near this person's nether region.
You think that's someone's private parts, Harry? You need to go to the doctors.
Yeah, really. I mean, how do you have children if you think that's someone's private part?
They might just need they might just need a manscaped, Mike. It's
that's been zoomed
You'd be
out from
surprised.
the last one.
All right. We now have a 2-pointer, which we have not we haven't had that since Aaron Ramsey, but the 2-point quiz option.
What's going on, Mike?
What?
It's Bird Leno.
Jared is on
It is
the board.
Bird Leno.
It is Bird Leno. Jared finally. See,
that's what it took to get me on the scoreboard.
You have to watch the podcast to understand where that was going, and it's clear that you guys are too busy doing your own podcast to watch ours. I understand. Bird Leno is one of the most famous members of this podcast Hall of Fame pictures. Here are some.
All the ones that are playing the game seriously, me down there, are not laughing at this. I'm not laughing.
Here are some of Bird Leno's good friends, by the way.
Hey, Bird.
Big Bird Leno, Tweety Bird Leno. Is that Grouch McDuck or
Duck
whatever
Leno?
We've got Daffy Leno, and I don't know what the hell this is, Bird Leno, but yeah, Bird Leno. Jared, you're on the board. Nice consolation prize. Ryan, you got your 4. Dan, everyone's on the board.
Yeah, take that.
Especially because some people complained and got on the board. All right, the final clue.
So what's the score?
Oh, sorry, hold on. What'd you say? What's the score?
Yeah,
let's do this. Before the final one, we have Harry with 3, 6, 9, 12 points. We have Dan Potts with 10 points. We have Ryan with 4 with the Benayoun guess. We have Lee.
That was
with
the guess of the game, to be fair. That was class. That.
Yeah,
that was quality.
We have Lee with 3 points and Jared with 2. So this is technically still up for grabs between Harry and Dan. Number 12.
Alex Iwobi.
We have a guess of Alex Iwobi came in first from Jared. That is incorrect. The next guess was from Lee.
El Nene.
Wow, good shout.
Yes, yeah. I'll take that. I'll see on it. I've got on the podium. Your bronze medal. Hey.
All right, so that's the game, guys. And we have half an hour
Well done,
left to just
to
talk Arsenal, but yeah. So
good game.
Hang on.
Now it's a good game. Yeah, now it's a good game.
Now I've got one.
So Ryan, are you? Are we? Yes, we gotta let you go. Ryan, it's been an absolute pleasure, man. It's always great to see you.
No, thank you so much.
We will come calling for a Arsenal review. I want to do it after a win because we always seem to be talking after like the worst games that Arsenal plays. So we're going to time it so it's a win. But
yeah, nice.
Class act, Ryan. It's fantastic to see you. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Ryan, pleasure.
Thank
Ryan.
you, and well done, Mike, for all of this.
Hey, thank you for your help, man. I appreciate it. All right, so I got nothing else planned, but we obviously got a thing coming up tomorrow. Lee, are you going? Dan,
no,
you going?
Dan's going.
Yeah,
but,
I'm going.
I'm not going. I had a chance of going, but I'm a little bit peeved off with the Arsenal at the minute, the way things are going. So I've decided.
Really, you're putting your money where your mouth is in the negative way as far as standing up for what you believe in.
I just feel like. Obviously, I'm going to go to games. I've got home games to go to. Listen, that is bang out of order. Like, I never call you a flacky when you don't go to games, do I? Every time, you know what I mean?
It isn't voluntary when I don't go to games, though. But yeah, the one good thing that's come out of Andy Nunn in the 5-6 years that I've known him is that word. I had never heard that word until he said it.
No, I think anyone had, mate.
He's have a good one.
Yeah.
He goes to bed, you're drunk.
Go home, you're drunk. Yeah.
So Dan, is it true that they're not serving alcohol in the away section of Brentford?
I'm not sure, man. I did hear this. I did hear this potentially. Do you know what? I'm going, and normally I'd be like buzzing for it, but I'm a bit with Lee. I've been so demoralised with it and deflated by Arsenal at the moment. It's hard to get into, but I think the main thing is for me is that. Yes, I will, Zamir. I think when you look at it, it's about the social for me. Standing and having a beer with Hoggy and Red Ken and seeing Kate and Tash and seeing the guys, it'll be a good laugh. So I'm looking forward to getting back to football for the social. But the 90 minutes of football, I can't lie to you, Mike. I think it's going to be painful as it has been for what, 18 months. So
well, and
see
if
what
all
happens.
again, at the risk of being redundant, because I don't know how many times I've probably said this over the last 22, 23 hours, is, the game is obviously the centerpiece of what you go there for, but I don't think it's the most fun part. I mean, I come from a significant distance to go to Arsenal games, but honestly, the experience once you enter the Emirates until you leave is about, not being able to continue your buzz. It's about wondering why people aren't singing as loud around you, considering I'm generally in the clock end upper or on the east end, and just waiting to get back to the pub afterwards to hopefully celebrate. But either way, the last time not the last time I was over, but the time before that, I went to 2 games. One was a very disappointing loss against Chelsea with the Jorginho goal that he shouldn't have scored when he should have been red carded. Then he scored on a complete Bird Leno flop. And then the game a few days later, which was probably one of the best games we played all season on New Year's Day against Manchester United. Both games before and after the games at the 12 pins with you lot. And one crushing loss, one really, really good victory. And they were both just equally as fun times because of that pub environment. And that's what's been missing so much over the last 2 years with COVID, is just that ability to do that. So I'm very, very jealous that all begins again tomorrow. But I love living vicariously through you guys when you do that.
I do wish that Dan would lay off the beers a little bit though when he goes to the Arsenal, because then he might recognise like what Granit Xhaka brings to our midfield and some of the other tactical things that Mikel Arteta's bringing to the table. So Dan, maybe ease off a little bit if they're not serving it, and you'll be able to see tomorrow.
What Granit Xhaka brings to our midfield may be helpful on the pitch, but what I call it is assholicness. I just hope he can make it through the 90 minutes.
The worst thing I ever did, Mike, was buy one of these for Harry, which is a Granit Xhaka doll. He's got his as well, which I imagine he probably hasn't. Right. The problem was it was a Secret Santa, right? And I got him one, and I bought one, and 2 came, so I had to keep one of the damn things. And since he's been here, he's not only had an okay season, he's now signed a damn contract extension.
Yeah.
So
how much did you celebrate, Harry?
I blame myself.
How much did you celebrate when not only are we not getting rid of him, not selling him, but now apparently he's going to be with us for the next 14 years?
I'm not really celebrating it because I'd kind of got to a place in my mind where I was okay with him going. It was just about the fact that we needed to replace him. There was no good him going and Arsenal doing what they're doing now in the transfer market and messing about, trying to find someone, because that, for me, weakens the side. Unless you're going to bring an upgrade in, I'm glad he's staying. But Dan, who orders something and gets 2? Come on, mate. You ordered one for yourself. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I mean, how many companies accidentally send out 2 of the merchandise? Come on, man.
Accidentally.
I'm not having that.
Well, do you know what? Zamir's made a great comment here. Granit Xhaka is the reason Dan has to drink so much. Great comment, Zamir. So true.
Yeah,
totally 100% with you.
So let's do something I actually haven't done yet in this entire time, which is score predictions. We've talked about kind of the whole season predictions, and we'll get to that. But given everything, and we're not 24 hours away, we're not signing anybody of any use to us tomorrow, between now and tomorrow. So Jared, are we opening their new stadium, or did it open last year, Brentford?
No, open last year.
Okay, so opening it from a Premier League standpoint, their first game up in ever, I think, Brentford.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tougher opening game than you'd normally think it would be, going against a newly promoted team in your first game. 2 tough games behind it. Hopefully we're not looking past Brentford, but what do you really envision out of that game tomorrow, score-wise?
So, yeah, I think it is a tougher game than you would think when you say, you're opening the season against a newly promoted team. It is their first promotion. It's a home game for them. They're going to be pumped up and ready for it. And also, I think I mentioned this, I don't know if it was on a previous pod or part of this yesterday, they're all kind of running together. But I think for Arsenal, like you said, we have 2 tough games behind it, so there is some pressure there. If we drop any points to Brentford, it gets really difficult really quick this season. Going into the international break, you're sitting on 0 or 1 point. It's going to be pitchforks out in the streets of the Arsenal fans. That said, I do like us to win. If score prediction wise, I'm going to say 2-1 Arsenal. I'm still confident we'll get a win there, but I think it's not going to be a rollover game by any means. I think they're gonna be ready to go.
Harry, 5 Premier League wins on the trot. Can we make it 6? Yeah, I understand there were like 3.5 months in between, but and everyone else around us has gotten stronger. But can we make it 6 undefeated?
Yeah, we can. Why not? I think that obviously on paper we're a much better side than Brentford. I'm not expecting an easy game. You've mentioned all those factors. Their first game in the Premier League is going to be a cracking atmosphere there, I'm sure. So it's not going to be a walk in the park. It's not going to be easy, but you've got to go into the game believing that Arsenal can win it. And I think what a lot of people don't realise about pre-season, and I'm not saying that this was a deliberate ploy from Mikel Arteta, but what I'm trying to say here is that you shouldn't really read into pre-season results too much, because for me, the aim of pre-season is to peak when the season starts, not before that. So I'm not saying that we purposely went out and played poorly in some of our pre-season games. Well, that's the thing. Like you've got
the part of it about not before that.
Yeah, you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt that they will be. A lot of the talk has been that we're not ready for the new season, and I don't think you can really make that judgment based on the performances we've seen in pre-season. If you think we need more players, that's fair enough. But I think that as long as the prep's been done well, Arsenal have the quality and the capability of going out there and beating Brentford. And if you can't buzz for the new first game of the season, what is the point? So let's get behind the lads and hopefully we get all 3 points.
Yeah, it's going to be, Dan, it's going to be so important. And like literally such a backup of pent up frustration, anticipation, whatever you want to call it, from the fan base. We're going from, games with virtually nobody in it. I mean, I know the last home game had fans there, but and a full away section, and then a week later a full Emirates for a Chelsea derby. We can't afford to get off to a bad start, because I mean, do you think the pitchforks will be out for the match going fans? Because we know Twitter will set alight. We know Dotsons are going to be set on fire. But are we going to see the match going fans react that strongly, or are they going to just be kind of understanding that we're going to kick the can down the road a little bit with our angst?
Well, I'm not as experienced as judges in terms of going away games, but from the home games, trust me, the fans will be wanting this guy out if we have a terrible start. And by a terrible start, I'm talking the first 6 games. And, I spoke to Harry the other day and he thinks that's harsh. He thinks he deserves more than 6 games. I don't. I think the guy's very, very lucky that he's still got a job, if I'm honest. And from what we've seen the last few weeks, we seem to be taking our time again with players when we haven't actually done anything to our first team apart from put Ben White in it, as far as I can see. So an 8th place team plus Ben White, to me, doesn't get us anywhere near the top 4. So we have to be realistic to say that we're probably going to be 7th or 8th again, as far as I'm concerned, if we keep this team. But for Brentford, my prediction is a 1-0 win. I'm going to be optimistic. I don't think we can ever say it's going to be 5-0 or 4-0 anymore with this Arsenal side that Mikel Arteta is so negative and boring to watch with. I think that if we are going to win, it's going to be 1-0, 2-1. I'm with Jared. I think, he said that it's going to be tight. I agree. I think it will be. I think Brentford are going to go there buzzing because obviously they've got their fans. We've got our fans. And I think that's the one thing I'm looking forward to more than anything, actually, is the atmosphere, because it will be so strange to see and to hear. But I feel like the team picks itself. There's only a couple of positions for me that are a question mark. The right back's a question. The number 9 is a question. And I think who starts next to Granit Xhaka is a question. And I think also me and Lee had a discussion last night about Bukayo Saka. I don't think he will start. I think he'll play a part. I imagine the front 3 will be Pepe, Aubameyang and Lacazette with Smith Rowe in behind. But it could be that Saka plays and we drop one of those out. I imagine it will be Xhaka and Lokonga, but I just have this bad feeling that El Neni will get his place because he's one of Arteta's favourites. And when we have Xhaka and El Neni, I'm never confident. So I think they're the interesting positions. I'd go with Callum Chambers if it was my choice at right back, but I'm not so sure that we're going to see all of those players because Arteta you can never predict what he's going to do with this 11. So I'll go 1-0 to the Arsenal, and it'll be great to have the fans back, Mike, 100%.
Can you imagine what will it be? 7:00 tomorrow evening, the starting 11 comes out and Willian's on it. Like I know that he scored in one of his last 1 games for Arsenal, but
on his head be it, mate. If that happens on Arteta's head be it.
He's scoring a goal a game in his last game. But Lee, when you're done picking your teeth, let us know what you think the score of the game will be.
I think Arsenal will probably nick it, but if they don't, it wouldn't surprise me. You know what? If Arsenal win this game, it wouldn't surprise me. If they lose it, I wouldn't surprise me. I'm not going to go there and or watch it thinking that we're definitely going to win this game. I'll be a little bit worried, if I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually, and we need to get a score prediction out of you, but I think we're going to draw this game. I think this will be the classic game where we score relatively early, look like we're on our way, and then completely forget ourselves, allow us a silly goal before the half or in the 80th minute or something like that, and draw 1-1. I that would be the biggest disappointment to me, other than losing the game embarrassingly, because it just showed that nothing's changed. But I kind of see that happening because the momentum and the energy will be so much on Brentford's side in that game.
I can't wait for the Arteta lovers to turn around and say, "Oh, it's not. Oh no, it's not pre-season. We still got the window open," or something. I don't know what they'd be saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we still have the window open, and then once the window closes, it's our Elliot needs to bed in a little bit more.
We didn't have a full pre-season again because we didn't go to America. That's another excuse that will come out the door.
You know, they're always looking for excuses instead of putting a little bit of blame at them. It's only pre-season, so it'd be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. I've got faith in that we can get a result, but ultimately we know what's coming round the corner in the next two games, and that's where we're at the moment, unless we bring in some players. But I think Arsenal will probably nick it 2-1, if I'll be honest. But as I say, you know, if Arsenal were to lose this game, I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you two trying to bait me out with the Arteta stuff? Like, is that what's happening? Are you trying to get? Are you trying to get a rise?
Don't know what you're on about, mate.
Sorry, I wasn't particularly saying to you. Listen, you make points which some people will.
Just me then, just me.
So we'll say that. I'm interested to see what would happen. Not saying interested because I want us to win, but if we are to lose, what excuses are going to be made then? Because there's always people making excuses for Mikel Arteta. What I don't understand is the complete
double standard.
The loving with Mikel Arteta. He can't do nothing wrong. If he does something wrong, it's the players. It's not, you know what I mean? It's whatever.
It's the protection, isn't it? It's the protection,
I don't believe,
not the loving.
I don't believe in the cult of personality. I don't love Mikel Arteta. I love the idea of not having to deal with the aftermath of another thing. And I recognize 100% that is not a realistic attitude. The people who are assigning blame when appropriate, being logical about it, not just ranting and raving about it, have every right to feel the way that they do. For me, it's just it is a desire to not have to start over again. I'm not saying that wouldn't be the best thing. I'm just saying I want this to work out so that we don't have to be right back where we were, but in a worse condition and situation. Harry, what would it, I mean? I'm more towards your side of the fence than I am towards Dan's. And Sophie's actually when it comes to Mikel Arteta. What would have to happen in your mind for you to be saying, result-wise, not losing the dressing room and having the team revolt, but like what would have to happen result-wise, table-wise, by what point in time for you to say, you know what, thanks for the memories, but it's time
to say goodbye. Yeah, there's a few things. So there's a couple of bits. So I think the whole thing about not...
Thanks for the lack of memories, but... Yeah.
The whole thing about not strengthening the first 11 yet, I think, is a bit of a red herring, because I think actually had Arsenal's first 11 been fit and available throughout the entirety of last season, I don't think we would have been in the position we were. I think we suffered from losing Tierney for periods, Partey, Aubameyang, etc. So I think actually by stocking the squad to a point where you can now replace Kieran Tierney, you now have another midfield option if Partey is unavailable. I think that does strengthen the team. And I think so. The whole thing of it being we haven't strengthened the first 11, I don't think that that's completely fair. The other thing is why people are saying with Mikel Arteta more so than previously is that it's the players. It's because this is the third manager now that we're seeing these same players not do it. First time you give them the benefit of the doubt. Second time even you might do so as well. But third time around, you come to a point where you are like, yeah, well, the players have to have quite a bit of responsibility here, because it doesn't matter who manages them. We're seeing the same stuff. So for me, I'm not one of those people that wants to put a time limit on how long he should get this season. I think we have got some really difficult games coming up. And so I think it's unfair to, to judge him against teams that we're not competing with. So Man City, Chelsea, they're on a different planet to us at the minute. So if we lost those 2 games, I'm not going to be standing there saying, get him out. But I think what we're looking for is improvement, is performances. If we lose 1-0 to an odd goal, but we've given a good account of ourselves, I think we'll all be content with that. I think for me, I'm going to look at it in stages this season. I'm going to do it kind of first 12 games. I'm going to look back and see where we're at. Then the next period, I'm going to try and do it like that, because I think what you have to do is look over periods rather than look at individual games. Because I think
Dan's looking at it in stages as well. The first 5 minutes and then the rest of the season. Those are the stages that Dan's good.
Yeah, I'll put a scenario to you. If we was this look the worst alternative here, we do lose to Brentford on Friday, tomorrow night. Then we're expected to lose to Chelsea. We're expected to lose to Manchester City. Yeah. What happens if we lose to West Brom as well?
Yeah, then you can ask questions, but that's the point. Like we might lose to Brentford and then go. If we lost to Brentford and went and beat Chelsea,
I'll admit, ask questions. We're out of a competition with all the other big guns of the minute, Harry. I'm sorry.
At that point, we're not bottom of the table. We're under the table.
We'll be bottom of the league, plus out of the competition, which the big boys ain't even started in yet. And you want to ask questions? I think that if he was to lose to that West Brom game,
that's the Carabao Cup game.
Which is not an easy game, by the way. I don't expect that game there. I don't expect him to be resting players, because he's got all season to rest players. So I think it's a massive, and I don't think it's an easy game, by the way, West Brom. But I think if it was to go wrong in that game, Harry, I'm sorry. I think more than questions have got to be asked.
I don't know if that Carabao Cup is a priority. That'd
be the question that I'll be asking. That'd be the only question I'll be asking. When are they going to use the third kit? Because they won't be able to use it, will they?
They're using it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, they're wearing it tomorrow.
Well, they're wearing it tomorrow. You get to see this.
Yep.
By the way, I specifically requested that 30% of this shirt go to Josh and Stan, not just the normal 15%.
Oh, that's serious. That kit is being worn tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's what they said.
I didn't know that.
Because they've worn the yellow one already in preseason, so this is going to be the debut of this. Yeah, I think we're going to see this tomorroh.
They'll have to get another one. They'll have to bring a fourth one out for West Bromley. They have to bring a fourth kit out for West Brom game.
Yeah, because they can't use that for West Brom. So
I mean, we'll have 3 new training kits by then.
It says everyone out, and they're all going to be wearing that shirt during the West Brom game.
Yeah, I think answers Lee questions quick. I think if that happens, I don't understand how he can keep his job. Lee is the question.
No, I think
and we asked the question for Harry was at what point, in what timing, in what situation do you finally get on board with sacking Arteta? And
Harry doesn't want to answer
so far is when the
I'll answer
begin to be answered.
I'll answer it, but I don't want him sacked after 3 games. I don't think that's.
I don't either.
I
think I'm not trying to force you into. I'm just saying, like I'm asking your question almost as a way of like trying to guide my own concept on this, because I don't want this to happen. But at some point, we have nothing left to argue, Harry. Not even if this were to happen, if we were to be bottom of the table or in relegation, by November 1st, is that
by the transfer window, about November, going into September, if we're bottom of the league and out of the Carabao Cup,
Carabao, easy for you to say.
You still think you should be in a job? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Is that what I'm saying?
We've lost to all 4 games. We're bottom of the league. We're out of the Carabao Cup without even the big teams being in it. And you think that he's still all right to play? That means we've got the FA Cup to win, because we ain't going to win the league because we're already out of that. So we're just playing for the FA Cup in January.
But you're saying we're out of the league and we ain't going to win that. The aim is not to win that, is it? The aim is to get into Europe. That is Arsenal's aim at the start of the season.
I think that's what he meant. I think he meant 6th place is gone if we lost.
But it's not gone, is it? After 3 games, it's not 3 league games. It's not gone. And You can easily go on a run like we did at the back end of last season. You're going to have ups and downs. I think Arsenal are going to lose more than 3 games over the course of the Premier League season. So no, I don't think you sack him straight away 3 games, 4 games into the season if it doesn't go well. What would have been the point in giving him £50 million to sign Ben White, nearly £20 million to sign Lokonga, and whoever else we're going to bring in between now and the end of the window? The club won't do that. So I don't even think it's worth us as a fan base sort of
I'll tell you, Harry, I don't care what you say, right? If Arsenal were to lose to Brentford and they're losing to Chelsea, right, the fans will turn at the Emirates. I guarantee it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I'm being honest with you. And if then if we're losing to West Brom, all hell will break loose on the away thing. It will do. I'm sorry, I don't see how he'd be able to keep his job after that. I really don't. I don't think it'll happen because I think that we might. As I say, I think we'll beat Brentford, and I'm pretty sure we'll beat West Brom because I think we will go strong against West Brom. We can't afford not to. But
I have a scenario for Soph. So Sophie's asking if we're 8th post. Well, she's not asking. She's saying if we're 8th post North London derby, he has to go. Now, what happens if we are 6th before the game? Aubameyang shows up late. And because of that, we lose, and at that point we're 8th post North London derby. Does Arteta have to go, or does he get a pass because it's not? Because technically it was Aubameyang. I'm trying to bring in all the things that we.
No, I'm serious. I just want to know how low it's going to get before people turn around and say, "Right, enough's enough." That's my.
But that is not a simple question to answer because it depends on the performances. It depends on the individual decisions he makes and how they pan out. That's going to determine when I lose kind of interest in Mikel Arteta. If he does something I really disagree with 4 or 5 games on the trot, then I'm going to start to ask questions about it. If he makes a one-off decision like picks, Martinelli through the middle one week and then puts Laka, just for argument's sake, I'm not going to lose it on one decision. So for me, it has to be a period of time, and it has to be a number of things that make me go, hold on a minute. I
want Mikel Arteta to be successful. So at the minute, I'm going to back him. But I'm telling you that now. If we lose to Brighton, if we lose to Brentford, we lose to Chelsea, we lose to Manchester City, and then we lose to West Brom. That is me done. I'm not 4 games or 14 games. That is it. That will be it for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we're bottom going into that transfer window, I'd rather us go right, cut our losses, get someone in who's going to buy some players for the transfer window,
that's the point, Lee. Is someone going to be able to buy players that comes in? This is the big thing. Everybody's going, we need to buy players. Mikel Arteta, I'm sure, would love to spend more money this summer than he spent so far. Do you agree?
Well, yeah, I do, and I think that if he's spending £50 million on a central defender and he's got no money to spend in other areas, then he should go again today. You know what I mean? Like, because that's just total incompetence. You know what I mean? Like, he could have coached Saliba and try and make him a better player, because that's what I hear he is as a coach, and then give the money to play to certain areas. I think Arsenal have got someone lined up for that midfield place. I don't know who it is, but I think that they have. Because if they haven't, it's crazy. It's crazy. So
how else are they going to get to 150 million quid spent if they don't buy another midfielder? I mean, we know that they're going to spend 150 million quid. We've been told that by very reliable sources. So
I think that they will. I still think there's a couple more signing, maybe 2 or 3 still to come through. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, if he doesn't get those players in, guys, Mikel is going to struggle. It's as simple as that. Hasn't got the squad to do what he needs to do.
And this is kind of what I thought when the news of the Xhaka re-signing happened, and someone asked me, what are your thoughts on him being re-signed? Because obviously that wasn't super well received. And I said, it lacks a little bit of context as far as what we do. If we re-sign Xhaka just to re-sign Xhaka and do nothing else in the window, that's obviously not a huge win for the team. But if the idea is we re-sign him to avoid paying 40 or 50 million for, say like a Ruben Neves or whoever we would have gotten that spot, to facilitate having that money to bring in a James Maddison, a Martin Odegaard on a permanent, what happens with Xhaka in those 2 situations is the same, but I'm going to look at that very differently in terms of whether or not it was an okay decision for me. If we bring in a James Maddison and it means we have to keep Xhaka, I'm kind of on board for that. I love James Madison. I think he adds a lot of what we need. But if you just re-sign Xhaka to avoid, or because you can't sign somebody else and then leave it at that, it's hard to not look at that as a failure based on what, Arteta and the team said coming into the window. We all joke about, be excited. There's going to be investment. We're going to go out and have a good window. If a good window for them is what we've seen so far, re-signing Xhaka and nothing else, I think that's a huge failure. And, obviously a failure to kind of back up that promise that they made. And also right now, I think the one overarching failure of this offseason is that we've got a game in 24 hours and we don't have a backup keeper. That to me is completely mental. I don't know how you get to that point, because Runarson, I wish we had the photo to put up. If you look at when we played Man City, the free kick Mahrez takes, we've got the wall covering the right side, and Runarson is almost standing on the post to his right. Mahrez kicks it directly at him. If you showed that picture to someone and said that's a professional keeper and he scores that shot, they'd say you're insane. There's no way that could happen. Like, as soon as I saw that in prior, he's not Premier League level, let alone Arsenal level. And the fact that we haven't done something to shore that up is shocking to me, because God forbid, what if Bernd Leno 30 minutes into the game tomorrow gets an injury and he's out a month and a half? Does anybody think we could survive a handful of games without him?
What if he gets COVID tonight?
Yeah, same thing.
Screwed.
Mm-hmm.
That's on Arteta. That is on Arteta. I don't care what anyone says. That's crazy.
I just think there are much bigger problems at Arsenal Football Club than Mikel Arteta right now. And it stems from much higher up than him. I think that the same people that thought that Arsene Wenger was the only problem at Arsenal Football Club and hounded him out are now seeing a team in 8th place. Arsene Wenger's Arsenal would never have slumped to 8th. I don't care what anybody says. I really don't think
I don't believe that. I think it would have.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't. Because Arsene Wenger had the experience to navigate through difficult situations.
But he
that
had
makes up that
the
extra
stubbornness to not allow the fact that the game was changing and he wasn't. And I think the fact that he went from 4th to 4th to 3rd to 4th to 5th to 5th to 6th or whatever it ended up being, I don't think that trend would have stopped. I think his I think he should have left when he could have left without, when he truly could have left with the team in better position than he found it. Or
he left at the wrong time, but he wouldn't have been in this situation. I'm sure of that. Not only that, he would have attracted better players than Mikel Arteta. You're a professional footballer and Arsene Wenger comes knocking at your door, one of the greatest coaches of all time. Are you going to go? You're going to go. Are you going to go if Mikel Arteta, a rookie,
Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, Mbappe,
yeah, but that's those are
Xavi Alonso.
But you can do that with any club, Mike. You can look at play. There are so many footballers who failed at numerous clubs or didn't get transfers to certain clubs because they weren't convinced, that then went on to good things and great things. There's so many of those examples. It's just with Arsene Wenger, there was a narrative. There was a, let's pick a hole in every single thing Arsene Wenger done because we want to get rid of him. So let's talk about Ibrahimovic. Let's talk about, Ronaldo. How do we know how close Arsenal were actually to doing those deals? We don't. It's all talk. It's all hot air for me.
Let's talk about some good news, because number one, we are now into the 24th hour of the 24-hour POD-A-THON. I honestly cannot believe it. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. I still feel like I'm up in the middle of the night. I'm trying to be quiet because I don't want to wake my family up. Yet my son is at work and my wife is probably either here or I don't know where she is at this moment. But it's in the middle of the afternoon. It doesn't feel like it, but we're going to do a quick check of the tote board here. We have exceeded our goal from this event. This portion of Gooners versus Cancer we were hoping on an outside chance to raise $5,000, and we have hit $5,025. And I just want that was unintentional, but it's actually good timing. I just want to thank everybody that has helped make this happen. And Harry, I know you've got to run in just a second, so if you'll stick around just for this second to last prize drawing, this is the final new personalized Arsenal kit. So we're drawing now from all of our donors to win. It could be this, it could be the yellow one, it could be the red one, but you're going to win a brand new Arsenal kit, so you don't physically have to pay the Cronkies yourselves. We'll do that. And yes, it's going to be a massive prize when you win it. And here we go. Let's see who's won this. I believe everybody is eligible with the exception of the one person who's already hit their limit of 3 prizes. So the winner of the 2021-22 Arsenal first team kit, Nick Listerman. Nick Listerman. Anyone know Nick Listerman? Is there a Nick Listerman in the house? Nick,
I do not, but congratulations, Nick.
Well done, Nick.
We've had some very a lot of people have been incredibly generous. Everybody who donates been incredibly generous. But what I like to see is a nice mix between people who have really put in a significant amount of money and are really bossing the number of entries that they have win. And then I also like to see people who put in, a more modest amount, which, again, we appreciate every single amount, but it's nice to know that, that not just all the big donors won. And Nick, we appreciate your donation, and I'm thrilled that you're going to get a free Arsenal kit from the shop with whatever player's name other than Granit Xhaka that you would like to have on it. And whatever one you choose. So now that we're in the last hour, I think we're about to lose a couple people. Dan, are you free? Because
yeah, man, I'll stay.
All right, because I got to tell you, I didn't plan anything out for the last hour because I saw that it being this big thing where Andy came back in and Owen came back in and Mikey Hers came back in, and we just a Gooners podcast finished this off, and none of them are here. I understand work has gotten in the way, and Andy's traveling, so Jared has ably stepped in, and Dan, I'd love you to hang as well, but Harry, Lee, no one's ever said those words in that order before. Harry, Lee, which one of you has to leave first? Harry, we're gonna let you go first.
Thank you, man.
I'm all right till quarter past. So.
Okay, beautiful. So, Harry, it's been great to talk to you again, mate. I love your optimism. I share it with you. I just like seeing where the limits end. And, I think you are a valuable member of Same Old Arsenal because of the perspective that you provide. It's not an echo chamber, as they say, of positivity or negativity. It's just real talk, and you belong in there. And I'm glad you guys were all able to come in today. We're missing Craig today. I really wish Craig could have joined us, but work I think got in the way there. So, anything you want to promote, Harry? Chronicles of the Arsenal.
No, I just want to promote this Gooners versus Cancer. So people, make sure you donate if you can, of course, and support the cause, because this is an incredible effort for 24 hours. I get tired doing a half an hour pod, so I got to take my hat off to you, Mike. Well done, and
yeah,
to
you'll
everyone
probably
involved.
next be seeing our podcast in April, but yeah, and this is not the end of Gooners versus Cancer. This is the end of the podcast-a-thon, but we've got about another 2 months left in this thing. There's more prizes to win. We're shooting for $30,000 this year. We're probably about halfway there, including today. So absolutely appreciate the plug, and love to have you on again to talk about some actual results sometime soon.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you for having me.
The day after Arteta's sacked. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
All right, Harry, take care, buddy.
Take care, guys.
All
right, Lee, it's getting close to dinner time. What do we got? Chicken tonight?
No, I'm going football. Well, 6-a-side in about. I have to be here about 1:30. So that's why. Otherwise, I would stay on, So
is that his warm up? Doing his fences. He's had his warm up.
Is this your warm up when you?
I do that when I score. Yeah, I feel that great after that. It was hard work today. I'm not going to lie. So.
Well, it's nice to accomplish something physical and feel like you can do that. It's been 15, 20 years since I've known that feeling.
I've dug a few holes in my time, got myself into a few holes in my time, you know what I mean? So
I don't know what you mean, actually. No. So anyway, Lee, any last words? Anything else you want to get us?
Fantastic what you're doing and all that, and congratulations, Mike. Getting the people that you've got on, is a marvelous thing that you're doing, and all the games and everything like that. And it's a pleasure to know you and be your friend and doing what you're doing. So keep it going, and everybody that's contributed, well done. That's all I need to say with it.
Well, the feeling is likewise, Lee, and the first person I look for when I come over to visit, and it's going to be hopefully soon, is normally you. And I think the first time we met, where were we headed down to Palace together. We all met in King's Cross Station, I think, and or St. Pancras, and went down to that fateful Palace game that did not go so well, the Monday night football game. And my best memory of you that night was after you on the train on the way back was you watching yourself on AFTV on your phone. And I have a picture of that. You're like you look like you were in love. And I looked at what's on your phone, and it's your own interview on the phone.
Yeah, I've changed it. It was all new to me then.
Yeah.
Well, I come over to America. That was another thing. When I come over to America and was in New York, you come down from Washington to see us, and we hung out for a couple of days, and that was great. And
I don't necessarily live in New York, but there have been two visitors to New York that I said, you know what, I'm going for the weekend, and you and Tommy, and just fantastic time. You actually made me exercise after eating a Baconator. That was not very nice.
We walked the line, so that was good. That was like, you didn't want to think. We're walking this line, if anybody knows it. What do they actually call it in New York?
It's called the High Line.
High Line, so then it's like an old train.
It's a walking path. I think it's on like the East River or the Hudson River. I forget which one. I don't know the geography that well, but
old train line. You can walk along, don't you, to the train stations and all that. Like, he's only walked about 200 yards. Can we get a cab? Can we get a cab? I said, no, we're not getting a cab. We're not getting a cab. So we get to the station. Can we get a cab? Can we get a cab? No, come on, let's enjoy the walk. But you done it, didn't you? You did do it, and we
walked all the way from O'Hanlon's to the pier where our romantic ferry ride around the island to the Statue of Liberty. I mean, it was just an absolute date. Your partner was a third wheel on that day for sure.
Yeah, it was good though, wasn't it? Like, I mean, we had a good time, and and so I have to say, it's a pleasure. One of the greatest things about doing what I'm doing, and I mean this sincerely, is that I've been able to meet guys like you and the overseas.
To a lesser extent, Andy.
Yeah, and we know he's a bit of a dick, but other than that, he's all right. Like, so, ultimately. What see the passion and everything from the overseas fans is amazing. And that's one of the greatest things that and I've been able to meet a few of you guys and everything like that. And it's been great, And we went to West. I think was it about 7 o'clock in the morning?
It was the West Ham game after it was Unai Emery's third game in charge. We started City Chelsea that year as well, and lost the 2.
Yeah, that's right. And we played West Ham, and I think it was about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning that morning.
And we get into the pub. It's busy as anything. There's beers. Everybody's drinking beers. No wonder a lot of Americans have got alcohol problems if they're doing that at 7 o'clock in the morning. Like,
we do, man. Yeah, Sebby was there that day. Jess was there. My friend Jess from New York was there that day, and it was a fun morning. You were a little slow on the beers. It's like you didn't quite buy into it. I mean,
no. Like, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm struggling with a coffee, let alone a lager. Like, you know what I mean? So.
Plaque.
But you guys do that, you know what I mean? They're drunk all day on a Saturday, it was just seeing something completely different to that. Like, was unbelievable, in it, and the pub was packed. There was people going around with sandwiches and cakes. I think someone had a birthday that day, and they'd made a big cake and everything. And it was just great to see it from a different perspective. So, and thanks to you, Mike. I would never experience that. So, I'm glad.
It was my pleasure. I was glad that you didn't sleep in. That I was a little worried that you weren't going to show up that morning because it just was too early. You guys whine and complain about a 12 p.m. kickoff. So, yeah, and it's 4 a.m. for Taylor and the group out in Los Angeles.
So look, listen, I tip my hat to all those supporters that do that, and a credit to you. And at least with it being 8 o'clock on Friday, you ain't got to get up early. There you go.
I truly hope to be able to see you maybe as soon as a couple months from now. I'm hoping a couple things come together and I'm able to come over. But either way, I'll be over this season. Win, lose, or draw, Arteta or someone else, Jacques or no, I'm coming over for. I'm coming over and I'm staying at the 12 pins.
No.
And just I'm going to hold court while you guys come in because I miss you all so much. So Lee, take care, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Joe, nice to meet you. Dan, see you later on. Yeah, take care, guys.
Absolutely. So here's what we're going to do. Jared, Dan, you're going to stick around. We have 46 minutes left in this thing, 47 minutes or so left in this thing. And I just want to open it up to anybody and everybody. I have no agenda, no games, no famous guests or anything other than, of course, the most famous of all, Dan Potts. And so we're literally going to just invite anyone and everyone that can come in. So go to GoonerOpenMic.com and do me a favor and just provide some companionship for this last 48 minutes. My God. This
What's Danny doing? Danny will jump on. Danny and Jeff.
Danny, get in here. Let's make this kind of that thing where at the end of the game, they invite everybody come up here. But go to GoonerOpenMic.com and come in, and we're going to welcome Gary in. You are not too late, Gary. You are 23 hours and 18 minutes into a 24-hour podcast, so you're right on time.
All right, thank you for having me. Yeah, I was hoping I would get. I saw the beginning, and I was like, oh, I want to get on, and just got a little too busy with life here. So finally, I'm in lunch. It's a lunch break now, so I get to get in here and hopefully see you out. But I appreciate. I love this work that you do every year. I've been a part, been able to meet up with you since I've gone on Arsenal YouTube chatting away. So it's been good knowing you on that and actually talking with you about sports and not. But I definitely like this cause. I understand this. There's a lot of your heart is in this. There's a lot of your heart into this, and I appreciate that. And everybody needs needs that. We need that these days.
That's a wonderful thing to say. Did you feel that way before you won the team signed jersey in the early draft?
As you can see, the shirt is right behind me.
Oh, look at that! That is. Yeah. I actually didn't even pick up on that because my eyes left me about 30 hours ago. But this is your prize from the early bird raffle that we did in May. I mean, I hope I'm not single-handedly devaluing the market of like legend signed shirts, and because when we got like Perry and Lee and Alan and Kev, by the time we reach like 3 or 4 years from now, there's going to be like 100 of these things out on the market, and I'm probably devaluing them, but they're personally signed. The team signed kits are not, but the ones that you win from the legends, they're personally signed with a message that you actually put on there. So that it's a 1 out of 1, and it's just been absolutely incredible to be able to hand those out. Steve Feely's back with us. Feely,
yes,
Pat, Perry Grove's son, as we learned today.
It's not public knowledge, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say Gary is also Perry Grove's son, but that. Yeah, that didn't go over so well.
Kevin Campbell.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say that, but
I said it.
So yeah, we can talk about anything really that you guys want to talk about at this point. Questions, Arsenal talk. I mean, we have the authority on all things Arsenal with us right now. Jared is with us. Jared, by the way, I want to say thank you as you have been again, like I keep telling you, a revelation over the last few months. Helping me with everything having to do with Gooners versus Cancer, helping me on the air over the last 24 hours, being kind of my co-host for a number of hours, and it's just an honor to be able to do this with you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. It's really been a pleasure, and like you, obviously, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is something that hits close to home for me. I know some of you guys closer to me now, a lot of them don't. My father was diagnosed with lymphoma back in 2019 and was actually, going through chemotherapy during 2020 at the height of the pandemic. So it's a tough time when all those, typical worries you would already have are combined with, now he's got almost no immune system. COVID's at a high here. So it was a really kind of nervous time for all of us on our end, but I'm glad to say that, he's completed his chemo right now. He's doing well, and, he's back to doing all the things he loves. So at least on our end so far, a happy ending. But for for all those reasons, the Arsenal reasons, knowing Mike as a person, it's been, really a kind of an honor and a pleasure to be able to be involved in my small way and kind of help out this year. It's been great. So I appreciate it.
Oh man, I really appreciate that. And the more I learn about kind of what motivates people to do this kind of thing, and why this cause is important, the more I really feel the reality of how many people this affects. That cancer affects a lot of people one way or the other, but just, what you don't see on the website when people donate is that they can leave comments, and not everybody does. Not everyone has to, obviously, but the people that do, I mean, there's some really amazing stuff that I see on the back end, as to why people are donating and what's motivating them. And it's just, we have got to somehow find a way of mitigating this risk to people and making this less of an impact on them. So,
yeah. And if I could add one thing to that, I know we always, hit everybody up for donations for this event, the year-long event, which if you're in a position to donate, that's amazing. Thank you, everyone who does. But if you're not in a position to donate, you can still participate in a big way. Follow the Twitter, the Instagram, the simple one click that retweets or shares that item, might expose someone new to it who didn't know about it, who is able to donate. So you can really, by doing just a very small thing, have kind of an outsized impact, which is the one of the really nice things about, being in the virtual space of Twitter and Instagram. So keep that in mind. We'd appreciate it if you follow those things and kind of share the content around that. That does make a much bigger difference, I think, than people realize.
Absolutely. As we learned from our new friend, John Smith and his buddy Max earlier in the show, one tweet, one well-constructed effort or forwarding or something like that can open up nearly 2.2 million eyes laid on it, or I guess 4.4 million eyes, because most people have two eyes. But you never know what will come from that. So if you and I can't imagine anyone who has, but although there have been a few people that have done it, if you haven't watched segments of this podcast. Now, I know we've been running for 24 hours, but go back and watch some of the things. Go back and watch the hour that we spent with John Smith and Max. That was, let's see, at the beginning of, it was at towards the end of segment 2. Just a really, really cool hour. Go back and watch. One of the things that absolutely I just took me as being one of my favorite parts of this podcast was the hour I spent this morning with Fergus Keating, Guns and Yellow Ribbons, criminally underfollowed podcast, but incredibly informative, very well done. Owen, welcome back. But Fergus Keating has done a series along with Old Man Trev and the two Arsenal historians called The Arsenal History, which is a basically just an accounting in 8 parts, ranging from 1886 to present day, and especially the older years that most of us other than Lee judges may not have been around for. It's really interesting viewing. I can't wait to really dig in deeper to it. And Fergus, just from kind of hosting that series and absorbing the information coming from people who have been there and been told stories by other people who were there, just passing that information down from generation to generation is really important, and it makes you remember that if you're just interested in Arsenal because of the results and you're gonna make or break your week because of that, there's so much you're missing out on about being an Arsenal supporter. So enough preaching, but there are just so many great hours that we had. I can't believe they were all in sequence one after the other, but we're finally just 36 minutes away. Danny, welcome back, my friend. Danny's on mute.
He's on mute, Danny.
It's his first podcast. Cut him a break.
Yeah, he's new to this.
I don't even think he's muted, but for whatever reason, we can't hear him. This might be a good thing.
Nice. It's quite nice, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't you start me. Bloody StreamYard doesn't always remember the settings. I was saying, you're making me sick. All this ass kissing. Oh, Dan Potts. When I was growing up in America, I had your name on the back of my shirt. Bullshit. Bullshit.
That's tongue in cheek, and Dan knows that. I actually think he's a cunt.
You told me secretly there's only one Dan in your life, and that's me.
You are my first, and you were my last.
Because we were triplets, and like I said, because I won the quiz, I was the champion. We were triplets, and when we were in the room together, you ate the other triplet. That's why there's only 2 of us.
Yeah, there were 3 mics and a Mac. Well, at one point in this podcast, we had 3 mics and a Max on the podcast.
Too much.
And Max from Arse Bros in Australia was, with completely deadpan, serious face. He's like, well, the reason I think that Arteta probably ought to be given a couple games, Mike, is because he was dead serious.
Where's Andy?
We got John Smith back. John, is it Smith or Smythe?
Well, we say Smythe, but I don't get offended because I've had 40 years of it. I'm not bothered either way.
Do you get smudge sometimes? Apparently that
I've never been called smudge. I've been called a lot worse than that. Sometimes, Smithy, whatever. I'm not bothered really. As I say, I've been called much worse things in my life than Smith. I don't get offended,
Well, John is.
It's actually Irish for Smith. It should have an E on the end, really. That would have made my life a lot easier, but I don't know what happened. You blame my great grandparents or something like that. But
Owen, would you have been able to understand him better if he had the E on the end, like a traditional Irish?
Absolutely. He's just spitting on Irish heritage, really.
Oh, sorry.
Owen would spell it like Smeoith.
That would be more appropriate.
It's just your heritages.
And I can't think of any famous footballers who've had my surname either.
Yeah, no, there's been no Tommy, no.
Because I didn't make it either. That was unfortunate. I have actually come back for a reason, to be honest.
Okay.
Obviously, I just wanted to congratulate you, Mike, on your almost 24 hours and reaching your fundraising target. But I did put in one of the comments, I'd sent you a DM, but I know that you've probably not got on Twitter, so that's fine. So I didn't want you to miss out on this exclusive opportunity that I'm going to tell you about. So, you know that obviously a lot of fans from around the world have sent in gifts for young Max to cheer him up and stuff. Well, one of the things he was sent was a brand new home shirt with Tierney 3 on the back. And it's a size small men's, But would you believe that Max, who is 11 years old, cannot fit in a size small men's? He's having to take a large men's because he's a big old unit like his dad. So what I thought would be good, because this shirt is actually, it was given to me to give to my son, who's also called Max, but it's too big for him and he's the same age. So what I thought I would do is if somebody out there wants it, if they were to make a reasonable donation to your cause, then I would send it to them for free. And it's not one of these cheap Chinese fakey ones. It's come from the armory at Arsenal.
That's phenomenal. That's amazing. I know that this will be hard for you to believe, but I won't fit. I can't fit in that either.
No, I know. Well,
extra small.
John, that's fantastic. I appreciate it. What I'm learning about you is that every shirt you've ever come in contact with is still in its original bag. No matter how old it is, whether it's a day old or 15 years old.
And I tell you what, I wish I still had some of my old Arsenal shirts because they'd be worth a bomb now. I'm still after a 1991 goalie shirt, which was my first ever kind of proper Arsenal shirt. But I've seen them on the internet now, and like 150 quid. I ain't paying that. So I love Arsenal, but I'm not paying 150 quid for a shirt that maybe one time I paid 30 quid for. Well, unless it was really, really like brand new in the bag, maybe. But yeah.
Or if it was, game worn, sweaty,
and
if it was also in the bag.
Well, there are a few David Seaman. I think there is a David Seaman match-worn Arsenal shirt from the '94 season on eBay, but I think it's on for like 800 quid or something like that.
No, we can't. We can't be doing that. So yes, thank you, John. I did actually see the tweet, and just in my distraction, I forgot to respond to you. But somewhere out there's got to be a small man or a large or a medium-sized child who can wear the Tierney shirt, and it's the home shirt.
Oh yeah, it's the home shirt. I'll show you. It's got all the proper stuff on it. It's still got all the tags on it. Tierney number 3 on the back.
Beautiful. I love that.
And I really like this home shirt this season. I think it's one of the best ones we've had so far. I like the blue stripes on it. I think that it's really, really nice.
What do you make of this one that arrived about an hour ago?
Well, I like it. I really like it because it's got that kind of 90s vibe, which is me all over. But my son Max, who's 11, says it's absolutely awful. So I don't agree with him.
I like it. I like it. But
like
again, thank you so much for the shirt. We're gonna put that into the overall Gooner raffle. We've got a couple other things. There was a donation earlier today, I believe, from my God, this all running together. Who don't? Oh, Mark Brindle, Arsenal supporter liaison, pulled out a hardback copy of a limited edition 1971 double hardback book that 71 of them were made in the world, and he owns number 55 out of 71, and he's offered that to the Gooners versus Cancer raffle. So in about a week or two, you're gonna start to see all the different items that you can bid on. If you've donated to the charity anytime between late May, when we started the early bird raffle, so Gary, when you put that money in and ended up winning your shirt, all the way up to today, you're gonna get entries into that raffle as well. I don't think anybody should be penalized for donating early. I think you should be rewarded for it. So we're gonna put everybody in there. I'm gonna have a pretty significant task reaching out and finding out what people want to bid on, but that's the way we're gonna do it. It's a good problem to have. So so thank you, John, and I can see us doing this a little more frequently throughout the season, because you know, I know you tweeted that you've never been on a podcast much less an Arsenal podcast before.
I never get invited. This was kind of like my first invite.
Well, you're a natural, and if you don't get snapped up by somebody much larger than us, like the other people on this podcast,
in the Highbury Squad like everyone else.
I don't think Dan Potts follows me on Twitter yet. Hint, hint.
Well, Dan, you got to get to that.
I will, man.
It's
I will,
tweets of John with underscores. But yeah,
what's your Twitter? What's your Twitter, man?
Tweets _ John Jon.
I'll follow you.
Tweets of John.
I'll follow you.
Thank you, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, you can find out the whole story about Max. It's really a kind of a heartwarming thing, and I know that this hour is getting very, very gushy, and so so anyone want to like bring us back to reality here? I mean, before we go for the final round of gushiness in about 20 minutes, John, because we didn't ask you this yet, and then Danny, because we weren't able to ask you, and also, well, actually everybody but Jared and Dan Potts. Score prediction for tomorrow. What do you think? We've talked about the full season, but for tomorrow, what do you think is going to happen?
I think Aubameyang's going to turn it on tomorrow. I think he's been saving his goals in pre-season. I'm going to go for a 2-0 Arsenal win.
He's going to turn on his Lambo, or he's going to turn on the
his goals. He'll turn on his Lambo as well when he goes home. But no, 2-0 win to Arsenal. I can't see Brentford doing this, to be fair.
All right. Well, that would be that would be a pleasure. I'm not as confident. I think I went 1-1.
I don't get fined if I get this wrong, do I?
No, nothing. No, not at all. Danny,
a mind-numbing 0-0. It's going to be awful. We're going to spend the entire game doing nothing, and Arteta going, "Don't lose, please, don't lose. Don't pass the ball. Don't do anything creative. Please don't lose." For 90 minutes, and then we're all going to fall on our swords at the end, or take up rugby or some other proper sport.
I won't have that negativity. I won't have that negativity about my club, Danny. I won't have
that.
You won't hear me saying stuff like that.
For a minute, he's so positive.
Arteta out by half time.
Bang out of order.
What's interesting, right before the season, normally every club's fans, you kind of have that, completely unexplainable optimism that this is going to be our year. We're going to be great. This is the one for us. And then Danny's still here one day out saying, no, come back to reality.
This negative about a season was the 94-95. The day George Graham got sacked, I thought, that's it. I was on my way to Highbury, listened to it on the radio, and I thought I might as well just turn around and go home. This season's going to be shit. You know what? It was. So I was right then, and I'm right now.
You've never been wrong about anything in your life. Other than the time that you actually pointed out our podcast and ended up sending some people our way, that was probably not your best.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. If not for that, I probably wouldn't have to be bothering with us anymore. Stephen, tomorrow.
I think it'll be 2-0, but I think we'll make hard work of it. I think it'll be because Brentford will be ready and they're on cloud 9. You know what I mean? It's the first game in the Premier League. All their fans are going to be loud as anything, but I think we'll grind out. It'll be one of those games where we're terrible. We score 2 goals in 2 minutes, and then that's all we do.
Beautiful. Now, will you be? I don't know what the exact situation is now with all the limitations and stuff, but will you be watching the game at home? Will you be at work? Will you be at Fins?
I'll probably be at work. I'm trying to figure out if I can get the Fins. I went to Fins on Sunday for my sins. That was fun. But
the fins for your sins.
Yeah, there you go. Put that on the poster. But I am
T-shirt.
I'm gonna try and get out, but it's an odd one. It's Friday afternoon. So
that's the perfect time to go to a pub.
No, it is because just keep
get
going,
a little
stay
sick at work and then head to the pub, meet up with Fredo and Jill.
Do that. Fredo doesn't even go anymore. I don't know where he is. Where are you at, Fredo?
Son of a bitch.
But no, it's I might try and do it. Get the fins. It's always a good time. But early games like that on the weekday are always difficult. And also, what am I going for? We're probably going to lose.
There's that. Dan's not going to have that negativity. He's not going to put up with it. I know he's been gone for a little while, but I just have to remind people about this. Lee Judges. Let me. Now that he's not here anymore, I have to be a little bit more specific. So let me fix that. Here we go.
He'll be happy about that. He'll be happy about that.
Yeah, he'll love that. He's always told me that if they're not taking the piss, then they don't care enough about you. So here we are. You're gone, and we're still taking the piss.
Yeah.
Gary, don't waste the tweet. Don't waste this prediction. What's going to happen tomorrow?
No, I mean I 2-0 to the Arsenal is what I was expecting. I expect us to do because I'm hoping for some improvement from the past seasons, but I'm always surprised by Arteta. He always surprises me, and that's the same thing with his lineups every week. I'm always surprised. So I want him to surprise me because that's what I've been expecting. Because every time I expect something, it never happens. So I'm hoping he surprises us. 2-0 is what I expect us to get, but I'm seeing a 1-1 draw, just because we're gonna get let down. I mean, I think there's 3 games. There's 3. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's a little negative, but there's 3 games. There's 3 games. There's 3 games that we've got, to start this season, and I think we might be looking ahead and get a little concerned about the other games and not worry about this one right in front of us. So
yeah, and as I said when I did the prediction about an hour ago, I can see us getting an early goal and being like, all right, Arteta in, we're back. And then we fall into that lull where we're like protecting a 1-goal lead instead of going after it and increasing it. And then some lull point, whether it's like the 44th minute of the game, as we always give up goals right before the half, or like the 77th minute.
Xhaka will do something stupid.
Xhaka will do something stupid. And Bird Leno will like throw the ball into his own net or something like that. And it's going to be a 1-1, and we're off.
But we'll be 1-0 down in the brig on El Nini.
Oh, we're not got a bunch of Xhaka haters, have we?
Well, I should have brought you on with Harry. I
was at the Crystal Palace match when Xhaka got took off and he stormed off, and everybody was giving him a hard time. I think he took did he have the captain's armband? He threw it on the floor and that.
I remember that.
If you love Xhaka, you say that he tossed it to Aubameyang and Aubameyang just didn't catch it, but I'm not happy with that.
I remember that clearly, and I at the time, I was pretty vocal in saying he's got to leave. But I think he's turned it around. I think he's improved, and I do think we do play better sometimes, not all the time, but generally better with him on the pitch. He seems to have.
Thoughts on that, Mike?
Arsenal seems to miss or not have a real kind of leader within the team, a proper captain figure like Tony Adams or something like that. I know about Aubameyang's captain at the moment, isn't he? But I can't see him being a great leader on and off the pitch. And I think Xhaka's got that. But is he the best person to be the team captain? I think we need some real leadership on the pitch, and I think really there's only really Xhaka that gives it. I know Tierney tries, but he's still young. I don't know if he's actually fully got because he's young. I don't know if the older kind of more senior players give him the respect that maybe he deserves. He's a captain for the future, but the captaincy for me is a big thing as to maybe why we play so inconsistently. I think.
My issue with Granit Xhaka, John, is not his play, because I try to have a rule. I don't always stick to this, but I try to have a rule where I don't critique the play of an individual unless they're actually worse than I am. So the only person I've really been able to successfully criticize over the last 5 years has been Mustafi. But and he has one more World Cup than I do as well. So, but it isn't about his play on the pitch. It's about what really solidified it for me. I was one of these whining entitled whinging people that about that day at Crystal Palace, and my sometimes co-host Andy and I really just, I mean, we just couldn't. He's like, he should have told everyone to fuck off, and like that. He was of the opinion that, like, you know, enough is enough. He was just being a human being. I think, despite the abuse he had been getting on Twitter or on Instagram, which is bang out of order, absolutely unfair, unreasonable, I think he just spit on the entire fan base that day with what he did, and over time worked his way back in, got a red card in a game that was a stupid red card in a game. And what pissed me off the most, what finally did it for me for good, was after that red card and the 3-game suspension that he had. What, did he wrap his hand around someone's neck?
Yeah, but the twist
after he came back.
But what about the Chelsea
free kick?
What about the Chelsea match though, when David Luiz got sent off and he played centre back for the rest of the game? We drew 2-2 when, you know, Martinelli scored that absolutely wonder goal from around it. I mean, he was
a dick when he did that. Was he good? Was he playing well? Yes, but was he a dick? Yes.
Well, yeah.
But let me tell John, the thing that bugged me the most, and I haven't even gotten to it yet. The thing that bugged me the most is that after that red card, after the Crystal Palace thing, after this, when he scored against Newcastle, after all that, he comes back from his red card suspension, scores a peach of a free kick goal, and immediately after the game goes to the press and starts like you know, people don't treat me fairly. You know, acted like he had basically, you know, rescued the Titanic, and that properly set me off, because I'm like, you know, just how about some humbleness? You haven't redeemed yourself. You've done what you're supposed to do, which is score you know, occasional really good free kick, and don't act like everything, you know, that you've been treated unfairly. So I don't like the guy. I didn't love his act after the Switzerland victory and the you know, the whole coming up to the camera with his, he's got a chip on his shoulder, and I don't.
He also
like
screwed Switzerland by getting suspended.
Sorry?
If he hadn't got suspended in the Euros, Switzerland, you know,
yeah,
he also screwed them over.
Yeah, he was certainly firing those guys up before that penalty kicks, but it didn't work. But yeah, I don't like the guy. I think he takes every opportunity he can to basically play the whole you know, you didn't believe in me and now I'm proving you wrong thing, when in fact he continues to prove people right time and time again with his errors. So yeah, he's an above average player.
Mike, I take it you don't like Jacka then.
What?
I take it you don't like Jacka then.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not a fan.
Anyway, that Crystal Palace match has got some quite good memories. Well, not good memories for me. On that particular day, me and my 11-year-old son, who's also called Max, we sat in club level seats that day because they were the only bloody tickets I could get on that ticket exchange.
So you met judges then?
I don't know if anybody's ever sat at club level. I bet Dan Potts sits there all the time, to be fair. But
I've actually sat there with Lee Judges one time.
Yeah, I bet. It's quite posh up there, isn't it? And you know, people come up to you and be all kind of nice. They give you free beer at half time, which is even better. But
they give you free wine at halftime, and if Lee was still here, he would tell you the story about the game that we went to, and he's like, Mike, that wine isn't just for you; it's for everybody.
What was quite funny about this particular day, though, was we sat in club level, so it was quite posh, and you know, we were trying to act all posh. We're not very posh. I appreciate people might think my surname's a little bit posh, but we ain't posh up here, you know. Me and my son Max, we caught the train down to Finsbury Park on this day, so after the match, we had to walk back to the station. And when we were walking back to the station at Finsbury Park, I suddenly realised that at some point during the day, I'd split my trousers right down the back. And it kind of like then kind of came clear why all of the, you know, the staff working in club level were giving me some very odd looks throughout the day, because my arse had been hanging out the whole match. And, you know, and then I had the trauma of having to catch the train back, and I was like, you know, crabbing alongside the walls to try and cover my arse and up. And, you know, then I couldn't get a seat on the train, of course. It made it 10 times worse. And you just think, oh, my God, could my day ever got any worse? You know, splitting your trousers right at you know, halfway through a bloody Arsenal match when you're in the posh end as well. I didn't have a jacket or nothing to cover it up. Just me pants hanging out all day.
You happen to be located in this podcast right next to someone who regularly splits his trousers. Danny, do you have any advice for the man on how to handle it?
Just make sure you got clean knickers on.
Well, Yeah,
it's nice to put a face to the name of No Laguna. I know you by your username, but not you. And DWTT. I had no idea you were. I know you are now. I mean, I knew your name.
I'm friends with Richard.
Ah.
Cactus Cash, who's on your.
I know
that. It goes and Burkhead ones on
my
it.
Egyptian brother.
Your Egyptian brother, yeah. We used to work at Arsenal together.
I noticed that when I said No Laguna was maybe the love child of Perry Groves earlier in the comments. He went like that. So I
mean, the secret's out now. May as well just open up and tell you all the stories.
Is that what you're taking the glasses off?
Yes. I wanted to just,
Yeah.
But it didn't work, obviously, because you brought it up.
Perry actually texted me after his appearance and asked if I knew any good lawyers for like that handle paternity cases.
I'm coming for you.
It's not getting the relationship is not getting started off well, if you know what I'm saying.
So I just wanted to say something, and this is I don't want to get too gushy, but this is DWT to everybody. If you see me on, you see my videos, or you see me on Twitter, it stands for "Don't waste a tweet, don't waste a trip." And the reason why I say that is a phrase I like to say at the end of my videos. You know, life is a journey. Don't waste a trip. Enjoy the ride is basically what I say at the end of all my videos. And that's basically what Gooners versus Cancer is really, you know, life is a journey, but you have a lot of ups, so you have a lot of downs. And one of the things that you want to do is every day you want to try is not to waste what you got, right? You got another day to try to do something. So don't waste a trip. You know, this is one of the things that Mike does outside of I like his videos, but this is another thing that Mike does for you know, based on his his life experiences. And enjoy the ride. If you watched any of his shows, you will definitely enjoy the ride. Yeah, it'll make you smile. He'll do some things you're like, wait a second, and you're like, okay, let's not do that again, please. But you will definitely enjoy it.
Life is too short to have regrets or leave things unsaid or undone. I mean, you never know when you've missed your last opportunity to do that. And you know, I was among the lucky ones when it came to my father in the sense, and I hate that he had to suffer, but we had 2 years to rectify and right a number of wrongs in our relationship. I mean, you know, my people have started to see my relationship with my son. My relationship with my son is among the most treasured things that I have, if not the most treasured thing that I have, because it is not something I had with my dad. You know, and I do this about my dad. I do this for my dad and in honor of my dad. But you know, you could assume from that you know that I had the relationship with him that Jake does with me and that I have with him, and that's just not the case. You know, I was a child of divorce. My parents split up when I was 8. And my dad, you know, it was Thursdays and every other weekend, and he didn't necessarily really know how to relate to me after that point. And we didn't have a lot of close events. We had very little to nothing in common other than a last name and a roof over our heads together. And once he got sick, and you know, I was, I guess I was about 35, 36 when he first got sick, 37 when he passed away. We had time to just sit down. I had the ability to really roll down my job. I'm a commission-based person in a financial services and sales industry, and I was in a position where I knew I'd have the ability to take the time and just not spend every day trying to work and then regret it later. And I spent so much time with him in those final months, and I learned from him, and I learned about him, and he learned from me. Which is the thing I never thought was possible. I thought he knew everything. I thought that was the problem, is that he knew everything, and who was I to say anything about it? And, you know, he showed a human side that I'd never seen from him before. And it's just, you know, not everybody has that opportunity. Cancer is one of those things that typically doesn't take you suddenly. It can take you very quickly, but you know, it use every minute that you have. And you know, again, this is not the traditional Arsenal podcast ending this way, but you know, just take every moment that you have and get to know the people that you care about, and like we said with John when Max was on before, pay it forward as much as you possibly can. And Gary, I never knew that's what I always wondered what your Twitter handle was about. You know, don't waste the tweet. I'm like, well, I waste a ton of tweets. In fact, the exception of you know, every once in a while I don't waste a tweet, but you know, and I'm like, does he understand that they're free, they're unlimited? But don't waste the trip is a whole different thing, and that actually that
That's a great philosophy.
Well said.
So Danny, now say something nice. I'm the person
I hid
right
in a
now.
tunnel for an hour to stay out of the rain.
There's a video that I recall from like 20 years ago. Do you know what the Ironman triathlon is? I mean, a triathlon is it's like 2 miles of swimming in the open water, and then it's a like 150-mile bike ride, and then followed by a marathon. I mean, like, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. And there's
Is that what you're doing next, Mike?
Well, yeah, I'm not doing that. There's this famous video of a triathlete who was like 40 meters from the finish line, and her body just completely broke down in every possible way. Legs fell apart, fell to the ground, started trying to move but couldn't, lost control of all of her faculties, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, but just like almost couldn't get to the finish line. That is how I feel right now, because we're 23 hours and 50 minutes through, and I'm out. I'm out of things to talk about.
Do you mean you shit yourself?
I knew that's where you were going to go with that. I absolutely knew that's where you were going to go with that.
Yeah. Well,
No,
as we
that
approach
I haven't done. I took a well-timed break in hour 12, and that was all I ended up needing. But I've literally run out of things to do and say. So but we got to go another 10 minutes. We have a prize drawing that we have to do in 5 minutes, and then we're gonna sign off. So anything anyone else want? I mean, it doesn't have to be a gushy, nice thing about a charity or anything like that. But let's try not to make it as negative as my Jacques rant.
Well, I will say this: I just opened Twitter, and the top 2 things trending on my list, you can tell it's the eve of Arsenal's opening game, are Arteta out, Kroenke out, and then COVID news.
Oh, good.
Those are the top 3 on my Twitter when I open it up.
No matter how much positivity we try to put out there into the world, after this is over, the world is just going to become a cesspool again. I mean, it's inevitable.
Unfortunately, so.
Does anybody else think we're going to regret selling Willock? We need a central midfielder who scores goals. We got one. Let's sell him.
He scored goals for us, though, did he?
I mean, I'm potentially
in favor
okay
of
with
that.
it if we add another midfielder, but we'll
You
see what
trust
that
in
looks
them? We'll
like.
just buy 2 more goalkeepers.
We never really played him, though, to be fair, did we?
70 games. He played 70 all competitions.
Just
Does he?
because you thrive in an environment at a club like Newcastle does not mean you will thrive at a club like Arsenal. And I think his ceiling at Arsenal, I think, and I could be wrong about this, I think was baked in already. And
What's like Nabry wouldn't have done what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the responsibilities at Arsenal are so much more than at Newcastle. For him, he's being asked to do a lot more at Arsenal that Arteta wants out of his players, and I don't think he could give Arteta what he wanted, and that's never played as much as we thought he should. He went to Newcastle, and I think Newcastle didn't put any of that stuff on him, so he didn't have as much weight to carry as far as what he brought to the table. That's kind of what I feel. So he was freer, right? We always say the players go away and they look like they're free. I think the weight of either playing for Arteta or playing with that shirt with Emirates fly better on the front or whatever it is at that point is heavy sometimes, and players is that what it is on your shirt? But I kind of feel that's.
Yeah, I just checked it. How has there not been a meme yet that says Emirates play better? I'm not like the most like. I never come up with these popular trendy things on Twitter that catch on, but I mean, there's got to be an Emirates play better type of situation that's out there.
I made a shirt that said Emmerich goal getter, but I regret that now.
Yeah, how much inventory are you having to eat on that shirt?
It's all online, so I ain't do anything. But it's not selling very well. I don't know why. I wish it bloody would though.
We got Olivier saying, "Do we need a number 10?" We got Jim Howson saying, "Willock's not it." We got Owen Young trolling me by asking me if I want to go on a podcast after this, a podcast that no longer exists because we purchased it for the total price of $0. But Danny, how much would you sell your podcast for at this point? Break Up Wonderland, one of the longest running podcasts, the true podfather, I think, in my eyes.
I think I should be the pod mother. Ask Blog's the pod father. I should be the pod mother.
But you're the pod uncle then, because like
creepy.
you take in all the little podcasters that Andrew doesn't want to end up providing false hope to.
I didn't know where that was going. I thought it was going down a hole.
No.
We're doing one.
Literally.
We're doing a show in about 7:05. Me, Chris, John, and possibly Josh. We're not sure at the moment.
Do you
But
need anybody
talking
else
of,
on it? Because I'm available.
no, we don't need you passing out mid podcast. But I've got
I
three
have done
shows
that before on our own podcast, but
We've got three shows coming up. What you're talking about, exposing the podcasting world to podcasts some might not have heard of. We've got Not Another Arsenal podcast with Mike. They're coming on to do an ABW meet, and then the Bruised Banana Boys. They're coming on as well, and Same Old Arsenal USA. They're coming on to do one, and people know if you're in if you watch them on YouTube, you know about all of them. But it's just nice to have a chat with them and see how they started and what their plans are and thoughts for the season. And they might get a few more listeners because 9 seasons though, nearly 900 shows, not one of them worth listening to again.
I don't know. I listen to the ones that I was on all the time. I just figured out something that I should be doing with the last few minutes of this podcast before we do the final drawing, and that is some thank yous. Obviously, I want to thank two people who I know would have been on this podcast. Well, 3 people actually that would have, and I've already forgotten who the third person was, but 3 people who are very close friends of mine, and I know that they would have come on the podcast and wanted to be a part of it had work and obligations not get in the way, but they've been very supportive in every way outside of this, and that is Tom Canton and Craig Scott. Both of them just wonderful men, and wish them both all the success in the world. They both work very hard at what they do, both professionally and podcastically, which for some of them, for Tom, it's the same thing. But wish Tom good luck in his new job with Reach, which is the company that owns Football.London, and those 2 guys are fantastic. Here's who I owe thank you to for this particular podcast, for appearing on it: Elliot Smith of Arsenal Vision, Alan Smith, Simon Collings, Chris Wheatley, Mike McDonald, Ryan Fletcher, you, Danny, for appearing earlier, Jim Howson, who I finally met face to face for the first time, Jared Carver, John from Miami. Jared, thank you. That's you. Who else? JJ Garcia. JJ Garcia, who picked Arsenal to win the league and Spurs to get relegated. The Not Another Podcast crew. Christian couldn't make it, but Sebi was here, and Kelly was here, and Mikey Hers. Let's see, who else did we have? We had Fergus Keating, a great hour from Fergus. Mike Scunny from Scunthorpe. Max Ware from Australia, who had to deal with 3 different mics at the same time. John, you and Max were fantastic. I really enjoyed that hour with you.
Yeah, best on the show, weren't we?
It absolutely was. Gunner Blog, James McNicholas, Arse Blog, Andrew Mangan, Mark Brindle, Arsenal Supporters Liaison, representing the Arsenal from inside the walls of Highbury House, Lee Dixon, James Benge, Charles Watts, Perry Groves, Ryan Rocastle, Sophie Nicolau, Super Kevin Campbell, Stuart Robson, Dan Potts, Lee Judges, Harry Simeo, Gary Howell, Stephen Feely, and if I have somehow forgotten anybody, please forgive me. It's been a little bit of a long day for me, but with and everybody that has helped out with promotion, with sharing, with tweets, like Jared said, you don't have to donate a penny, but simply being here for the entire 24 hours with me, like Dazzer did, and a few others did, and staying up as late as you could. That was supportive, and I appreciate it. And
bird just flew into the window and gave me a heart attack. Sorry.
Yeah. So with the final 2 minutes, we're gonna pick the winner of the grand prize, which is a 2019. I think I have it here. 2019-2020 team signed shirt, signed by the entire first team. Looks like exactly what Jared's got on, but with the signatures on it. It's just like the one that Gary has in the back, but it's the FA Cup winning squad, and we're going to pick the winner for this right now. So first of all, the final number, and it is now final, that we raised was $5,025 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. So thank you to everybody that donated. I appreciate it, and it's always nice to hit the goal. The goal was 3,000 at the beginning of the show, and it went so quickly. I raised it to 5, and we hit that. So, for the final act of this ridiculous endeavor, we're going to pick the winner of the team signed shirt, and the winner is going to be. Got to sign in there. There's my email, everybody. How do I work this thing? I forgot. I've only done this 18 times. Okay. The winner of the team signed shirt grand prize. It can't be Nick Canning. He's already won 3 prizes. I'm so sorry. Anticlimactic, wasn't it? So,
and didn't he win the Kevin Campbell shirt as well? But you avoided that.
Yeah. He won the Lee Dixon shirt. Then he won the Kevin Campbell shirt, which we couldn't allow. And then he's won that one. So yeah, I mean, his name keeps coming up. But the winner of the first team signed shirt. My God, we're gonna go on for 25 hours here now. But what I mean to say is the winner of the first team signed kit, Arslan Sheikh. Thank you, Arslan. You have won the
well done, Arslan.
The grand prize. Arslan, I will be in touch with you. Congratulations. He's waded through 18 different prizes that he didn't win and finally took home the big one. So we've done it. We've actually done this. We finished it. We've been on the air for 24 straight hours. Thanks to everybody. I know some of you got to go right now, and I have no inspirational way other than to say, pay it forward, make the most of every minute that you have, and thank you. Come on, you Gooners.